Good morning, everybody. We're getting ready to get started here. I'd like to give you a minute. If you haven't grabbed a coffee or something to drink, please do so now, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome for the folks that are on virtual. We're going to do our best to accommodate both the virtual and in person. We have a good group here in person at the facility. And this is the Construction Users Roundtable Technology and Productivity November 9th, 10th meeting session. Okay, for the folks here, hotel logistics, if you weren't here yesterday, this is the new different building. Exits are here and right around the corner in the back. We know of no fire drills or evacuation drills that are going to occur today. So if there are any alarms and an enunciation system goes off, please listen to the enunciation and follow the directions. This leads out to the parking lot to the right. This leads out to the courtyard, and then the reception area that we all checked in at is on the left here. Restrooms are, I believe, just outside the door here for men and women. And phones, if you could turn them to silent mode. But if your phones, please download the CURT app, and I'll lead into what's going to be found on the app for those that weren't here yesterday. And breakfast breaks and lunches are going to be, I believe, right straight across the street where the breakfast was, unless that changes. Today's summit commitment. We're going to focus on reality capture and the connected job sites, share use cases from several owner companies from different industries. We got a great agenda, great storyteller folks and all that, and you're going to hear a lot of good stuff that's really happening in today's world. We're going to tap the CII knowledge base of research and on the connected job site research that's occurring at CII. So we're linking in with our partner CII and bringing that all together. We're going to share future viewpoints of the equipment material tracking from selection all the way through to installation on how we're working through reality capture and all the different tools and techniques that are involved in that. We're sharing proof of concepts. They're in real proof of concept studies right now. You're getting it hot off the press. It's with some prestigious owners that are members of CURT. And we're going to learn the works of today and what they're experiencing, some of the challenges, some of the opportunities and things that we're seeing. And we're going to connect with cybersecurity and how all this is coming together and impacting the cybersecurity industry and the insurance industry. And there's going to be so much more in just the dynamics and the subtleness that we all have. Your voice matters. For making this success, it's about you, the audience. It really is. We have the speakers, we have the stories, but you have direct access to all our speaker bios, photos, today's presentations via that CURT app. It's all in your hands electronically. We want to provide opportunity to ask questions throughout the ordeal today. It's totally interactive today and not a lot of PowerPoint. We share your value adds. We want to tie into your industries, your sectors, your businesses, and everything that you're performing. We have an outstanding lineup, as I said, of speakers, and you'll see that throughout the day, and even in a few moments, you'll see it how much energy is brought to the tables here for you. Today, we're going to be sharing those owners' proof of concepts. You're going to see what these owners are wrestling with to try to generate and make reality capture continue moving forward in a faster and faster pace. We're going to take time for a fireside chat. I think it's a storytelling area. It's going to be really great stories. You're going to hear your really great dynamics. We called it a fireside chat, but I think there's going to be a lot of energy and a lot of dynamics with these speakers that you're going to see. And it's networking. We're going to take breaks throughout the day, stretch breaks, side breaks. Take time to just turn around and introduce yourselves and do that. So there's going to be a networking opportunity throughout the day. Share your business cards, share your electric contacts, get to know other people that are sitting near you, away from you. Take to that advantage during the breaks, the lunches, and the times that we're all together. The agenda that went out is the agenda that we are following. The morning session, we're going to be turning it over to Nathan Wood shortly, and then he'll have his team, and we're going to have a lot of stories to share to get the energy pumped and going. So this is my pump energy person over here. He's going to be taking care of that. You got to wake up.
I've only had one cup of coffee.
I know,
man.
you got to have two.
It's James's fault. It's all James's fault.
So
I'm a
I'm
Calum
already
18, man.
prepping him as he's going to be the energy level here to do that. And then we're going to be moving into really connecting what's going on all around us in the different sectors, from research to the owners, to the trade partners, to the contractors and all that. We're going to look upstream. We're going to look behind the mirror and look how we're going to bring it forward. Afternoon, we get into really connecting it and setting the stage. And we're going to be talking then some live streaming of some events that are going on and moving into cybersecurity and wrap up the day. So we have the owners, we have the contractors, we have the trade partners, we have the industry service experts, we have the practitioners. You're all here. You're the mix that we have in the audience to bring this all together. Our speakers, here's the lineup. Their bios can be found. I'm not going to take time at this time to go through each one, but you can see just through the quick glance the type of owner companies we have. We have a type of specialists and experts in the industry that are really driving and making drive of this reality capture concept and moving it forward. So without further ado, I've bored you enough. I'm the soft speaker. I'm going to give you the energy speaker. Nathan Wood, Spectrum AE founder and chief enabling officer and Construction Progress Coalition executive director. Nathan, it's your floor.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks. Here, I'll take that from you. No round of applause, really? Come on.
I don't get that.
Jeez.
You get that.
Man, tough crowd. Show of hands. How many folks were here yesterday, either virtually or in person, and saw Paul and I's presentation? Okay, cool. So the original plan was to do an abbreviated version of that, but I figured most of the folks would be here anyway. And based on where some of the discussion went in the Technology and Productivity Committee conversation yesterday, and in this whole premise of Simon Sinek and why before, how, and then talking about what of reality capture and connected job site. We've got plenty of great examples from Todd and Jeff and others on the panels. So what I want to do is actually bring up a presentation from any folks who are members of FIATech back in the day before they joined forces. All right, we got some FIATech folks. So I presented this way ahead of its time, as I think Todd will attest to, especially in Texas. In 2016 around this human innovation, this whole dilemma of why are people getting in the way of all these opportunities for technology to do what it does best. And so I may skip through some of these slides, and I actually haven't even looked at it since we gave this presentation, but as I skim through, there's some really great, a couple good videos that we'll go through. I want to stop at a couple points and have some discussion and hear from the group where things are at as we really understand the why behind adopting these things. Then we'll bring up our panelists and get into some use cases that are more practical examples of that why. So without further ado, we'll dive in. General flow of this presentation, the conversation again is around transformation, not disruption. How do we be a part of the change and not resist that change? Because it's happening no matter what. The momentum is moving. And so what is that balance between people and process and technology? That's what we'll kind of run through and get into this fact that contracts, this traditional hard bid build, is a huge thorn in our side that's preventing us from moving forward, and that we can't just ignore it and keep moving forward. We actually have to address that root cause if we're going to start moving forward. So again, let's be interactive and it wouldn't be at one of these presentations without a McKinsey report. And it's funny how many McKinsey reports have come out since this construction productivity imperative that really started this whole trajectory of, oh, construction doesn't have productivity, and this almost like shame cycle. So it's interesting to look, 6-7 years past it, and that we're still kind of in this cycle. It's just we have a lot more data than just this traditional, I'm still waiting. Does anyone have that T-shirt yet of just it's just literally that graph on a T-shirt now. It's kind of it's like a meme for the productivity. So I'll skip past that. We all know this stuff. We know that they suffer cost overruns. We know all this stuff. I can skip through that. We talked about it yesterday. But this is what I do think is important, because in that McKinsey report that everybody just wants to look at the graph and go, oh, shame on you, but they don't actually read what they say in there about the root causes, which are pretty spot on. Poor organization, misconnections, inadequate communication, poor short-term planning, flawed performance management, insufficient risk management, contractual misunderstandings, and limited talent management. How many of those things have to do with technology? None of them. But yet technology improves all of them. And so how we look at the role of technology in this people, process, technology mindset is really important, because this is the problem. This is the nail and the technology is the hammer. but how are we connecting those things together? That's, again, hopefully the conversation that we're going to be unpacking today. So again, people, process, technology. You hear it once, you hear it a million times. I'm going to actually just skip past this one. But this McLeamy curve that I was contemplating and debating with Paul last night, whether or not we should put it, or 2 nights ago, whether we should put it in the presentation yesterday. And I guess quick show of hands, if you have seen this graph before and you're familiar with this concept, raise your hand, please. Okay, so we still got, all right, I will go back. I will go back, sorry. This is a curve that I learned in college as a civil engineer. It's the cost influence curve. In fact, it's Boyd C. Paulson came about before McLeamy to really coin the theory. But essentially, the premise is that if you do more planning earlier, you'll have less changes later, and your overall project cost will be less. Seems to make sense. But yet we still do this design, bid, build, broken back assword process. And I don't get it. As a millennial, I am so frustrated at this industry of like, guys, why can we not get this through our heads? Like, we could spend the whole rest of the day just on that and I'd be happy. But what we have to do in order to fix this is move that stuff earlier. We need input from builders. We need input from designers. We need input from facility operators. Not all of their time, but some of their time, or at least if you don't have them in-house, hire an expert that represents that persona, that subject matter expert. Because too often we assume that we know everything. We take the architect's mentality and go, I'm the master builder. And we don't ask people. And that's the problem. We don't ask questions that technology can help us answer. And that, I think, is really the crux of the problem with technology, is that we're not asking it the right questions. And therefore, we're not actually improving the things that we need to improve, which are things like process. So again, why is that? It's because of contracts. Virtually everyone in the construction supply chain works on contracts where the incentive is to maximize their gain at the expense of others. If you're going to sign up for that contract, it doesn't matter how lovey-dovey and let's go grab a beer and whatever, you're still going to have an incentive to screw them over. And until we sign contracts that don't do that, technology can't help us. Off my soapbox. But I think what's interesting in our discussion yesterday, and what I was hearing a lot of, is we need to force them to do this, or they should do that. And it's very much kind of top-down paternal mentality of I know what's better for you, rather than let's figure out what's best for us. And there's a lot of really great stuff. Again, those that get into behavioral economics, and Daniel Pink, that's a ton of research on kind of the psychology behind motivation, the psychology of why, and this mismatch between what science knows and what business does. So I'm going to play a quick clip from his TED Talk that is done to a little animation, and then we'll have a discussion about it if it plays. Let's see. We got audio. It sounds like it's just quiet. And see if you can restart it once you get audio going. I hear it coming out of something. No worries. We got time. Any questions or thoughts while he gets that figured out? Objections? Challenges? All right. I know. It's a sobering message, but we all got to hear it. There is a light at the end of the tunnel, I promise. And if not, I can skip through it, but going once, going twice.
There's a whole set of unbelievably interesting studies. I want to give you 2 that call into question this idea that if you reward something, you get more of the behavior you want. If you punish something, you get less of it. So let's go from London to the mean streets of Cambridge, Massachusetts, in the northeastern part of the United States. And let's talk about a study done at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Here's what they did. They took a whole group of students and they gave them a set of challenges. Things like memorizing strings of digits, solving word puzzles, other kinds of spatial puzzles, even physical tasks like throwing a ball through a hoop. Okay, they gave them these challenges and they said to incentivize their performance, they gave them 3 levels of rewards. Okay, so if you did pretty well, you got a small monetary reward. If you did medium well, you got a medium monetary reward. And if you did really well, if you were one of the top performers, you got a large cash prize. Okay, so what happens? They do the test, they have these incentives. Here's what they found out. 1, as long as the task involved only mechanical skill, bonuses worked as they would be expected. The higher the pay, the better their performance. Okay, that makes sense. But here's what happens. But once the task called for even rudimentary cognitive skill, a larger reward led to poorer performance. Now, this is strange, right? A larger reward led to poorer performance. How can that possibly be?
So that's interesting. In our industry, how much you think of our skill set is mechanical skill versus cognitive skill? Especially designers, engineers. I mean, anybody in this room is certainly a knowledge worker that's based on cognitive thought process. And we keep saying, we got to give them more money. We got to figure out how to incentivize them and give them bonuses. Like, guys, they're not Wall Street, stockbrokers. These aren't mechanical, just go, which is funny because you'd think that Wall Street would be cognitive. But at that point, it's so data driven. It's so just power hungry that it actually falls in that mechanical category because they are motivated like those mechanical folks. And most engineers, most architects, most BIM folk are the mastery of skill. Just pay me enough to be happy. And I don't care about the bonus, but let me do what I do well and appreciate me for what I do. Like, how important is that, right? And I think, like, how does that show up in how we motivate people and why we should do things? I think that these are important things to think about as we're implementing change within our organizations is why should they change? Is it a mechanical thing of like, hey, I just need someone to turn in their timesheets. I will pay you $100. My wife's company does this very smart. They give them a $100 Amazon card, which, because of course, I'm sure there's some tax loophole around that and Bezos figured out or something. But there are great ways to incentivize those things like timesheets. But you don't incentivize collaboration through we'll pay you more money because that's, I think, the farce of what IPD promises, right? Is that you will get more money. It's like, well, maybe, maybe not. But it is a more enjoyable process because you actually truly build trust with those around you. And so I think that's a big part of this message and a big part of the conversation that I hope we'll have throughout the day is, why are we doing what we're doing? And how does that translate into getting others to be motivated, which may not be the same motivation that ours is, but that's the whole idea of design thinking and matchmaking and what technology allows us to do to create more with less. So let's dive back in. Again, my experience, for those who don't know my background, I come from DPR construction. They were early pioneers of the integrated project delivery. Anyone who's ever been to a lean LCI Congress has probably heard about this Sutter Castro Valley project. 11 different companies all signing the same contract. Took multiple years to negotiate. It was almost like 300 pages, but very pioneering effort and a cool experiment to really be at this feature just because it was leading edge. There were all these universities wanting to send researchers to come collect data for us. We're like, sure, awesome. So like that whole resource of, we were talking yesterday about digitization versus digitalization. This was a nice project because our digitization was a bunch of research students that wanted to research the project. So a lot of folks are like, oh, we can never get that data. And it's like, well, yeah, because you don't have research students on your project. But with technology, again, we can solve that problem today. But because they had those research students, because they were so focused on tracking this stuff, it was amazing. What gets measured what gets measured gets managed, and that owner changes were reduced. Like the relationship that the owner's project manager had as really almost the shield for the project team to say, it is my job to make sure this project stays on track. So really, I need to control the doctors and the nurses and the administration decision makers, that was his job. And he knew that was his job. It wasn't this, oh, I'm going to sit up and have you feed me grapes and have all these expectations, because that just leads to failure when you're trying to build a trust and a shared risk and reward relationship. So I think it's very important to understand the dynamics of the relationship between the owners, designers, builders that allows this kind of compression. But also on the trade side, that I think was even more remarkable to everyone, the reduction in both rework and the increase in productivity. And this is always fun, especially for a technology group. I always kind of ask this quiz. So if you look at mechanical, plumbing, electrical, and drywall, it's electrical only reduced theirs by 50%, whereas the other three were more like 90 to 95%. Anyone want to take a guess as to why electrical only had 50% reduction? They still had 50% of the normal rework they would have. Any guesses? All right, what do you got? No, that was not it. Because notice, I just said on the last slide, they did stop the owner's changes. What do you got, Jeff? No, if they were the last one in, they would not have had the rework.
They started early.
No, that is not the right answer. Any other guesses? Well, it impacted their effectiveness, but that was not the root cause of their 50% rework. Any BIM guys want to know what specification requirement caused them to have 50% rework? Really? No one? Okay. Thank you. They decided strategically to not model electrical conduit less than 3/4 of an inch or an inch. And there's always that decision of how detailed do you go? And so if they were the last ones in, they might have been less efficient, but they wouldn't have had rework because it's just the conduit, right? But because they did go in early and they didn't recognize where the bigger MEP was going to be, it created that rework. And so, but that's this whole, because we're rethinking the whole way you do it, you have to go through that thought process of, oh yeah, we do have to reorder all these things in order for this to work. All this complex supply chain that we've built around ourselves, is this kind of Rubik's Cube where you move one thing and you move a million things. And we really have to be sensitive to the use of BIM, the use of reality capture, and how much do we trust, how much should we trust, and how does using it change our process? And do we have contracts and training and incentives around that new process? That's the discussion for today. So how did this team do all these great, amazing feats? Was it BIM? Was it Lean? Was it IPD? Yeah, I think the answer is definitely a combination of all three. But even with all three, we've seen projects where, again, the sister project did this that I was on, ended up 6 months delayed and $24 million over budget with the exact same tech, the exact same Lean process, the exact same IPD. The missing piece was culture, and really this trust that starts with transparency and starts with honesty and humility, and that we're not all perfect. We're going to make mistakes. And so how do we set up an environment that doesn't incentivize us to hide mistakes, but incentivizes us to expose mistakes? And that's a very, especially as Americans, that's a very tough thing to do. But it's absolutely the secret to success when it comes to technology is this transparency and building trust and having this mindset that isn't based on the traditional, I should be working 80 hours a week, and that's the way that my father and his father before that did it. That mentality is not going to get us anywhere. It's not going to recruit anyone else to this industry, that's for sure. Like, we can hate on it all we want, but it's the truth. And so how do we abandon our fixed mindset of what success is, of what hard work is, of what value is, and start adopting this growth mindset that asks questions, that starts getting uncomfortable with uncomfortable, or getting comfortable with uncomfortable, sorry, and is ready to move this up forward. So hopefully this will kind of start to create that platform where we can have those conversations, get uncomfortable, and learn those steps that really are the secret sauce to transformation. So just, some quotes here around, from the owner and back to the point of how hard this is culturally to do. But it is, again, at the end of the day, the key to success. And anytime you go to a Lean conference or hear any of these Lean stories, it's kind of the same old song and dance of this is absolutely a cultural transformation first before the process and the technology follow along. So yes, again, team culture, project success. I was actually bringing this article up, and it got me thinking yesterday. Hopefully nobody here was working on anyone here from Keyword or Turner? Before keep going. So the Denver VA hospital is not necessarily the shining example of integrated collaboration and different stuff. And there was actually because of the way the US court system works, a published court appeals document that is salacious in how it describes really just the actions of VA, of just like, guys, you do not get this. Yeah, shoot, it wasn't that one. But there's some articles and stuff that, again, if folks are interested, I can share after, or just you can Google it. But there's some great stuff in there that, again, is the unfortunate truth that we have to know ahead of time and get ourselves ahead of. And when we see ourselves going down a path with not an owner, but a government agency or something like that doesn't know what they don't know, it's really our responsibility to get ahead of these things and not just point fingers and lawyer up. And I'm sure Q and Turner made out great on this job, but how about all those veterans, right? And so, like, how do we change that and not make what was our profit at the end of the year the #1 driver, but actually make how happy were our customers, regardless of what, how ignorant they are, to want to make them successful, especially when it's the US government. Okay. Again, there are ways of getting around, though, that public policy challenge. We're talking about the individual, the business, and the public policy as these three sort of barriers or tipping points we have to go over. And UCSF is a great example of a state-run medical facility. So they have a lot of these state mandates for, they can't really be IPD. They have to do a lot of, public bid contracts and things like that. But they're able to figure out loopholes and figure out ways to do integrated construction despite their local jurisdiction mandates. So again, thinking outside the box, recognizing that every project is going to be unique, but it doesn't mean there's not opportunities for innovation. I'll skip past that. So again, how do we bridge that gap between this traditional mindset and kind of this future potential? And I'll just kind of leave it here for a discussion for a second here before we bring our panelists up. But how are people having these conversations of those who are being resistant? Because I definitely heard those sentiments yesterday, and I know there are folks in the room that are able to have productive conversations with those folks. Anyone want to share strategies of how they've overcome maybe a naysayer or a technology dissenter, a laggard, as we would say in the crossing the chasm? There we go. All right. Go for it. Oh, okay, sure, yeah. Joe, bring your mic so our virtual folks can hear. And oh, hit the on button, I think, Joe. Maybe. Hold, please.
Oh, there we go.
Boom.
I mean, look, it's hardly rocket science, right? But it in my experience, personal experience, boots on the ground, trying to affect change, it's show not tell, and there are several points in my career where that showing has taken a bit of creativity and personal initiative as opposed to corporate initiative, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Another good one is don't ask me, ask them, right? Because like, especially when it's your baby, like of course you're going to be selling your baby. But if you can get someone else, especially like the person you'd least expect, that superintendent, that's someone that wouldn't be the normal one to be the advocate, it will sell so much further than your own voice. What do you got, Todd?
That's exactly my point. So one of the things that I did, like especially on the superintendents, because that was really where we would run into the resistance from the adopting the change. But what I found was, when we're doing any kind of technology change or process improvements, the people that are part that the new process or the technologies, you got to include them in the solution, right? So you go in and get them, go through their process, because me in the office, I don't know exactly what their full process is. I have an idea what I think it is or what it should be, but getting with that person and have them go through their process and then come up with a way working with them to improve that process and then show how it's benefiting them. Yep. And then as far as adopting actual technologies, it was really simple for me, for the superintendents, was, for example, like an iPhone. One of the things that I found this app. It was like a plumb bob app, right? It's a level app, right? So and I would show the superintendents how they could use it. And then before that, they was carrying this 4-foot level, checking everything. And then they kept doing that until they realized that the iPhone technology was just as good as that level they carried around, and they started using that. But then they started coming to me and saying, what else can I do with this thing? Because they realized there's so much more they could do.
In the Lean world, it's called Gemba walks, right? Where you have to go to the source of where they're doing the work, and that like by going through the process with them, by empathizing with them, you better understand what the real problem is that gets to the solution. What do you got, Tom?
Tom Myers, Duke Energy. We had a project where basically we were creating the BIM model, and that was just all it was intended to be used for, to make sure the new equipment design would fit in, everything that was prefabricated would match up well. And discussion got around utilizing virtual reality Since you already had the model, you already had that kind of environment, incorporating into a virtual reality aspect, management thought it would just be a toy. Like, what are we really going to do with the VR part of it? But the workers are like, look, I'm going to be the one in the environment. If I can virtually go there and identify the issues I'm going to run into. So in this instance, we were able to actually incorporate actually manipulatable tools in the work environment. They were able to identify that, hey, the typical wrench we were going to use, it's going to hit the wall when I'm trying to tighten up this bolt. So let me go out to my toolbox, cut these short 3-4 inches so that I can actually use the tool in the environment. The plan determined by construction managers or up on high that we're going to fit 4 guys in here to increase our productivity. The guys went into the virtual environment. They're like, only 2 of us are going to be able to fit. You could have a guy at the doorway and he can pass parts and pieces in and through, but you can only realistically and comfortably fit and safely fit so many people in this environment. And what's the best way to ergonomically position them? Because they're going to be in there working for a 12-hour shift. You know, cram people in there just for the sake of productivity.
And so the next question becomes, how do you calculate the return on investment of that value, right? Because it's intangible, and it's those that are using the tool that can see the value, and like they're sold, right? They're like, I will never use anything else again. But yet the person that's actually paying for it, you still got to convince them, and you got to use a very different language for them than you use with selling the guys in the field, right? You're selling to 2 very different people.
Yeah, Rob Wagner, Procter & Gamble. One of the things that I think, you know, as an owner company, we definitely tell people often how to do something, and we want them to do it this way. And I think as a large company, what we fail to do, and we need to do it better, is tell why. And I think it goes back, you said, involving the technician or the craft or whatever. And so people want to know why. And we may feel it's a rework, but we need to get them in the boat. We need to get them on, you know, so tell them there's a reason why. And we're not trying to legislate it as a how.
Well, and what's my why, what's your why, and what's our why, right? And they could be the same,
right.
And they could be different.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, we have Oculus and we use augmented reality as well as virtual. So augmented allows you to place the object that you want to build right into the real world. And so that even helps construction even further. And again, we're seeing a lot of advantages of doing that as well. But again, it's you got to get people. I use the word the hook, and I think the hook is telling them why we want to do this.
Yeah.
And it then becomes a trust.
Absolutely. Do you want to bring up real quick, and then we'll bring our panelists up in here in a second.
No, I apologize. Look, I could talk
You're
about
fine.
this all day long. But you know, I think we're better than we were a decade ago when I would speak about tangible, actual execution of work, and people would say, "How do we get a resource?" Right? But I think key is diverse and interdisciplinary teams. Right? There's been, from my perspective, too much reliance upon individuals, those quote unquote champions, to affect work. And you've got to put so much experience in that single individual. And I was always convinced that somebody else could have done it better, right, than me as a champion, right? And
when you could always do it better if you did it again, right? And that's the whole
absolutely.
repeatability factor, which is our challenge, right? Because there is no repeatability factor in construction, or little.
And the big challenge for companies, right, both owners, contractors, suppliers, all of it, is that we've been narrow in the specification around our workforce, right, and not being able to attract and then retain the type of resources really necessary to affect this type of change. Yeah. And I think we're better than we were a decade ago, but I still think we're challenged, especially in the engineering environment.
Well, and again, listening to Daniel Pink, in that, you know, I think there are way too many craft workers that are more of that cognitive skill type mentality that are working under contracts that are more of that mechanical skill incentive structure. And like, that's wrong. But there's a whole history of why that is the way it is. So we're not going to fix that overnight. But the more we recognize, and again, this is every industry is recognizing the role that psychology is playing in the decision we make in business and organizational dynamics and all that stuff. So
And
absolutely.
you got to bring the panel up. But the other thing too, around that, we've got to do a better job on documenting ROI. What was most interesting about one of your examples was may have saved $200 million. That was, of all the slides so far, that is the phrase that has stuck out to me the most.
Right.
What on earth does that mean? May have saved. We've got to do a better job of documenting ROI.
Well, and again, but it's based on an assumption because that is the dilemma of BIM is that you're preventing something that could have happened, and everyone's always going to say, oh well, we would have caught that. And I've got a whole different story of it was actually the podium roof, and that no one had actually modeled in 3D how high the tapered roofing was going to come. I was like, guys, you do realize all these steel outriggers are kind of the insulate? They're like, oh yeah, that's a big deal. And like right there was 50 grand because I asked the steel guy, I was like, if this had gone through and if we had to change it, how much do you think roughly it would have cost? He said 50 grand. Okay, 50 grand. We have to clarify and we have to assume, but it's the story behind it that matters, right? So it's actually, it should be less about the number because those that think that way, like, yeah, they need the number, but you have to tell the story that got them to the number. Otherwise they'll never trust the number. They'll always poke holes in it.
Jeff Sample. I'll be speaking later on industry.
It don't take all
evangelist.
the time.
So yeah, right. But I had to argue with that because there's a lot of talk about ROI, Nathan, and it's how do you identify and quantify the mistake you don't make, the life you don't take, the things you don't do because you do these things ahead of time. Like there's a lot of focus on ROI, but
so
how can you quantify that?
So I've coined a new TLA 3-letter acronym, RLP. So revenue loss potential is, and it's, yeah, it's not an ROI, but it's a revenue loss. It's an RLP. Yes. And the industry, yeah, and for certain things like MEP coordination, like kind of your blocking and tackling, why not the industry come together and build consensus on what is the assumed measurements and range of that so that we can all have a common benchmark? Hey, you guys all in this room, tell me how we keep moving that forward because we are all asking that question and we're all scratching our heads. So hopefully we can move that forward today. So yes, and on that note, so I'll play one video and then I'll bring up our panelists.
Let's do one check for the virtual. Are there?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
any on the
We got
chat
one more.
box?
Yeah, let's bring it in.
Any questions on the chat box virtually? No, you're good
Okay,
to go.
cool. So I will play one video and then we'll bring up our panelists. But on this idea of empathy and how do we understand things, some of you may have seen this video, but it may get a laugh, and then we'll bring our panelists up. So I think yes, it is. All right, let's see if this one works. If not, I'm gonna go find it later and play it to you guys during the break. Is it working or is it broken? Okay, it should be good. Because I think it's a YouTube, so it might. Cool.
It's just, there's all this pressure, you know? And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And I don't know if it's going to stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most is that I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because I mean, I'll bet if we got that out of there.
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing.
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
No, see, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See, you're
out.
not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just, sometimes it's like, there's this achy, I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Oh, come on. If you would just
Don't.
Try to see things my way. So I have to keep on talking till I can go on. We can work it out. We can work it out.
Okay, we can kill the presentation. So let's go ahead and bring up our panelists, and we'll let that be a good segue. I always ask, all right, who's the superintendent and who's the project manager in that, or technology manager in that scenario? I literally had my sister in a car ride once say those exact words, and like I just burst out laughing. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm doing it! I'm trying to fix it. When I just need to listen." All right, are we in order here? Is it just you, George? Are we just doing a little fireside chat here, man? Ryan, and so are we going to be able to bring Randy in? What is the okay? Cool. We are going to have Randy.
Yep, Randy's here.
Woo-hoo. Welcome, Randy. We have George here and Ryan. Again, I think okay, yeah, we do have everybody here. So let's just start with some introductions for folks that do not know your perspectives and a little bit of the roles that you play. I think specifically around change management and technology adoption, and maybe just any efforts that are happening currently. I know George, we've been talking, so maybe you're probably a good one to start with because we've got some good meat on the bones there, and then I'll pick on Ryan after that. But why don't you give an introduction and what you guys are doing in the world of reality capture and those efforts on behalf of Mike. I know you'll do your best. Mic on. Oh, okay. Well, all right.
Supposed to be here for this panel, and then it ended up getting pulled for a project over in Sweden. So you get the cost guy. There'll be, I'm sure there will be a couple questions I can't answer perfectly, but I'll do my best. And if there's some follow-ups, I'm sure to take those back and get those answers for you. Just in terms of what we're doing with reality capture, probably the biggest place where we're playing in this is around laser scanning. So we've been really dabbling in this for probably about 10 years now. We found laser scanning to be something that's been super helpful for us to just understanding what's going on in the environment, getting a lot of clash detection done. And it's really been a great enabler for us around modular construction and offsite construction and reducing downtime at the job site. So we'll get into a little bit of those details as we get into some of the panel discussion, but with Owens Corning, that's really where we've been playing quite a bit.
And I think there's an interesting nuance in as Mike was saying very well, or very eloquently, that the space you're doing is an enclosed space where you just need to get the equipment out of there and put new equipment back in. So it's sort of this inside looking out. Whereas Randy, as you do your introduction with Duke, so much of your stuff is out in space that you're almost like outside scanning in. And I know you guys aren't necessarily doing a lot of stuff now, but you're kind of thinking through it. Randy, you want to just start with your introduction and a little bit of how Duke is looking at the role of reality capture in your projects?
Yeah, and so Duke Energy, we're a public utility, and so as these guys shared, we're less about buildings and more about the plant and process. And so we build for 2 or 3 years, and then we run for 40, 50, sometimes 80 years. And so it becomes the management of the configuration of the facility becomes more important. And so that's been a 2D drawing exercise with orthographic drawings for maybe 100 years. And so what we're trying to do is kind of evolve toward 3D configuration management. And that starts with capturing the models that are developed during the design and execution of the project. And that's a part of it. And so you got those vectored models, and they're very valuable to us. But we're just now figuring that out. And then coupled with laser scanning, and we're doing that for a variety of exercises. Tom Meyer in the audience there is doing some mostly in nuclear, to where they can model work in areas that you really don't want people in very often or ever. And then the other is we've started using it in building hydro dams. And so that's a really interesting exercise that we just kind of discovered. Honestly, through some of this work, we started doing that, and it's really kind of changing the way we do that work.
That's very interesting. I'm definitely gonna ask you more about that dam work in a second, but I want to make sure we have Ryan give an introduction. So Ryan, can you tell us a little bit about what the type of work that Vestas does, and I know you've been dabbling in reality capture recently, and the use cases you have.
Yeah, so Vestas is a wind turbine manufacturer. So there's a factory kind of manufacturing component as well as a wind farm installation, construction component. So as far as reality capture goes, it can be really anything. One is tracking the supply chain from wherever we're sourcing components throughout the world to get to the site. Another would be drone inspection and validation at the site as far as what's going on. There's inspections you have to do inside blades that they're using drones for as well. There's some validation of placements in the factory too. And then really what I get involved with most is factory construction. And so we're doing the standard use cases of laser scanning existing buildings to try to help your design process, figure out what's in there. Clash detection, just really visual aid, even some stakeholder management. If you can kind of point to pictures of what's in their own building, it's not like a house that you have where you know what's in the living room. You may have millions of square feet and it's not all the same. And then also just existing condition assessments. So insurance claims, things like that. We'll sometimes scan that for records. It's easier than trying to get some notes and an engineer out there on the roof all day trying to document what went wrong.
Ooh, that's a lot of different use cases, pretty much across the whole supply chain, including litigation. That last phase. But you asked a question yesterday, Ryan, and I want to pose it back to you because I don't think you answered it. Of when making these decisions, like, do you look at the technology first, or do you look at the criteria first, right? I think, and so, I mean, pick any one of those use case examples. Like, what was your thought process going? Were you looking at what is the right tech for this first, or were you looking at what is the criteria for what you need?
Yeah, I guess on that, and again, through this whole conversation, like, you have to understand, I'm one data point, we all are, and the job of the audience is to figure out where these data points fit in this distribution, and whether we're talking about a tail or whether we're talking about normal. So that's for you. I honestly don't know. For my background, I'm a fourth generation contractor. I grew up on construction sites. I went to school for structural engineering, designed bridges, designed research facilities for buildings. Kind of love the technical, love the technology, love all that stuff. And so I have had a lot of what I would call sacred cows, right? You have strong opinions, you want to get them implemented, you see the world in a certain way, and it's annoying when other people don't see that. As an owner, I've had to give some of that up. So when we talk about technology and construction, I don't think about it in a way that a construction professional thinks about it. I try to think about it in the way the CFO is going to think about it. Because in my world, it all has to route up to mom and dad to get the money one way or another. So back to your question of whether I think technology or use case first, I think neither. I think risk primarily first, and I think both project execution risk and project lifecycle risk.
So of all of the different use cases you did mention, is there one that kind of jumps to the top as the biggest risk that you're trying to tackle, at least within reality capture?
Well, I think what I'm looking for consistently, so that I can be credible to the CFO, is I'm looking for asymmetric cost risk profiles. Okay, so a good example of that might be there was a situation where we had to rip apart a factory, and 5 years previously or so, one of the products we had required a lot of floor trenches. Well, now we're putting in heavy equipment, those trenches have to be filled. So you have a few ways of doing that. You can send an intern and a tape measure out on the floor. You can get a total station and map that in CAD. Or what we found is we could 3D scan the space, still do the mapping, sort of export in CAD. Do that for, it was like the same. It was like $500 cheaper than the total. So I identified use that was zero risk on the cost side and had huge implications for what we could then use that scan for in the future. So in my world, it's not about you know what's going to happen. You're constantly playing a game of probabilities and uncertainties, and when you can penetrate the uncertainty to such a degree that you decrease your risk for a present cost that is sort of negligible, those are the wins that I go for. And it's not super important to me whether I'm using Faro or Leica or, you know, it doesn't really matter because it doesn't matter to the CFO. So we validate the technology, yeah, but it's more about the risks.
Well, and George, I know from our conversations with Owens Corning and with Mike that the biggest risk that for the last 10 years has been before you're going to renovate a new facility. And it is always at that stage that there's really no like as-built record value too much because things are going to settle and other things. But I guess, yeah, it sounds like because you've been doing it for so long, that now it's like, how do we refine it? How do we get it better now that you know you're definitely going to do laser scanning on every one of these types of jobs? But talk a little bit about like that progression of almost like democratizing more access to it, right? Like trying to make it easier to get more people access to it, right?
No, absolutely. And I think that's part of what we faced into early on. It was, we did the laser scan, we still put 10 people on a plane and they all brought their tape measures, right? And so what's happened over
to
time,
China, right?
To China, right? To India,
let's not forget,
to Brazil, yeah, exactly. And so, you know, one of the things, especially for me as a project controller, that the technology has enabled us to drive a more economical solution here, right? So I think there's a couple things. There's cost savings, and then there's also the fact that we're just running out of people to actually do all this stuff. We've got a list of projects that's so long, and a list of things that we need to get done, and we've got a limited number of human resources to actually go make that happen. And so I think one of the things for us has been unlocking that value from a dollars and cents standpoint, but then also freeing up our resources to work on things that are truly more value added, right? So instead of validating that, you know, this is exactly 6 feet 8 inches from the staircase, like, well, I can get that from a scan, right? So let's engage with a company that can help get us that data. And then to your point, one of the things that we've really started to do in the last couple of years is get that to a point where all of our different engineering groups, our EPCs, our contractors all have trust in that data. And so we've kind of established a set of criteria around cloud density and distances from scans, and, you know, we don't necessarily do it all on a GPS as we talked about. We'll kind of pick a standard reference point within the plant, because we don't really care about the outdoor GPS so much as we do a relative position within the plant. But we get to a point where everyone trusts that data, and they're now using that data to do all of their design work. And we're doing that now all in the cloud. So everybody has access to that information, and we can all look at the same thing. Whereas before, you know, Mike tells horror stories of taking hard drives and putting them in FedEx boxes, and, you know, now you talk about who's got the latest version. It's come a long way, and we're starting to really capture some real value in that in terms of reduction in cost, both in terms of travel, and then also it's really enabling us to do more modular pipe designs and get stuff done off-site, and then do less fitting, you know, on the job site while we're there.
And I think part of where we're hoping to take the conversations is that obviously the engineering teams you're hiring or have in-house are seeing a lot of value of it, and then downstream contractors and others, like, how do you continue to pass that information further downstream, if they trust it, or can they trust it, and how do they trust it? Those are all very big questions that we have to address. But I think bringing Randy back in, I know with Duke, we were doing stuff. I mean, technically you could say that an RFI is, in essence, especially if you're taking a photo, or I feel like a Duke Energy may have certain RFIs that would lead to a laser scan needing to be done to know what the fix needs to be, depending on the type of project, or if it's a renovation. So I'm curious, Randy, I know you've got this kind of macro effort to connect operational data and a lot of different workflows that goes outside of just reality capture. I'm curious if you have any thoughts, if you're still with us, on how you're tackling, or just thoughts on where you think reality capture could be used in your larger efforts to connect the job site and connect all this data.
Well, you know, I think a lot of it, Nathan, is
well, he might be muted on his end. See if
or
you're
am I
on your
muted?
end.
I don't think I am. Can you hear me?
Zoom. Oh, shoot.
I can.
We'll get you back, Randy.
Well, too bad.
No? Okay. All right. Does it give a second? Okay.
Am I there now?
There you are. We got you. All right, go for it, Randy.
Okay. All right. Well, I think probably the best way to say it is vocabulary. I see us developing, we're changing from the drafting board 2D drawings. We went to CAD, but all that was a reproduction of the 2D orthographic drawings. We just did it electronically, and we did away with hand lettering, but we're still thinking in 2D. We haven't changed at all. And so in my mind, I think what we're trying to do is evolve to thinking in 3D, and that's a vocabulary change. And George and what they're doing over there at Owens Corning, they're ahead of us, to be honest. But we're kind of running into some of the things that I've heard those guys describing, which excites me because it means that we're on a decent trail. But I think what we have to do is rich in the pot with the use and successes associated with, be it laser scanning or other use of 3D for accuracy of setting something over top of anchor bolts, or connecting up some big pipes that you have a whole bunch of cranes involved in, and when they get up there, they actually fit. And so it just reduces, repeat work and having to bring it down and rework it. And it's just, there's lots of reasons to do it. And for us, mostly it's about getting it done in a predictable fashion.
So George, let's toot Mike's horn a little bit here, because he's not here. But I think having the expertise to really understand what it is that you need, because like we had a lot of reality capture experts almost like kind of grilling them, and all the answers were like, oh, okay, that makes perfect sense. Like why Owens Corning picked the kind of unique standards. But I think knowing enough to be dangerous to know your requirements, but not overreaching on saying exactly this is how you should do it, like Robert was saying. I think, I don't know if there is a story or if you know much of like kind of how that came to be, that lesson learned of going back and forth on how much do you require, how much do you not?
Yeah, so I only know a couple of anecdotes, and we may have to follow up with Mike if more information is needed. But yeah, he's been very specific about what the tolerances are that he wants, because we've been burned by not detecting clashes, on something that was inside of a half of an inch, right? And so it's been a little bit trial by fire. And then when something didn't go well and we ended up with major change orders, or we ended up with major, field design changes because we didn't have the right, tolerances or point cloud density or number of scans or whatever it was, that's what caused us to kind of change those standards. So, and then obviously, to your point, there's a balance, right? The more detailed you get, the more, the tighter those tolerances get on those scans, the more expensive they become, the bigger the files are, all of that stuff.
Well, you just gave the whole return on investment calculation, right? Because you literally have a change order saying, here is the cost of not going to this additional level of detail. Yeah. What is the cost of going to that additional level of detail? Right. Does it offset? Great, we've proven our ROI, and that's actually empirical. That's real numbers there. That's not even assumptions.
Yeah.
So that's a great example.
No, and I love the concept that we were talking about. Dave Gordon's not in the room here. He's our sourcing guy. I always accuse him of sourcing math, right? It's always, just imagine how bad it would have been if I hadn't negotiated this contract for you, right? And so, and for a finance guy, you just hate sourcing math, because it's like what could have happened didn't happen, so I saved you money. And it is. It's a difficult conversation, and that's what we're facing into on the technology side. It's I think we've got to figure out how we have that conversation in a way that resonates with the C-suite, and that's becoming one of the challenges even for us. Is that we've really got to look at this from a total life cycle cost standpoint as well. So I think we had a little bit of this conversation yesterday in the member meeting. We tend to just look at the initial capital cost on everything. And we need to make sure that we understand, okay, what about all the change orders? What about the cost to actually run this facility? And when we're done, is all the maintenance, built in there as well? So I think I think that's incumbent on us to be able to tell that story and tell that story well. So I'm very interested in your, you know, your RLP there. So I think we need to flesh that out a little bit and keep that conversation going.
Absolutely. Well, and yeah, I mean, you're having these conversations right now. I mean, you're having to talk to the lawyers and the finance and make those points. How is that going?
Well, I was just going to weigh in on something that Randy mentioned, which was predictability. And I think that there's two things that, in my opinion, you have to realize when you're dealing with business decisions. Number one, executives get pitched nonsense all day long. And I don't know, like, the percentage of projects that when I get them, how can I say this? Phase one of my project is to add 300% to the business case, because whoever wrote it has never touched anything in construction. So if you're looking at that from an executive perspective, everybody's pitching you on life-saving ideas, and none of them ever pan out at that cost. So when you turn around, typically as someone in non-core business, and you're pitching something they don't care about in the first place in the same language that they're consistently, I would say innocently, but realistically deceived about in general, it's not surprising that they don't pay, well, just this little extra and it'll save the world. Yeah, I've seen that. But the advantage is what Randy's saying, what they really care about is predictability. Again, my data point, but my job is to make sure that capital construction does not get in the way of Vestas business. And they don't really care how I do that, as long as it's legal.
Yeah.
So I can I mean, yeah, right? You got to be ethical, but they're like, they're not interested in construction. So there's lots of opportunity for me as a professional to say reality capture is a necessity, and that's just in my budget. Like, you don't even have to have the ROI conversation per se. But
yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, how do you guarantee that certainty with that in this uncertain world, right? Like we're asking for an impossible task, right?
Well, but that's where I'm saying we as an owner community, as construction managers, have to level up a bit. And what I mean by that is there's a segment of folks that do what I do that are more skilled. I don't mean this at anyone specifically, but there's a mechanism of doing the job that I do where you can simply spend more time on the story for why it went wrong. And as long as it's not something that you could control, you can probably get out of much responsibility. And it's much harder to sit there at the beginning and say, no, I actually know how to control this thing. And when you say control, yeah, I mean, we could talk about that forever, but we're talking about ambiguous risk management. And again, my philosophy is not actually to put all my eggs in the ability to identify each risk. It's putting my eggs in the ability to build a robust system where if something happens, I can go somewhere else. And that's the reason, for me personally, I'm a licensed contractor, I'm a licensed engineer, I'm an owner. If something happens, I can almost lift the project myself if I have to.
Yeah.
In the front end stuff.
Yeah, as you were explaining that, I was thinking about the Google Maps analogy of when you put in your traffic for a destination, it's not going to guarantee that you get there at exactly that time, but it is telling you at any given moment what your most likely time to get there is.
But I disagree with that.
And dealing, because again, I think because construction is never going to be certain. So it's like, I can't guarantee you certainty. What I can guarantee you is real-time transparency and accountability, but not certainty, right? Because I think certainty is a false guarantee.
Okay, but I hate that. I just want to, I'm going to put that out there. And I tell my project
mindset.
I tell my project managers, I didn't hire you to be a project monitor. I hired you to be a project manager. So what are you affecting about this project? If you're being a project monitor, it's cheaper for me to fire you and wait till the project ends and write a report about it. It's not especially important for me to feel comfortable about what's happening real time if you're not changing it. So I'm not overtly disagreeing with you, but I'm saying this is an epidemic in the construction industry, that we feel like we're doing our job by commentating on the plane crash. Pull up on the stick. That's what I want.
This is a good pivot. Unless there's any questions, or Rain, if you have a thought, bring it up. Otherwise, I'll talk about influence.
Well, I'll give you a thought. I want to fly down there right now and hug Ryan, because it's about certainty. It is about certainty. And so I think, to your point, it's Nathan, there is no perfection. And so we know that, but through practice, you get closer and closer to perfection. And so what we're trying to do is get closer and closer to certainty. And just as Ryan said, you want project managers that are intrusive and their head is in a game, to where they're thinking ahead. It's like, well, what could happen in this particular evolution? Well, that thing could be off by 1/8 of an inch or 1/4 of an inch and not fit. Well, do me a favor and scan it, measure it, do whatever you have to get rid of that risk. And you need to be thinking ahead and resolving those things. And this reality capture discussion that we're having is arrow in your quiver to help you do that.
Yep. Robert?
It's Rob Wagner, Procter & Gamble. I want to go back to your GPS analogy, because there's a whole bunch of other things that come up with that. I plug in and I get 3 routes or 4 routes showing up. So I'm going to go back to your project manager and say, well, okay, so if I'm the project manager, I should be able to analyze that and select, it might be the slower route, but it might be the more effective route for me to get there, et cetera, and make those decisions. So I just want to add
San Francisco, even Waze doesn't know some of the routes that I know.
So you got the transparency of the data is what I'm trying to say on the GPS. And it's like, now you can make a rational decision. I think that's what Ryan wants to pay someone to make that rational decision and set the direction.
But I think the assumption in this industry, you can pay someone to fix it idea. Like there's always that joint accountability, right? Like a project manager, yes, they are in charge of managing it, but it's not their sole responsibility, right? Like they have to be accountable to those that are brought in with, like, it can't only be on one person.
Hi, Nathan.
Yes, you can.
It's nice to meet you.
Hey, Dan, good to see you in person.
Likewise. So I'm Chameleon Consulting Corp. And this conversation reminds me of a favorite expression: how death, taxes, and change are 3 constant factors in life, but we humans accept death and taxes much more readily than change. And the real issue is, as far as a reality capture, what is it? It's a lot for different people. For finance, it's one thing. For operations, it's another. For estimating, it's another. So the question is, how do we walk people through that curve of change and bring it all together in that respect? I'm a firm believer, if you can't measure it, you can't remedy it. It's that simple. And if you think about the challenges of our industry, it's analogous to a baseball catcher trying to catch 10 balls simultaneously. I mean, if you think about it, RFIs, design reviews, issues that come with a project, they could happen at any point in time that have a direct impact on the project. So the question is, I believe, is, how do you go ahead and set up that ecosystem, okay, that supports an organization's best practices? For an organization's best practices are only as good as the systems that support it, because at the end of the day, there's only 24 hours in a day. So how do we capture that data, okay, that allows us to be proactive, to have that project certainty? And I agree that we should have project certainty. And I think there's just a natural complexity. And there's also natural dysfunctionalism, if you think about it, within our industry, because you have multiple stakeholders working on the same transaction. We're using different systems.
Yeah, reality. It's a great definition. Reality capture is chasing certainty, or it is certainty in essence, right? That's why it's so important that the risk management is the uncertainty. So reality capture creates the certainty. But in theory, but and then we get in the real world.
And you can, by the way, measure inefficiencies. I've identified anywhere from 5% to 12.5% with global organizations on their project management operations. So, but you have to, get that respect. That electrical contractor, that was incompetence, quite frankly, because of the fact that you didn't think of the fact of just measuring at that level of detail for such a huge project.
Yeah, or just coming in later. Yeah, all you do is change the order of operation. But yeah, What do you got, Jeff?
For those that are virtual, if you want to raise your hand on virtual, we'll connect you right after this speaker.
Back again, but Ryan, I have a question for you, because you mentioned I can pay somebody to write it down and tell me the story of what happened, or I want them to pull up on the stick. The problem is, at least from my perspective, is they're reaching for that stick, but you're still expecting them to write that report and tell them what they were doing. So they don't have the freedom or the culture to forget about that, reach out, pull up that stick and change where it's going. How do we do that part? Like, we know the stick's there. We know we can do that. How do we change that part? Because I think that's the reactions there. We were just discussing it off to the back, and I said, hell, we're going to do this out here. Like, I could reach for the stick, but you want me to write about how the plane just crashed. Which one is it?
Yeah, it's a valid point, and that is often the problem. Is project managers are so consumed with reporting responsibilities that they honestly don't have time to do it. My contention, though, and you sort of need to take one path or the other, in my opinion. You need to say best practice is broken, or best practice is best practice. One avenue says we don't actually know how to do construction. The other avenue says we poorly execute the proper method. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. But
I'm in the camp that best practice is broken. Okay, so you can put me over on the tail if you like.
Can we all agree on that?
Whatever. So when people talk about process, I say, okay, fine, but hold on. And so my contention is that people actually don't know how to pull up on the stick. When a project is broken and you're 60% of the way through construction, you have contracts signed, everybody's committed. What is there to do? You can communicate better. You can scenario plan. You can try to do some various things. You can find different carrots. But the reality is that project it's done.
I was going to say, yeah, not all broken marriages can be fixed.
And so the way, and again, this is just me, but the way that I set up my projects is I have people very good at execution. I'm not really, but where I find my niche is preparing the project to be kicked out of the plane, right? And what I think needs to be done is making sure that when you get 60% down the line, you're not at a zero option scenario. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That is strategy versus operations, really, in essence. That operations has a skill set. It is, and cross-functional teams have that dynamic. And so, yeah, I think that's very, very well said. A great point that, yeah.
I'm going to get a little esoteric, but really fantastic discussion. I want to go back to something stuck in my head since the beginning, and that's reference to yourself as a B player. And the first thing that popped in my mind is the quote that there are no such thing as small actors, right? Or small parts, right? And the rest of that is they're only small actors, right? Which that's all their conversation. But it gets to the crux of the problem around this interdisciplinary teams that recognize all the experience. Because I'll tell you, if nobody's counting the beans, we're not executing projects, right? I mean, there really is no such thing as a small actor. The other thing is a quantum physicist would look at our discussion around predictability and just laugh. We are a species that can predict the existence of subatomic particles and then discover them and actually detect them. And we're sitting here talking about predictability on capital projects, right? And part of that comes to, again, that interdisciplinary mindset. We need those folks here. I don't think we have a particle physicist in the room today, but I think their contribution would be interesting, especially from a technologist point of view, right? The other thing is around, I've got a few pet peeves. One of them is going to be B player from now on. So I'm going to add 3 to my usual 2. And one of them is around this, what comes first, the chicken, the egg, the technology, the problem. Look, if somebody tells me they've solved a problem by buying a technology, I will lose it in the context of my consulting engagement, right? So that's a pet peeve. So that's an easy one. But the other one is hope as a strategy. And it sort of encompasses everything. And I can't tell you how often in the course of my career, at the end of the day, I'm talking to people who are using hope as a strategy. And there was one point where I was on site and with a guy all day, and it took him all day to stop saying it. Because every time he would say it, I would say, that's not a strategy. We're talking about strategy, business process, right? And it all comes together. Like I said, it's a little esoteric, but I'm just sort of ruminating on a lot of what's been discussed. The other thing is around this reality capture, right? And definition of reality capture, which basically is digital twinning. I like to say digital twinning as opposed to digital twin. It's all reality capture, all of it. And it's all about zeros and ones. I think we lose sight of that. Even the scans, the point clouds, everything. It's more the matrix than it is the model, right? And I think the more we can promote that within industry, right? And the complexity around those zeros and ones, the complexity behind the reality capture And the fact that we're talking about data, not an image, right? And how that interplays with the whole landscape, I think we'll be better off and be moving forward faster as an industry. So I'm just sort of reacting more than I'm asking, right? But it was a lot to consume. So
I know, there were like 3 different ideas that ran through my head. I'm like, oh crap, which one do I go for?
So I appreciate the time,
Yes.
number one, but.
Well, for those great comments, for those online, his name?
I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself again. Ted Weitzman with Worley.
Awesome. So Ted, one thing about that, I agree in general, but with the physicist thing, what you have is something that's consistent with physics, and there's laws to be written. And I think what's unique about capital projects is you're dealing with people. And we can argue about whether or not it's unique, but there's a different layer of predictability. And again, I go back to this idea of, can you actually pursue certainty? Or do you need to have this ever morphing view of what the situation looks like? Exactly. That's exactly right. And the uncertainty begins to get so small that you would call that certainty, but you never really get there. And so in capital projects, I think it's the same thing. And that's where I think the real value of reality capture is in sensing something that you could use to make things appear predictable, if that makes sense. And I guess what I'm talking about, maybe this is a dumb example, but I have 3 kids. When I feed them ice cream and put them to bed at 9 o'clock, the next day is not going to go well. And we in the capital projects industry call certainty waking up at 7 o'clock the next morning and saying, I'm going to check and see if my kid's going to be a crazy person today. I know at 9 o'clock last night. And so I think part of the problem we're seeing is we haven't correctly identified the key indicators of predictability. You're never going to, you don't know for certain. Your kid might wake up okay, but man, 8:30 that night, that's when I'm waving the flag, actually.
Dan, take the mic.
Gotcha. Oh, sorry. It is, I think it's definitely about project certainty. That's what we're paid for, period. And I think the challenge is that people tie on the fact that there's a variance of projects. It's true, but the process for managing those projects is consistent at the end of the day within an organization, okay? Whether it be as far as enterprise-wide or at a business unit level, okay? And of course, the tie of that information to managing the capital as a whole. So the question is how do we go ahead and have that data that allows us to maintain that project certainty at any point in time so that we're on track? I think we forget that's about the blocking and tackling. It's not just as far as, applying the technology, it's properly using it and monitoring its use. I mean, I can't tell you how many organizations, I'm sure if you look at your own, how consistent whether or not they're actually using tools that have been provided to them. So,
yeah, I don't want to keep just putting my opinion out there, but I think there's a decoupling effect. We see good projects being managed well. I would contend that if you get me in a geographic area that's not litigious with a competent contractor and a competent engineer, and I manage it as a competent owner, I can pretty much take a vacation. And my project's going to be within 1.5% of what I want it to be. If my contract's good, and I can look at your contract or someone's contract, and if it's one-sided, if the contractor has to take on more risk than they want, the risk is going to come out somewhere, and I don't really need to know where. So, I agree that it needs to be managed well, but I think there's a spectrum of capital project delivery that we're forgetting not to feed our children ice cream at 9 o'clock at night.
Contracts aren't like parenting, right?
Maybe I can't figure either out.
Brian Moore, Kahua. So would like to maybe give an example of what you were just discussing here in a different vertical. But again, you have the same outcomes, the same analysis of you got to have somebody who can make decisions. And that would be, let's take healthcare, and let's take somebody coming into the ER that's having a heart attack. You have very specific protocols that you're supposed to be able to follow. But as soon as you get that patient on the table and you open up that patient, who knows where it's going to go from there? And you've got to be able to, again, have some guidance, some means, but you have to have individual experience to be able to make decisions in terms of, where to go from there. And it could be interesting maybe to, always say, how do you benchmark with other industries? It could be interesting to see how healthcare views that process and how they make decisions and from a risk perspective and everything else. It's literally, that's probably the best example I can come up with that's analogous to every single plant that's built, right? Every single building is unique and different. And again, you have specific protocols that you come in, but things change. You open up that patient, all of a sudden you're not playing with the same game that you thought you were. And it'd be interesting to see how they go through decision-making process, what protocols they may have, and how they view risk from that perspective. It could just be helpful.
Dan, microphone. I'm gonna crack the whip on you, boy.
I'm passionate about this stuff. Okay, what can I say? I love this stuff. I don't know why, but I do. But Brian, to what you're saying, there's a difference. Okay, that patient's walking in with a heart attack. Okay, and so that's right off the bat. I mean, something that's dynamic has changed. Whereas in a project, when you're going through the planning phase, your goal is to have certainty going into the execution and obviously into the turnover. So there is a difference there. You don't think?
Look, I've got a project right now where we have an untested product. It'll be a commercial pilot. Okay. Part of my risk I'm carrying is tariff risk. And my shipping costs just went up 1,000%.
Sure.
Which part of those am I able to create certainty on?
I'm not
Sounds like a heart attack.
To come in, there's always the unknowns. It's what we don't know that kills us. Okay.
Can't you buy an insurance policy for that?
I wish I could, but that's what I have to do, and that's what every project is like. And I don't really care because I'm managing this ambiguous bubble of risk, and so I'm sitting here looking at all the tools that I have, and I guess that's my connection to healthcare. Is the beauty of a hospital is if something happens, you have the tools to do it, and that's my whole philosophy in project management: is make sure you come to the project with the biggest set of tools you can bring, because it's fairly cheap up front, rather than, you go on a survival mission with one canteen of water because the trip is supposed to be 3 hours long. Like if anything happens, you're done.
And I agree, but you're planning for those contingencies. You're allowing for those up front and bringing that tool set to the table. True?
I'm bringing as many tools to the table as I can.
Exactly. That's the point I'm getting at. Because you're allowing for contingencies for those unknowns in that respect. You at least thought that through. And I'm just simply saying that it's a different scenario. We're saying the same thing in a different fashion. I agree with you.
It's unknown unknowns for me. Yeah. I think Kelly had something.
Kelly first, and then we'll come over.
Kelly Doyle, Project Ready. So I'm going to try to bring the two analogies together. The doctor in the emergency room has a dashboard. It's all the little monitors with all the little numbers and little lines, right? The pilot has a dashboard full of gauges. Both of those professionals trust the gauges that they're looking at. So they know if they're 100 feet off the ground or 30,000 feet in the air, or that flat line, or there's a beeping line, right? So at the end of the day, you can bring 20 tools to the table, your tools, your engineer has tools, bring all these different project stakeholders with their own tools. Whose gauge are you trusting? Are the data elements that we can bring together so that there is a gauge with a known path of information that everybody trusts? And at the end of the day, if you don't have that, I don't care what you say about predictability. When I used to wear a uniform, we used to say the minute you cross the line of departure, the plan goes out the window, because all your variables have changed and they will continuously change until you have walked back behind the wire, right? So you've got to have those gauges set up. So I don't know, is there a business case or use case to talk about how the reality capture and the data that you're getting out of that reality capture, the connected job site, whatever are those different components that come together, are feeding the set of gauges? So
chasing certainty. I love it.
Good.
Todd, you want to wrap us up? Yeah, you started this mess. Now you finish it.
I'm good at
Clean us
making,
back up.
my wife will tell you I'm good at making messes. And also saying that it's the nail too frequently.
Oh yeah.
But my, my opinion and in my experience, 20 plus years now in the industry, is that we don't have the right resources. We have resources available to us, right? But we are proving that we do not have the right resources, probably even in this room today. Given the intellectual property here, right? How many years of experience are in this room, right? I'm still going to challenge us on saying, do we have the right people in the room? Do we have the right resources? Because we're proving time and time again that we don't, right? So I think the challenge is, and it goes back to business process and everything else. What are we really doing wrong? What are we trying to do? Who do we need in the room to facilitate a better outcome?
My name is Rodolfo Gonzalez with Occidental. I'm fascinated with what I've been hearing today. I mean, I agree with all of you. Everybody has a very colorful and different shapes, different perspectives of what we're looking at here. I do agree that we have to carry on with the CEO perspective from the top to the bottom, so everybody march and receive the same path forward. I do agree also that we have a lot of tools and sometimes not necessarily all the tools we need. But I would like to highlight one thing here, and it's that we have the most powerful tool that we can have. And the project managers should be able to enforce that tool, which is communicate. The main purpose of a project manager in any level is to communicate the uncertainties and to be able to bring teams together. Yes. That's to me the bottom line of this. I mean, regardless of what we're facing or what we're trying to solve, if the project managers find out a risk and try to solve that risk, it has to be propagated in order to be able to connect the dots of everybody within the team and across organizations. Now, that's my saying on this.
Love it. Well, Todd brought up, so we'll get real meta for a second here. I'll ask an anthropological question. Yeah, that would be the right word. So does anyone know, like, anthropologically, what separates humans from animals? Like what kind of made us human? Was it rocks and tools? No, because we already know other animals use rocks and tools. Does anyone know before I tell you? You know, because you read Sapiens. Okay, well, Jeff, you can't say it, so no one else knows it. But it's the idea of cognition, and essentially this ability to see a future that does not exist and then make it exist. So like humans in essence are builders. Like we're all builders, right? But what we also do is we're persistent, and we get up and we keep going after things, and we have a much longer attention span, ironically, because we feel like it's so short. But to kind of go through these things. So I had no idea where the discussion was going to go, but I love this kind of focus. I think this will string us throughout the whole day of certainty, and that we want, we thrive, we're safe with certainty, but certainty is a fallacy. Like we are living in a world that is going to change regardless of our influence on it, but our influence does have an impact. So how do we understand that and understand the dynamics of what authority do we have over ourselves, over materials, over people, over contracts, and what things are out of our control, but we have influence over, and really think strategically around how best to create a path of least resistance to change, to say it's not about making people change. It's about how do you create a scenario in which they want to do the change that you want them to do. It's very much a Jedi mind trick, but I promise you keep going through it, you'll figure it out. That is the secret. We got a long time. You gave me an hour and 45 minutes. Whew.
Well, so, one thing about that, I would submit that a lot of the problem with, okay, let me back up. If you can keep decisions and thought within one person, if you can keep things small enough that a single person can manage it, you can actually do very well. And so what happens is most of the problems in construction happen with scale, I think, which I'm not sure we can get away with. But that scale is both what I guess would call horizontally in terms of, okay, you're managing a project, but it's also vertically in terms of how do you have to dip into the supply chain. And I think one of the problems we have is that we're too impressed with our own problems. Like nobody can do construction, you know? And when you break it down, it's not that dissimilar from anything else, really. So one of the challenges you have is sort of convincing your whole supply chain to change. The other challenge is articulating the problem in a way that makes people want to change. And when we talk about sort of envisioning a new future, I think you've got to deal with the reality of humanity, which is that if people are winning in the current state, they're not going to change. And so somebody has to come along and win. And people can either change or not change. But if they start losing, you know, that's when change will automatically come. So that's just my first thought. Second thought is, as we see the fact that we still build with the same materials we have for thousands of years is just crazy to me. So I think there's going to be an opportunity arise when the materials start shifting to actually implement a lot of these changes. And I'm not saying we pause while this happens, but I think we all need to watch as those changes come about and make sure that those kind of funnel through a system that makes it better. And I'm a crazy person.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't disagree with you, but I feel like the whole like keto movement and like this whole like back to basics, I would challenge them the whole material evolution that actually it might be how do we get back to repurposing? Obviously not the asbestos stuff, but like, you know, the reuse factors and other things and that, yeah, like from the earth and
look, I am a crazy person, admittedly, but I think that like we should be growing buildings at this point. You know, there's bioengineering, you can program them and you should be able to reprogram buildings for any use that you want. And you should be using generative design. Like the stuff that we design is really not that great, right? Nature does way better. And I'm not wearing sandals here, but there's a lot of things you can do and you can do them today. And the fact is we just don't have the supply chain to support it. And more importantly, we don't have the legal structure to support risk taking in that industry. My brother right now can do generative design and engineering, but who in the world is going to stamp that? Which owner is going to buy it? Okay, these are the real problems. It's not that we lack tools, it's that people are sitting back saying, yeah, after my kids go to college, I'll jump in on that one.
I want to know an architectural software that does generative design that uses the Fibonacci sequence. Because there's another challenge to your theory is that, you know, the whole idea of the Parthenon and it follows all the patterns of the Fib, which is based in nature. And that beauty is within nature. It isn't something that we've made up. And there's, again, a ton of anthropology and psychology and things that I will get a whole list of YouTube to send you. Because I don't think you're wrong. A lot of people, and I'm glad you said all things, a lot of folks share that opinion, but I do think that is more of a legacy notion. I think a lot of research has debunked a lot of those assumptions that have been for a long time.
Why? Yeah. Tell me the space you want. I want a single pile 3D printer that will print a generative design synthetic. And if I can code that material with something that I can recode, all the better. But, you know.
I'll come to Cincinnati and feed you.
Let's just wire him up. We need to just wire him up.
Okay. Yeah.
But give me the mute button for it too, though.
Yeah, we need to wire him and mute him. Yeah.
I had a client, chemical engineer. He had a formula. The formula was to make bulletproof glass bulletproof. And from that, he designed a plant. He was also the senior project manager. He still had needed to manage it. So I get it's what the generative design, but at the end of the day, there's still people, process, all those things. Prove me wrong.
I would love to. Yeah, I'm not saying it
listen,
doesn't
you
have to be
could, that would
managed.
Great, that'd be like, Star
Yeah.
Trek. I mean, sincerely, but the bottom line is we still have people involved.
No,
We still have the
totally, yeah.
process of communication, and we still have that blocking and tackling. And obviously, as technology and new materials come into play, it obviously has an impact. And one of my clients, in fact, is involved in the creation of new materials. So in that respect, so
Yeah,
they run Jet Propulsion Lab.
You're 100% right. And this is honestly like the oldest thing ever discussed, right? This could be a sermon where you go from the Tower of Babel, how with communication humans can create anything, to Ecclesiastes, which says you can never know anything for certain. And like you end up at the construction state. So I agree with you. But I guess what I'm saying is when the shifts happen in supply chain, you're going to see wholesale innovation. And I guess what I'm saying.
So is that
mostly-
Noah's Ark then?
Noah's Ark, yeah. No, they were traditional. But you see, Noah's Ark was actually, Noah's Ark was modular, you see, because you could control everything with one person.
I meant the flood part of it.
Well,
So-
man, I heard you got 100% acknowledged, and that is great. Nathan, to help out on time, maybe we just hit a pause here and see if there's any share. from
And
the
we
audience
kind
here
of left
and
Randy hanging. I don't know if he's got any thoughts over there. And we can, do kind of a last round. And
Any comments up on the chat box? Okay, you're quiet. Everybody's quiet online.
I'm still kind of contemplating growing a power plant. It's an interesting concept.
There were a couple of things that came to mind, and especially in this last pretty esoteric conversation, which I think is fantastic, right? I think we need to have more of it. But what is the actual promise of technology? And I started thinking about 2001: A Space Odyssey, Blade Runner, which I think was set in 2021. Is that correct?
something like that, yeah.
Right. And what's that? Yeah, that's what I thought. And so it's like, but at the end of the day, what was the promise of technology? And I don't think the promise of technology was construction efficiency. I think the promise of technology was better living.
Convenience, yeah.
Right. But I don't think I've experienced that, even though there's been since I tell people frequently, my first portable player was one of those D-cell battery tape decks that I duct taped to the handlebars of my bicycle.
Yeah.
Right. That was my first portable player. And now I've got literally access to any song I'd ever want, on my phone. Right.
Yep.
But has that made my life better? I don't think so. But the other thing that came to mind that's very tangible that came up in the discussion maybe 10 minutes ago was this idea of rewarding bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think that that's something we could all agree in the course of our careers and in our work. How many of you continually see the reward of bad behavior? Am I the only one that's seen it? And I
I had a
continue,
slide on it.
and I continue to see it, and it's usually in the context of the total cost of ownership or whatever phrase you want to put around that, right? That the individual may be performing well based on their organization and what they're doing, but at the end of the day, we are, as an industry, rewarding bad behavior, and I think that is something we can tangibly discuss and talk about, and I think technology can help it. But those were just some thoughts that I had.
Yeah.
Probably still need duct tape.
I think Robert can take us. Did I see Robert's hand go up? Let's have him take us home. Give us some words of wisdom.
This is good.
From the back row.
I did, yeah. Because one is the technology. I'm 100% there, but I really think we need to look at science fiction. If you go to Star Trek, we have a replicator. Do we not have a 3D printer right now? You can not verbally speak in it. You can type into what you want to build and it'll build it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying we need to be starting looking at what what the imagination has thrown out there. And I go back to your 2001 Space Odyssey. That's maybe the things, and then almost everything in Star Trek is true today, except for warp speed. Almost everything that replication but transport may not be, but that will eliminate your, they had the beam can eliminate your shipping problems, you see. But that, I'm not saying we're working there, but let's look at that. I think we're talking, this is a new technology. We're trying to think, what is the new technologies and how can we, science fiction is a good place to start because that's where the imagination has started and what we can do. So the other one is, as you said, bad behavior. And so I'll put on my P&G hat, and I don't say it's bad behavior, but if I'm a project manager there may be 4, I'll put my hand up and say it's like waves. There are maybe 4 or 5 things. I do these 5 things and my project is successful. Well, I'm going to get rewarded for that because, and what's my model? Well, I've done these 5 things. And so I'll take that forward and I'll continue to do that because I'm getting pats on the back. I'm being told, well, all of a sudden, and I can't put the 6th thing shows up, right? So what happens to your project? Your ship sinks, okay? And is that bad behavior or not? I think it's fooling yourself that these 5 are your, this is the success for delivering the project, and they're not. And it goes back to the thinking project manager. So, predicting and all that. So I agree it's bad behavior, but I think it may be, it's rewarded.
Well, makes me think of fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, right? But again, like how many times do we keep going into the same situation expecting a different result? No, I'm not pointing at you. I'm pointing at
But, to that point too, think about if we actually want to change. Do we? Maybe us in this room, but how many of you control companies? I don't know, maybe some.
I work for B&G. We reward continuous continuity, reliable operations. They don't want me. If not, project manager on the property because I'm paid to an organization that looks for process reliability. That's their main
But if you weren't there, then they'd be still stuck in the 80s or whatever. Yeah.
But think about our culture too. And I know we need to wrap up, but how many, we as humans have this critical need to belong. And somehow whatever group you want to belong to is somehow crystal clear to everyone. And so as it goes along, the need to belong to this technologically forward thinking group, even within construction, it's made for you. And no offense to IPD or whatever, but right now it's IPD. And before that, it was progressive design build. And before that, it was design build. And before that, it was something else. And everyone seems to forget that these things go out of fashion. And I'm not saying IPD is going to go out of fashion, but until we start talking about innovation in terms of constituents, right? Like fundamental levels, do we understand how construction works and stop talking about them in broad strokes of buzzwords? These will be fun, but you're not actually improving anything. So I would just challenge each of us, as we ascribe to be part of this community of forward thinkers, are we actually thinking forward, or do we just want to belong?
Well, and how much of it is buzzwords versus the true meaning and concept behind the buzzwords? Because just take lean you can call it Scrum, you can call it Agile, you can call it Kanban, you can call it all these different terms, but it all stems from Toyota and these Japanese words that, we now have translated into all kinds of different English words. And so, I think the more we can strip away the hype and get to the core of it, which lean at its core is a difficult balance between respect for the individual, all individuals, not one individual.
Why are you pointing at me?
I'm sorry, one individual. And continuous improvement, which is challenging that the standard today should not be the standard tomorrow, but how does it need to change? And that we do need a standard, to your point, Robert, but that it should always be challenged. Yes.
Tom Myers, Duke Energy. To go with what Rob was saying about that 6th thing that I'm hearing a lot of discussion about reality capture and the modeling and interference studies. I'm for Duke Energy, I do a lot of the metrology, the virtual design and construction aspects, as well as into manufacturing and that aspect. But are we going far enough? So we know where everything is supposed to be. Ryan and I were talking about this earlier at breakfast. Are we taking that and making sure that the equipment is placed where it's supposed to be before we take before we take it off the crane hook, we're talking about you bring in your modular sections, and you bring it in and make sure you pull off a column line that for a modification. Are the column lines actually where they're supposed to be on the design drawing? Are you trusting your drawing? So are we going back to archaic methods of, we've got this fancy design we're putting into an existing environment that we're using the columns as a reference location, but they're not all actually in a perfect alignment. And you're pulling tape measures. Like, why are you getting back out to the tape measure at your implementation phase? So using total station, laser tracker, laser projection, you carry that digital information all the way through. And then once you have that information, turn it over to the ultimate owner so that in Randy's case, you carry that through the life of the actual product of the plant, the environment, so that Vestas for your wind turbines, that the people that actually operate that turbine, when they go to maintenance, they have a model of when they're trying to replace something. Came up with, I had a similar instance on a different design, but they were trying to pull out a motor and they had a slide rail system for pulling it back. And the slide rail actually didn't even mate up properly with pulling out the equipment. And the motor almost tipped and dropped 300 feet down because I guess the first revision design was what they had for this system, and it didn't fit right. So just making sure that design carries on, that digital information carries on, and we utilize it far beyond just let's build it or get it to design.
So first question, did someone report that near miss?
Yes, they
okay.
did.
Yeah,
They
and how do you leave those breadcrumbs so that that situation flags on a new project, like, hey, watch out for this? Like, that's kind of that intelligence of it. And what you're basically saying is the supply chain of certainty is only as strong as its weakest link. And that, like, really being a strategist and understanding where are the risks, where are the holes that I need to plug, and having a good strategy to plug them, because what you don't know will kill you. And that's why experience is everything in this industry. So it's just taking that experience and then applying all this context of technology, which sometimes is just a layer, but sometimes it mixes the whole thing and turns it upside down. Yeah, but also ignorance is bliss. The people that go crazy, they'll never get in their car because they read the statistics about how dangerous it is. And it's like, yeah, but at some point you got to just live your life, right? So like, where is that balance? Not for me to say.
we made a design change to the actual vendor's piece of equipment because they didn't factor in that possibly pulling that piece back could actually fall into that gap.
Got the recording.
it wasn't their equipment at all. I want to make that very clear. But yeah, one of the things we get asked a lot about, hey, can you scan our manufacturing environment? Can you scan our warehouse? And we want models of it. We want to do an interference study. We want to reorganize our manufacturing floor. Like, okay, but what else are you wanting to do with it? And like, well, we just want to make sure that we can fit everything. Like, how are you going to make sure that's going to go where it's supposed to? You have where it's supposed to go in the design. How do you make sure it goes exactly there in the real world? In the implementation phase, when those plumbers and mechanical guys and electricians, how do you make sure they're actually putting their stuff where it's supposed to be? The big HVAC units where everything has to branch and connect to, make sure you're trying to prefab things. How do you make sure all those connect properly?
Well, that's really your responsibility as the reality capture expert is to, because it was already assumed in that of why do you need that scan, which they said their first use case. And then it got you thinking too, or as they think about other use cases, that it's like, okay, what assumptions are they making that are false assumptions that you can help expose and address that risk? Because yeah, technology addresses risk, but yet it also exposes us to more risk, ironically.
Yeah, and that's where I always try pushing the second half of what we do, the implementation phase of it, of the precision alignment, because that's where it really, really, really matters.
Yeah.
You can come up with an incredible design, but if the door, you didn't factor in opening up a door panel. we ran into this before. You got the doors modeled on something and you have something else hanging in front of it and you were able to fit it in around it. And you go to actually operate it and you go to open up the door and it catches on a little electrical conduit piece that was field fit. I can't get this door. I can't even install my PLCs. Like, oh my, am I going to notch this door? Now do I have to go back and move?
But yet is the answer to manually inside of virtual reality build this so that you would realize that? Or like how do you get ahead of that? It's a rhetorical question. I mean, but it's one for us to, continue having that discussion.
Great dialogue. Did we have somebody else?
I mean, yeah.
We're down to 2 minutes.
We got
2 minutes.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes. So Robert, take us home and then we'll get out of here. Take our break.
Oh, no.
Rob Wagner, P&G. Augmented reality. I mean, I think if you have to look at his phases back to his point of, so we use augmented reality. You put the glasses on, you can project what you want to build onto the real world. And so you can go through the doorways in your plant and you can see whether it fits. You can look for these interferences. And then virtual reality, of course, will create the model and all this. So you can't model that conduit that is not on your drawing. So it has to be in a drawing somewhere, which I agree with your earlier statement at the beginning, why electricians rework. But I wanted to go back to a comment. I think Toyota was brought up. You brought that up as lean and they're the masters and everything. Well, I sit on the CURT lean committee. I'm co-chair with Al. We had Toyota's North American construction manager as part of our group. So I asked him, why are you here? You guys invented lean. What are you doing in this meeting? Or maybe you should be helping us,
Right.
And his answer was, I'm here to learn. And I'm like perplexed, you guys invented. He says, oh, no. We invented lean manufacturing and we know nothing about lean construction. And here's the difference. And he explained to me, lean manufacturing, Toyota owns their own people. When you're dealing with construction, they are not your own people. And they have not figured out, Toyota's not figured out how to deal with outsiders. And
that's why GM and Ford took 20 years to adopt lean because of Mopar and the whole.
I just want to bring that up as a point because he came and I was like, kind of like, wow, you guys, and it was like a learning, an aha moment, shall we say, and saying, you're right. I mean, it's much easier as me as a P&G person to control the people that are inside my plant because they're P&G people, and you can, whatever, you can go and say, but we can make it happen, the how and the why and everything else. But with a contractor, now you're dealing with their perspective. And now you mentioned earlier about it becomes the team decision, not there's my how and why, there's the contractors or construction and industrial partners how and why. And the project is meeting in the middle somewhere with the how and the why. And that's what he mentioned to me. So I just thought I want to bring that up.
And when those don't exist, bad behaviors happen, right?
They don't exist at Toyota.
But a great point to Toyota is that they have the humility that they don't know what they don't know. So showing up to that makes perfect sense that they would show up because they don't know about the construction side.
But I just thought I would share it.
Great segue into our break. And I know we'll be a lot of those.
Mr. Ballard.
Oh man,
30 seconds.
Good luck.
So I can speak to that, Rob. Back in 1999, I was a Prolog integrator. There was a little known product called Prolog Website. Okay, and this speaks to what you're talking about in terms of getting people in the same word, not sentence, not page, across the supply chain. Dealing on a project, state of Illinois, about 45 seconds. They own the paper for the primary trade contractors. So we had to set up a system using Prolog website, had an HTML look with an audience that barely used AOL at the time. And it was like the US Army. I mean, we had it so regimentized. We had everything well defined. We had training manuals. We had training and all that. And I didn't follow up on this, but Dim Jim, before Econ Bottom, was managing the project, $100 million prison project. Our files were turned around within 48 hours. And it was the most successful project in the history of the state of Illinois at that time. And the point being is that it's the blocking and tackling at the end of the day. We had to get everything spoke out. We had to get the process down very specifically, all the data content, who did what, where, when, and how, choreograph all the stakeholders together. And it was a success. There's those fundamentals. That's the point.
Awesome.
Okay. What I'd like to do is thank Nathan, Ryan, George, Paul, virtually. Great job. Thank you very much.
Randy.
Right on schedule. For those that are virtual, we're going to take a 15-minute networking break. We'll be back here at 10:15 live. And for the people here, bathrooms out the door to the right, and we have network snacks to talk to. Go ahead and keep introduced. Thanks for everybody's interaction this morning. Okay, great start to the morning. We're up to 10:15. Getting ready to introduce Todd Sutton from Zachary Corporation. Todd, let's go ahead and let you take it away from here.
Okay.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here today. Go ahead and.
You have the clicker?
I have the clicker, yeah.
For those that are online, if you have any comments or feedback or any questions, if you could go ahead and raise your hand or put them on the chat box, and I can take a look at it, and hopefully it's going well. Silence is golden is the way I'm taking it for those that are on virtual. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So real quick, I'm going to give you a kind of overview. First of all, let me talk a little bit about Zachary Corporation. We have three main components of Zachary Corporation. We have our Zachary Construction Corporation that most people know us by, but we also have our capital aggregates. We have 6 open pit mining facilities and a cement plant. We also have Zachary Hospitality, which does our development and operation and management of our hotel properties that we operate. So those are the three parts of it. Today, mostly I'll be talking about the construction side of Zachary Corporation, and how our interaction, but as a CII member, we're actually an owner member with CII. So just want to point that out. But our involvement with CII, we actually, HB Zachary Company was one of the founding companies with CII originally, and that's kind of been our growth history. But today I'm going to kind of focus on my personal history with CII and how we, in particular on the research projects that we've done over the years, okay? So I'm going to kind of take you back in time and kind of step you through what today that we've implemented from those research projects. And the reason why that's so important is because CII has over almost 38 years of research that's available in the knowledge base. And, you know, one of the things I think a lot of times people have organizational amnesia, and they forget about all this research that was done, that was implementing. So really, that's what this talk is about, is actually implementing our accessing that knowledge base and then implement it on your project. So it's the implementation side of it that you benefit from. So switch back to the slides. Yeah, thank you. So real quick, with CII, we have the Technology Innovation Committee that I'm member of. But within there, we have several subgroups. We have the interoperability committee. We also have the Horizon 360 subcommittee that I particularly work with, which what we do in Horizon 360 is kind of what Nathan showed on his slides earlier, right? So where what we do is look at other industries that have implemented process improvements and technologies that have benefited from those, and look at what that research and what we can tap in from them and implement it on our projects. And one way that we do that, and Nathan did point this out in the previous one, but we're actually focusing on people, the process, and the innovation. A lot of people say technology, but I think the change of the process and innovation is really what drives it. So and then think of technology. This is going to sound really corny, and I apologize for this, but it's just something that I came up with was you think of people and you think of like the layers of a cake, right? So you got the people, you got the processes, you got the innovation that encompasses that, and then the icing is the technology. And if you try to just apply technology to a problem, and that's all you have, you don't have any substance and you get a big mess on the table, right? So anyway, that's my analogy. So starting in 2004, there we had, now also let me explain this too, a lot of these projects early on were FIATech projects that were done in conjunction with CII, but now all the FIATech research projects are part of the CII knowledge base. So in 2004, we had field trials for GPS technology for locating fabricated pipe in lay-down yards. The bottom right photo that you see in the slide is from that project. The top left one is the current use of the technology now. So you can see a lot of there was a change in the technology, but there's also not too much that did change, right? But one thing that we noticed is even on this bigger project, we started merging the technologies together. We had the GPS for locating and finding pipe. On this particular study, it was taking an average of around 28 minutes to locate pipe spools. And you multiply that by, thousands of pipe spools in the lay-down yard, that is a lot of time, right? In the study, we was able to get it down to just under 5 minutes, and for locating. And so that was a big boom. Then we started tying that with the barcoding and then RFID. So in the next project, this one was actually very unique because this is the 2005. Now, when you see the years, keep in mind of the timeline that I'm showing years of when the project reports were submitted, finished. So it took 2 to 3 years of research to get to this point. So think, and kind of as we go through this, kind of think in your mind what technologies were available at the time that we're going through this. And in 2005, I was part of a group within FIATech called the Smart Chips project. It was part of and the Smart Chips project, we was focusing on the different chips and the technologies with it. We had Intel, we had a lot of different people working with us on these projects. And we was working with a lot of different universities. So we have, we was doing the construction simulation was one of the projects on this catalog. So the whole idea of the catalog was coming up with all these different technologies, show how they can be used, give the strengths on them, the weaknesses, and then kind of really get people involved on how they can implement it within their projects. And so one thing that we did, so some of the key areas, I'm not going to go through all of them, but there was actually 9 different areas that they focused on. One of them was the GPS layout locating that I mentioned before, but also for material tracking. And then we also had the construction simulation, the 4D scheduling, which is, a lot of people don't realize how long ago that actually came about, but and how many people have actually implemented that in their projects. So I'm hoping most of y'all have, because you're here, but you know, we'll see. And then also they did augmented reality. So this was a way for training, different ways of training. So virtual reality, augmented reality as a training tool. And this is an example, you see an example of a person with a headset and looking at the augmented reality. Yes.
I see a ground penetrated radar in there.
Yes.
How has that evolved the last 10+ years? Has it gotten better or smaller?
I think it's gotten better. And it's added. Well, so you'll see is they added a bunch of new technologies too. So they added multiple sensors to help get the process better, right? So also RFID for material tracking, and the wearable computers. You know, that was another area too. The handhelds. You know, back in that time, remember a lot of those handhelds were. Basically, you know, the PDA assistants and stuff. So this is before the iPhone. So we're almost getting to that point. And so the wearable computers, that's where you had a headset, where you had a mounted system, you know, that on your belt or something. So it was really wearable. It really tied you down, and the battery life was really bad. Well, now we use, on our projects, we use RealWear, for example, which originally was from GoldenEye technology, and then they kind of came up with the RealWear, and that's a great tool. And one of the cool features on that particular technology is they actually listened to the industry, and they came up with intrinsically safe headset. So they have a version that's intrinsically safe that can be worked with in hydrocarbons. And then they also started looking at the connected job site, the wireless networks on the sites. You know, we had a lot of information. We got really good at getting the connection to the job site trailer, but really bad to the guy that actually doing the work in the field getting connected, right? And you can see how much that's improved over the years too. So. And then they had this other piece of it where you had the different, it was really the beginning of what today we saw Internet of Things. We didn't call it that back then, but it was all the different sensors, devices. They had what they call star nodes, bridge nodes, and the mesh network itself, right? And now you can see a lot of that in your homes today because you have the different technologies that are the automated connections and sensors, for Wi-Fi meshing, but you also have the thread networks now, so that's there where the different devices connect to each other, and then you have the devices that require a hub to connect to your wireless mesh system. So those are the kind of the technologies that we went through, and this was and one thing on this project, a lot of the research projects, it involves academia in it as well. But one of the things they did different on this particular project, and I think we should do it again, to be honest with you, so I'm kind of proposing a new project, taking what we learned now and then apply it to it. But instead of sending out a survey and asking people to give input, what they did on this job that was really unique was they actually went in and did like an auction, right? So they gave everybody a certain amount of money. Everybody was given the same amount of money. And then you went through and read the prospectus, the catalog, and then you decided where your money that you was given was going to be spent towards those implementations on your projects. You can choose to put all the money in one of the technologies or spread it across all of them and choose. And then that gave us really good valid data to how to pursue the research going forward. And you'll see a lot of these technologies right after this is done, we started doing research focusing on the key areas that the member companies voted on, basically during this auction that we did. And this is one of the projects that was actually got included in the catalog that we did. This is RFID technology for construction tool management. So this is where we're already using RFID for tracking materials out in the laydown yard and getting them, and also using it to show what was installed as well. So, but then we started applying the technology to the tool management. And we actually, during this project, we actually worked with Bosch, and they integrated a RFID chip with inside their tools and stuff, and for part of the testing that we did. So we actually partnered with Houndware, which was our tool management system that we were using to implement this. By the way, you see the research was kind of rudimentary. We had our carpenters, get the plywood and get the framing materials and kind of build the portal that we had. And then the motion sensors that you see on the wall, we actually went and got those from Radio Shack when there was a Radio Shack to go to. But yeah, and then the whole process on this, especially when we talk about RFID material tracking, and we'll talk a little bit about that in another research project. But the whole idea was these systems were all proprietary, right? They're all only talked to the system you had. You had to have the RFID tag you had to get that one, and then you had to have the reader from the same company so they could talk to each other. So that's one of the things that standards are really kind of evolved to where you can get devices that don't require that. So this is an interesting project. So the research project that we did on this one was for field study of wireless monitoring. Okay, so this is using strain sensors to detect movements and shifts or any to the structure. The research was actually done for bridges. Okay, when we was really looking at for the original research project. Well, this was back in 2006. And I had participating in that and part of the research. And so in 2009, when we had a project, the Tobin Performance Arts Center in San Antonio, we had a problem where they wanted to retain the historical facade and demo the whole municipal auditorium and leave that facade intact, right? And so we had to demo everything, but then at the same time, what we end up doing is we pulled from that previous research, tapping into the knowledge base and said, okay, we can get these wireless strain sensors. We can get a node. On the bottom left picture is actually a wireless cellular connected node that connects all those sensors together, right? So, and then we also combine that, and we would get reports. So if the truck was going by, and like haul trucks or whatever, and there was vibrating, we would get reports back, giving us real-time data of how the structure's doing. The other thing we did every month, we used laser scanners, right? So we did laser scanner on the interior and the exterior of that facade that we had stood up. And then we did that for 13 months, and then we'll do comparisons between those and to get analysis between each month scan and see what changed between each one. So that was a pretty cool project. So this takes us to 2010, the RFID for Materials Management and Productivity Improvement. This was actually a book that we had 5 authors working on it, and I was one of the co-authors, so. It was, but I think a lot of people forget that this exists. And the purpose of this particular project wasn't just to write a book. It was to take what we learned in the previous projects and then share this with the whole world, right? Outside of Viatech or CII, and get more people engaged in it. We worked with talked with a lot of the international standards groups. We really wanted this book to be like a concise resource that anybody can go take and look at what technologies are available now. We looked at active RFID and also passive RFID, and also the use of kind of a hybrid approach of using barcoding with that, as well as GPS location. So that was one of the main parts of that particular. And then 2012, this is where we really started seeing, we had, by that time, we had the iPhone, we started getting the iPad, and these smart devices, really, so that we started seeing the devices that had the smart chips. So we kind of transitioned from the smart chips projects to look at to smart devices, right? So you got multiple devices that actually kind of brought everything up. And so this is actually where you see where we have realware, we have the different types of devices, and we got the different people working in the projects. The superintendent in the bottom right photo is one of the superintendents that I actually showed how to use the leveling on his phone using an app, and he started using not only his phone, but he wanted to use the tablet. He wanted to get rid of all his paper drawings and be able to access everything from that. So basically what started happening is I had the employees they were asking me to give them more of this technology and more of this process improvement to help with their systems. So I'm not pushing on them, they're pulling and asking. And then in 2013, we started looking at augmented reality technologies to kind of look at advancing your assets. So we worked on some projects. Now I wasn't part of this bigger project, but I was the professor that was working on this project. I was working with him on a commercial product that he was developing at the time, and which you can see that the bottom left photo shows that. And this is where you can not only just bring up model information, but actually project information, have that augmented reality, shown in that area. And the system that that you see in the bottom left is basically showing, well, it was interactive. It was two directional. So it wasn't just receiving the information, but it was reporting back the information from in the field. And so then that brings to the real-time field reporting using smart devices on phase 2, right? So we started building upon using the smart devices and using it for different use cases out in the field. But then we started getting handheld data capturing, as well as UAS photogrammetry, and then leveraging the. It's okay. I thought it was being thrown at me. So, so yeah, we started working with handheld tools and be able to do the data captures, and then but it was that I think that was one of the interesting parts in this, and this is actually my last slide. So, but I do have a video that I'm going to show. But before I get to that, and I'm actually going to talk about what you see in the video. The video is actually going to be a series of projects that we use these technologies on, and also some research that we're doing with some of the universities that are affiliated with CII. So they're not CII projects, but they're research projects because of our affiliation with CII, that we participate on these university research projects. And a lot of them are funded through the National Science Foundation. So we wrote the request for the grants for the National Science Foundation for these universities. Basically the recommendation letters to get that funding. So, and we get to benefit from it because we get to implement a lot of the technologies before they're fully baked, but at least we know about them, and then when they come to market, we already are implementing them. So on the Zachary, one thing, we started in 1924. We started with mules and scrapers, and now we're using heavy equipment. This is an example of our 4D scheduling for construction sequencing, and here you see the plan and the as-built. Here's the UAS data captures for site inspections. And then this is a model that with 3D mesh model that we create from that. But then not only that, we combine the technologies, right? So we take a terrestrial laser scan and scan underneath the bridge where we can't get it from above. And then and that captures a 360 image that we can look around in too. And then we can combine the two together to get a complete picture of the whole system. This was the finished part of this project, kind of capturing. We flew it monthly, and gave it the information to the owner. And there's just an as-built 3D model for that. So it takes planning and execution to get these technologies out, but it's a people-driven change for processing technology, right? So we have exoskeletons. And I'm still trying to make that happen. So, so we have the AR technology to bring in. This is for our training. So this is a backhoe simulator that we use for training and outreach to high school students to get them interested in working in construction. So there's time for change of the different tools that we use and the process. Let's reimagine what we do. Let's use computer vision to look at productivity. Yeah, this is actually using computer vision to look at the lane traffic, and so we can detect any issues on our highway project. So this is a research project that we did with the University of Illinois, and basically it's tracking it's using computer vision to track whether somebody doesn't have their PPE on, and then they notify the supervisors on site if that happens. It also tracks if they bend down and pick something up without bending their knees. So if they bend or try to lift with their back, they'll detect that as well. So this was like doing it in the lab, right? But then when you do stuff in the lab, you got to take out in the field. So this was actually used in the Amazon Mechanical CURT to do machine learning to train for these different movements in the future. So not too creepy at all, right? So this is, speaking of creepy, this is our Eye and Sky project that we did. So this is a Zachary Hospitality project. We did 40 point cloud. Basically, every dot at the bottom is a different point cloud for a date and time of when those captures were taken. And then from that, obviously, we can go in and do measurements. We can show all the, so this is the point cloud, but then we'll switch over and show where all the photos are, and then go into, zoom into one of the photos, and then do our measurements. So we can get the links. We can also do area measurements from that as well. And here's we can zoom in and really see how people are performing too. So eye in the sky. So there's the model for that. So this is basically this is another hybrid approach where you have a unmanned aircraft that's being hosted by a ground robot, and they can communicate together, and they're doing data capture from the ground, from the air. And so that's kind of a way to do that. The idea would be also you can have a charging station on the ground robot to be able to have the unmanned aircraft land on it and recharge, and then go back and fly again. But again, the whole purpose is be able to take that data that you're collecting and bring the two different data sets together into a finished product, right? So you're bringing in and merging in additional information. And here's the combined 3D mesh and our point cloud. So this is actually a system that we developed in-house. It's a Zachary data capture processing system. It can use the terrestrial scans, it can use 360 photos, and also the unmanned aircraft areas. But we have different custom-built layers that we can go in and choose how it analyzes. And so, like in this case, I'm choosing the volume analysis, right? So, and this is using open source technologies. By the way, a lot of the commercial companies out there, they're using open source technologies to do the processing. But I can't choose how they do the processing, how I can choose how I can do the processing. So this is obviously sped up, by the way. It's like 25 times sped up, so disclaimer, it doesn't work this fast. On the resizing images, yeah. You can see the little gear on the side that's just, yeah, it's fixing to fall off the page. But so here's the results I get though. So it's a higher quality than what I get from some of the commercial companies. But I can go in and do volumetric data. We're working on developing the reporting side. I don't have that done yet, but that's the to-do items. And now we're taking some of the technologies and using the sensors, and this is what we call 3D concrete paving. So the paving looks like a standard slit form paver, but it's actually got technology that was built from the ground up to be to use automated machine guidance, right? So we upload the 3D concrete paving file, and the 3D paving file controls that equipment. And all we have to do is put the concrete in front of the equipment as it goes over, and it extrudes out at the end. So the operator for this piece of equipment is actually the surveyor that created the base model that for the file. So this is actually with Trimble. This is technology they was having us look at, and it's a handheld device that you can using the GIS data, that you can actually look at what's going to be built before it's built in real time. So you can look at any clashes that you may have. You can also look at what's underground too. So using this, so because it is using the Trimble GIS positioning data, geospatial data, it can get really accurate. Here's looking at a proposed structure tower. So here's a new product that we're developing at Zachary. It's our Zachary chatbot. It started off to be project location, but then it became project information, and to where we can actually search for project KPIs. And I'm not going to actually click on any of that, but just so you get an idea of what it can do. So, and that's just I'll explain that a little bit later. So this is actually how can we combine our visual data with the actual data and get real-time reporting of the progress on the job. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Questions for Todd? Excellent presentation.
Get the mic.
How more competitive has this made Zachary?
That's a hard question, to be honest with you, because it's.
I mean, have you won more bids because of it?
Do what?
Have you won more bids? I mean,
we have won jobs because of the technologies we've implemented. Yes,
okay.
I can say that. Yeah.
But you don't know as far as like how much greater success you've had with your bidding, as an example, because I'm assuming there's a lot of public projects.
Right. Most of them, yeah, most of them are public projects.
Yeah, so have you seen a increased, award
Yes.
percentage?
Yeah, we definitely have. So especially over the last this past couple of years too. So
So your ROI on the investment on technology is?
yeah. So again, I don't have the exact number for the ROI, but as a company, as Zachary Corporation, we invest on the research development that we do. We do it all at the corporate level and not on the construction level or the capital aggregates, not the materials or the hospitality. It's done as a corporate expenditure. And my ROI is, I can't really say, but it's significant because we are doing it in research development. We do get IRS research development tax credits. So, which a lot of people don't utilize hardly enough. When I actually proposed it to our tax, financial accounting people, they said, "Oh, it doesn't qualify for us." But then when we talked to Ernst & Young, they said, "Oh, yes, it does." After they saw what we were doing and how we were doing it.
I'm going to ask a value question as well,
okay.
But from a slightly different angle. And
okay.
Todd, I've known you for a while and always admire Zachary's presentation and use of technologies.
Yeah.
And again, Ted Weitzman from Worley. My question is a value question, but it's around the R&D and the engagement with academia.
Yes.
And CII, and just a very general question about the value of that engagement. I mean, does Zachary have the technology deployments that it has without that engagement? How does that? Is it a symbiotic relationship? How does that work?
Yeah, I think it's symbiotic because what happens is because we're known for doing this, and that's the academia. They have one of the issues they have is they need to get these projects out of the lab onto an actual project, and most of the time that only happens if there's actually a construction project the university is conducting that they can force it in there. But I go out and I say, hey, we can use this. We'll implement it on our projects. Let's try it out, see how it works, and how we can improve it.
And seeing direct benefit and value from that engagement and that relationship with the universities.
Yes, not only that, we also attract hiring talent from those universities. We have for example. One of the things that we did was I have a program that I do called it's the Zachary Career Exploration Program, and instead of looking at college recruits, we're looking at high school recruits, right? Because for both the skilled craft labor, but also young professionals, because you can't go. A lot of them they don't decide when they start college to go into the engineering for construction or civil engineering or whatever. And usually, so at this, we actually kind of bring them in as a paid internship, and we actually work with them, leveraging what they've learned with STEM and applying it to our research. And then we get them to come in, and out of that, we've had several students, when they graduated high school, they came working directly for us as a cooperative internship, where they're working 40 hours a week, but it's flexible to their college schedule. So they tell us what their schedule is, and then we work with them so that they can go to school and get paid. And because they are, and once they're employees of Zachary for 1 year, they can submit for tuition reimbursement for 50% of the cost of tuition.
So on your kind of like the eye in the sky and your stuff where you're really watching what workers are doing. One of the challenges we've had with, it comes up every time when we try and do some sort of human monitoring.
Yep.
How did that go over on your projects? What was the feedback from the craft workers? What was the resistance? What was the challenge? Well, I think we all know what the challenge is, but if you could kind of, how bad was it?
At first it was. So one issue we don't have to really worry about is we're an open shop company, right? So that part of it we didn't have to deal with any. But as far as the employees and how they felt about it, we told them what we were doing, but we showed them why we're doing it, right? We got them involved in that process early on, and then they said, oh yeah, we can do this. And most of them, you know, at first they're waving and stuff when they see you fly over stuff. But then it just becomes normal, and they just, you know, once it's been acclimated, they get acclimated to it to where they can just really, they know it's benefiting the company, and so they're behind it. So, yes.
Again, party foul. No, it's not the first, nor will it be the last.
Right.
You know, and I guess when I see the presentation, it seems like we fall into three categories, but I want to make sure that I'm not missing something,
Okay.
right? You know, so one of them seems to be planning, right?
Yep.
Especially in coordination with client. The
Yep.
other one is safety. The other one is productivity.
Mhm.
Am I missing something else on top of that around these use cases, or?
Yeah, it's exactly what you said. So one of you know, HB, or the HB Zachary company, one of their original rules was, you know, and it's something we repeat every time from a safety standpoint too, is you plan the work, work the plan. It's not rocket science. It's just, you know, and every time there's been an issue that come up on a project, it's usually because somebody didn't work the plan that was already devised. So, so I think if you get back when you do root cause analysis, you go, oh yeah, somebody, you know, did this instead of this, but we planned to do this, but this is what happened instead.
Hi, Sholay Lee, Department of State oversees buildings operations. I thought your presentation was fascinating, and so I have just two areas that I was interested in finding out some more about. Can you firstly talk about any clients that you have had that require enhanced security for some of this data? You're collecting a massive amount of data, and so there are concerns from particular clients about the security of that data and how you manage that. And the second part was just to talk more about the 4D scheduling and how that works, because I find that the technology of 2D scheduling that we're very used to has a lot of limits in communication with stakeholders and
Right.
execution, and not really giving us the information that is accurate versus the information that everybody wants to hear about the project.
So on the first one, you know, when it comes to the data security, I really get with my IT department. So, and we really, so that's, but in cases where there's concerns, we may not use some of those technologies that have, depends on what the case is. So we may have to just not do it on those particular projects, but but on most of our projects, we haven't had that issue because it is mostly publicly, even with the Corps of Engineer projects that we have, they haven't had any concern with that, you know, because it's typically with working on a state highway or you know, somewhere around that, or border patrol station or something. So so they haven't had any issues. I remember and I thought there was going to be, because we did I did the border patrol, and then we had to notify the border patrol 24 hours before we came to fly that particular, to do our data captures, and so that they wouldn't shoot us down is the reason why. So, yeah, the drone, yeah. So anyway, but the first time we went and flew, and I was showing them our safety procedures and how we do this, because we actually have a checklist. We talk about pilots and doctors. One thing that they do consistently is use a checklist. And that's one thing that we do at Zachary with any of the equipment that we operate. And we see the unmanned aircraft as another set of tools and equipment that we use that require a checklist before we use and operate it on a site. And we also treat it like any other safety, you you know, we call them safety task assignments. You're probably familiar with job hazard analysis as well. And so we actually conduct that before we operate on any site every time. So I think because we communicated that to them, they actually realized that we took this seriously. We weren't just flying and playing around with toys, because a lot of times these tools, you get called toys. I know David Zachary calls my stuff toys a lot, but every time he does it, I tell him it's no tools, and I realized later on that he does that to kind of nudge me a little bit, because he knows I'm going to correct him every time. So, but on the second question with the on the 4D scheduling, absolutely, it's a game changer when you're implementing the 4D using 4D scheduling. And it's a lot easier now than it was back then. I actually have the original program you saw from 2005. I have that program because it was actually from a company called it was actually developed. Well, a lot of people know Martin Fisher. Actually, that was his research project at Stanford. But the Kathleen Liston was one of the students that actually commercialized that software. It was called Project 4D, by the way. And then the Reality Capture Technologies, which purchased Common Point Inc. and then integrated Project 4D into ConstructSim. And at that time, Zachary Corporation was 24% owner of the Common Point Inc. And then Bentley Systems purchased that and turn ConstructSim into one of their products that they have. So needless to say, I do get some good discounts on Bentley software too, which Synchro is now owned by Bentley Systems too. So, which is kind of ironic because they already had the tool, they just never further developed it beyond where it was. Actually, they kind of stopped developing it in 2006 or so. So Synchro just won the battle there. So,
Todd, let's take a pause and see if there's any questions that come in from the virtual team. Any questions from the virtual team at all?
What's interesting about that, and Todd was looking at me a little bit there because I worked for the founder and CEO of Common Point that was sold to Bentley, right?
That's
and
right,
but what was interesting about that purchase is the Ted Blackman, that founder CEO, was actually more passionate about OpSim. So there was ConstructSim and there was OpSim.
Yes.
But in Bentley's acquisition of Common Point, they found more value in ConstructSim.
Yeah.
And OpSim got tabled.
Yeah, and I was a big supporter of OpSim as well too. So yeah, OpSim was just as operation, just what it said, operation simulation for your plants and for a training tool.
And we're talking about decades ago.
Checklist and stuff too.
And it was decades ago, right? And that technology was available. And I think one of the things that we are challenged with as an industry within our technology landscape are how we interact with these, what are, for all intents and purposes, startups.
Right.
And how we interact with those startups, how we support those startups, and then how we deal with their acquisition and that product development, right? And I think we as an industry can have more influence. I almost said should have more influence, but certainly can have more influence around that part of the technology landscape. And, you know, it's one of the elements that we don't talk about too often as it relates to technology, but I think it is something we need to start discussing as an industry.
Yeah.
Great dialogue. You feel you're free now, don't you?
No, it's great. It's great. No, it's actually, I really just, everybody, I just really enjoy being here and really enjoyed the discussions in the previous sessions as well as this one. So thank you.
Excellent. Let's hear it for Todd.
Boats and waterfalls, alleyways and payphones.
Todd, thank you very much. Audience, great interaction. Once again, I really appreciate it. Excuse me, I'm hoarse. Jeff Sample is up next, the industry evangelist. He has the unique title, and I'm going to let him explain everything.
I'll explain it.
Todd, thanks.
Go. How are we doing now? All right, much better. Got to turn on the technology for it to work, right? So, good morning. Thanks for having me here, Kurt. Everyone who brought me here. So yes, you did hear. I am the industry evangelist. So you heard that correctly. It's a unique opportunity for me. So I've been in technology for the last 25 years, but particularly been focused on construction for the last 10. So I come with this unique outside-in view, and so get a few things out. We're here to talk about upstream, the future of equipment and material tracking from selection to installation. When that was posed to me, I didn't really know what I was going to be coming into here and what we were going to be talking about. I knew I was following Todd, so I knew I had to come with some real reality that we were going to bring. I knew that we had this morning's panel, which I thought was fantastic, by the way. If you weren't getting excited from that panel, well, I don't know what you're doing. So, I'm a technologist by trade. But actually, that's not what I do. You heard Todd talk about people, process, and innovation, which I like that. I'm going to try to start using that one. I don't know if I can break the PPT out of me, but I like people, process, and innovation. But I'm also here to challenge you. I am not here to let you sit there and feel that you are comfortable, right? I come from other industries that have already gone through these innovations. I was watching Todd's presentation about RFID technology. I come from the ski resort business. We started using that 20 years ago. We started using mobile apps 15 years ago. They were on some really difficult Microsoft-based, Palm-based, but we used them, right? And we monitored that stuff, and we started to track where people were going. And so I've seen other industries go through these transformations. They've been different, but we'll get into all that today. Why? Why are we here? I'm actually going to go away from the slides. We're not going to do all the slides because I added a whole bunch. I got a whole bunch of slides we can talk about. But I want to talk about something that everybody's talking about. Who's heard of Katera? Yes. Right? Right? Everybody likes to talk about how they suck, right? And they lost and they wasted all that money. Shake your heads. It's okay. Especially you bean counters. You love it, right? They failed, right? I don't think they did. I think they failed at executing. I don't think they failed at ringing a bell that can't be unrun. We are doing things wrong. And there is an appetite amongst you all for us in construction and technology to deliver differently. You did it because everybody looks at how much money they lost when they went under. But how much money did they have in backlog when they went bankrupt? They had billions of dollars in backlog. That means people took their hard-earned money and their trust and put it in their hands. So what do we really have here as a problem? We have a trust problem. We don't trust one another. We don't trust the technology. Kelly, you were talking about it earlier. I got the dials in front of me, but I don't believe them. Not one bit. I'm not going to pull up on that lever because I don't trust that I'm at 30,000 feet or 100 feet. I got to go verify it myself. I got to go do it myself. Right? Now, I like to talk about other industries and where the problems are there. They have one difference that I think construction has that does make it unique. Right? We all have some similar problems, but we do have things that make us unique, and that is that we are all siloed. Right? We have these verticals that exist, and in each of those verticals we have a why. We have profit. We have things we have to worry about. Right? So we haven't broken that continuum completely down. We've tried. We've got IPD, we've got design build, we've got contractual relationships. But I'll steal a phrase from a good friend of mine. Communication is contractual. Collaboration is a cultural shift. It's understanding, like Ryan said earlier, we are doing it wrong. And we have been doing it wrong for a really long time. But we have to have the trust to say that. Right? We efficiently suck at construction.
What do you do if you take great technology and apply it to a broken process? Yes. Well, at least we efficiently get there, right? We know we suck faster, but that's not the point. The point is we've got to do something differently. Yeah, how did we get here? We were oversold on technology. We really were. You guys were. Okay? Because of, again, the uniqueness, right? Like, when I did it in ski resorts, I kind of saw what you guys were doing. That's why I love this parallel, because, like, we're going to do RFID. Well, how the hell are you going to get to 10,000 feet and have connectivity to scan where they just went? Uh-oh. That's a bad idea. This is going to be difficult. We're going to run telecommunication lines over ADSL that we're going to run ourselves to the top of the mountain to provide crap, that's not very good. So we saw this, right? So you were oversold technology because the technology existed, but they didn't understand the problems that you had with last mile. You're going into a new area and bringing those things. Now, those things are ending, right? There is a convergence that we're going to talk about consistently right now. That's why I think now is the time for you to take a step back and rethink. Right? You hear me as an evangelist, but if I sit up here and proselytize to you and tell you how it's going to happen, you're just going to get stronger in your beliefs. You're going to dig in further and you're going to say no. So instead of that being what we're going to talk about today, I want to challenge you. I want to give you an opportunity to step back for a second and think a little bit differently about the way you answer things, about the way we do things. So see where we are right now. And I want to give you this. First and foremost, I should say this. I work for a company called Join. Right? Other than that, no one pays me to talk about their software, to talk about this. I'm not even commission-based for a reason. I personally am radically transparent. I know I'm a little bit different than most, but we need to discuss this because nobody pays for my opinion. No one ever will. I used to work for Kelly. Trust me, he knows. He couldn't change my opinion then. You can't change it now. So it's important. But you will hear me talk about the different areas I get data and get information from. So here at Join, what we've been able to do is take a look at one thing, and I thought you guys would really like this. I rarely even put a slide up with that on it. But owners make 1,000 to 2,000 decisions. 2,000 decisions to define a single project. We've looked at over billions of dollars in projects. That's a lot of decisions. And we already talked about in construction having analysis paralysis. And we wonder why we can't get things moving. We've got to find better ways to come together, to collaborate, to create a culture, and focus on the decisions that make the most impact. So, we could talk about design for manufacturing and assembly. I didn't know if we were going to go there or not today. I really do believe that's the real challenge here. The challenge is the industry has to move away from vertical construction, horizontal construction, and into manufacturing. And that might sound odd, but you actually saw Zachary Corporation manufacturing. You were manufacturing a road through what you showed. You were 3D printing it. That's manufacturing. We are on the cusp of it, but we are trying to do it the way we've always done it. Right? You can't do that. We're going to continually do it this way and expect a different result. What's that the definition of? Insanity. Wow. I like this room. You guys got that. It is the definition of insanity. We cannot continue to do it the old way. We can't continue to pitch, design, bid, build, and go, here's what we want. Chuck it over the wall. Y'all figure it out. The slide's a little off. You guys saw this earlier in McClemmy curve, right? Right in the middle there, where the X is, that's the wall that we have created in our world. We have owners and designers on one side. We got a couple of these CM guys and GCs in the middle like, the wall's in my head. And then we got trade contractors and we have material suppliers and we have everybody else on the back end. And right now you hear all about BIM and VDC, right? You're picking up the scraps at the bottom. Why? Because you have to, right? The electricals, the mechanicals, they just don't have enough people. They can't do it. And the margins are low. Everything's difficult. They're doing anything they can. And by the way, everybody hears me say prefabrication and kitting, and you think about a bunch of boxes coming out of a factory and becoming a building. That's never gonna happen. That's not how we do this, right? Think about a piece of pipe that we used to ship, and you'd ship all the pipes, and you'd ship all the fittings, and you'd ship all of that stuff. And then you start going, well, geez, that's an assembly, so I'm just gonna ship the pipe with the fitting on it, and then you're gonna screw it together, right? That's prefabrication. It's just an itty bitty level. We're going to grow that. But to grow that, we've got to get out of the scraps in construction. This is the least impactful place we can be doing what we do. Because we keep doing it the old way. We bring them to the table, but we still say, you're at the kids' table, don't talk to me yet. I'll talk to you when I have my design ready. Wrong idea. We need you there at the earliest moments in design so we can consume your knowledge. Right? Do I have any architects in the room? I've already offended you. You've probably run out. If you're online, you've already shut me out, and there's memes of me already online. I don't want you to think that you're not important. But about 80% of what you do isn't important. Okay, you see this body, this human body? We used that earlier. Somebody used the hospital analogy, you know, somebody coming into the ER. Guess what? Once you cut me open, I look the same as everybody else. Right? It's just a few things on the outside that make me unique. It's how I use what I have. That's design for manufacturing and assembly. 80% of what I am is the plumbing. It's the electrical. It's the mechanical. Consume that as a product. Use it. That's design for manufacturing and assembly. And then spend all of your time on high value opportunities. Ryan was talking about it earlier. We spend way too much time not using things like generative design and working on low value things like how much modeling rebar inside of concrete. We freaking know that math already. Let it happen itself. Let the machine do that. Y'all think about how to use that concrete, where to use that concrete, how someone's going to use the structure or interact with what it is that you're doing and building. Right? And that's the value in design for manufacturing and assembly, because if you consume those products and put them in your building, you have an opportunity to build a unique building and focus on the value that it provides. That's the difference. That's real design for manufacturing and assembly. But it has to be tech enabled. I heard you talking earlier about the door hitting, right? I'm going to guess that in the modeling of that content, we didn't use real digital content at some point. I'm not blaming you for that one. I'm just saying one of the things we have failed to do over time is we have this idea of modeling and remodeling. I had a drywaller on stage yesterday. And I said, what's the first thing you do with every model you get? I remodel it. I redo it. Why? Because I use real stuff. I know what my assemblies are. My assemblies come from real digital content provided by my building product manufacturers, provided by the families and the things that I've consumed and built over time. So there's three things that we need there. What? Oh, the mic fell down. Huh. How's that? Is that better? All right. Lost me for a second. Where did I? You probably lost me in all the great stuff that I was saying. Just trust me, it was groundbreaking. Okay. So you have to use real digital content. That there's just no two ways about it, right? And we've got to stop remodeling. And we've got to come together. And I know there's silos, and I know there's risks, and I know there's reasons for this. But we're actually seeing people who are collaboratively delivering projects doing this. They're just doing it a little bit outside the bounds. They're not letting you know about it. I get to interact with them on a regular basis, and I get them to say, like, this is actually what we're doing. This is how we're doing it. Tolerance tools, I heard this before, right? We're here talking a lot about reality capture. Those tolerance tools have now made it to the point that we can use real digital content, measure, you ever heard that measure 3 times, cut once? Yeah. How about measure 970,000 times a second? Because that's what we can do with a laser now, right? And install once. We're not even cutting anymore. It's the beauty. If you do this right, it becomes more predictable. So you asked me about material selection, I'm going to challenge you. Material selection is really important, actually, and I wasn't going to do anything about it, and I have some things in here about self-healing concrete. Right? We can embed bacteria inside of our concrete, and when water hits it, when does water hit concrete on the inside? Once it's cracked. Once it's cracked, it needs to heal. That releases the bacteria, rebuilds the concrete. You want to rebuild buildings? I want them to breathe and live. Another one is, y'all can make a huge impact. Who has kids? Who wants this planet to be here in a little while? I do. I never thought I'd focus, I used to be like a tree hugger and I thought the environment was cool, and then I had kids and then I realized, wait, crap, I want to leave something that doesn't look like Armageddon behind. How am I going to do that? Well, let's see if I can get this slide right, because I just went nuts with a lot of these slides. Concrete is 7% of the world's embodied carbon. 7%. Actually, if you look at total pollution and carbon pollution, construction is the 3rd largest country. There's a couple other bigger ones, but we're the 3rd. We can have a serious impact on carbon emissions right now, just in how we choose our concrete mixes. Right? And Skanska designed this EC3. You can go put it through, and they can tell you how to tweak your concrete mix so that you can lower your carbon footprint. It's free. Do it. Here's the one problem, though. You want it as an owner. But how do you verify? What's the first thing that happens after we do everything because of this chuck and run thing? Well, I chuck it over the wall and say, this is what I want. And then I catch it on the other side in construction and I go, all right, how am I going to save money? How am I going to make that margin up? Oh, well, my concrete mix is a little bit less if I do it this way. What did I just do? I'm going to use a word y'all are going to hate. I just value engineered your ass right out of it. I just took the value that you had and I took it out. Right? Because I didn't communicate, I didn't collaborate, I didn't let you understand that in this instance, cost might not be the only thing I care about. I care about the embodied carbon, my value, the value of this project to me. And that's something CURT taught me. Right? Like, I've had an opportunity to work with y'all a few times over the last few years, and it was really, really mind-blowing for me to understand the value that goes in. I know we had Randy on earlier. Randy, really, at one point I said something and he said, well, yeah, but I don't value that. Like, my value in my project is this. And we've had others who said, my value in my project is when the machines inside of the factory start turning. That's when I start making money. So I don't care about paying $10,000 more for some materials right now if it means my machines turn on a little bit sooner, right? So what you care about, so aligning on value is something that's really, really important. Like the whole target value delivery, I heard Lean up earlier. Target value delivery is also about understanding the value, right? And everybody aligning on what it is that you value and then letting them run off and do it. So let's see where we are with slides now, because I went nuts. Integrated fabrication technology. So when we talk about this last one, integrated fabrication technology, and I use M-Suite up there because it's been a really interesting process right now that we can model and now that we can use real digital content, we can now actually ship things from the model directly to our machines to start cutting things correctly. Why do you care about that? Why should you care about that? Well, you asked me about material delivery. What do you want to know if you're really on schedule? What are you doing post reality capture all the time, right? Reality capture is telling you in reality where we are today. Okay, but you wanted predictability. You wanted predictability. I do not get predictability by looking backwards. I need indicators that are going to take me forward. That's what integrated fabrication technology gives me. Because if I have modeled it and I have pushed it to my machines, I can now access the bill of materials on what's going to be shipped on Monday. So if I'm looking backward, I'm not seeing what's happening in the future. But if I'm now integrated all of these things and I'm fabricating off-site, but I can look into that and I can see the bill of materials that's coming, I can see what's going to be shipped, I know what kind of a shot do I have to be on time and be moving towards the percent completes and the projects that I want to do. Where's my material? Now I know where it is. But if we don't get all of that at the beginning, if we don't do all the fundamentals, if we don't use all of those tools and technologies that we have, it's not possible. Right? No one of these is going to be your little silver bullet. By the way, that's the other fun thing I get to tell you. There's no silver bullet. If there was, they'd be like a sponsor, and they'd just be like, okay, pay us, and then we're done. Okay, this is over. If not, I wouldn't get to make a living out of this. This would be no fun. So I'm going to go back up to the slide. So industrialized construction, this is kind of showing you some of the dashboards you can get, some of the things that you can get, some of the material selection. We talked about this. 3D printing is not what you think it is. 3D printing is not that little printer that's like this big that prints out a little piece, and I pick it and I put a bit. Imagine how many of those pieces I have to make a building. No. What you're seeing here is the tie robot. Anybody heard about the bridge tying robot, right? Yeah, it ties rebar. Has anybody ever tied rebar here? Yeah, okay. How freaking scary is that? That's dangerous, and it's hard. I come from a masonry background. My first construction company was a mason and a concrete. Those were the toughest dudes I ever met in my life. Right? But what you saw there was the tie bot that's automatically tying that rebar. And they went, by the way, this was a tech guy who bought a construction bridge company and then said, this tying thing's too dangerous. We should come up with another way. Came up with the tie bot. Then what was his next problem? I can't get enough people to bring me the rebar. So he created the iron bot. What has he just created? The first of its kind 3D printed bridges. He's 3D printing them. He's going to deliver them on site. Have we seen overnight bridge replacement already? Yes. We are literally going to print them and put them in and move. This is your future. But if you keep thinking the way you think that we have to go down the same road, you're not going to see it. You're not going to give yourself an advantage. I love good process analysis, right? Everybody has to go through this. This is like, Ryan and I were talking about this earlier, but this is order and chaos. Y'all have created order. Very good order, right? Buildings don't fall over very often. Unfortunately, I have to say that little hashtag or asterisk these days, unfortunately. Can we stop? But honestly, you've all been sitting under light fixtures all day. You're not worried about them falling on your head. It's not just something that goes through your head, right? We do this well. But we can't just keep doing it that way and expect it to be any different. We need chaos. We need people like Ryan that make you feel really uncomfortable. Like, I want to use generative design. I want to go outside the lines. But what is the one thing that you and he agree upon? You agree upon the mission. The mission is to build better, to build faster, to build safer, more predictably. I love this. This is like the Harry Potter, right? Harry Potter, the mission, be safe, keep everyone safe. What does he get in trouble for every year? Breaking the rules. And then why does they go like, oh, we'll give you 30 points. Why? Because in the end, you were keeping everyone safe. In the end, that's chaos. So what I want you new people, the new people that you're bringing in, these people that you're training, that you talk to, like the Manny Gopalvars when they're having ideas, make sure the mission is right. Let's break some rules. We're going to crack a few eggs, make a few omelets along the way, but it's going to be fun. And it's the only way we're going to get a different result. See where we are. This is fun. Like, I haven't done these online ones. They're great. Vehicle and equipment tracking. I did this because we were talking about materials and shipping. Yeah, everybody wants to talk about like GPS satellites and Bluetooth, and this far one on the right is just a QR code. Like just scanning and knowing where your equipment is and knowing the state of that equipment. Here's another one. Y'all want predictability. We just talked about knowing what's coming off the fab floor. Do we have enough trucks to get it there? When's the truck going to get there? Is the truck in good working condition? These are all predictable, because if the truck ain't running, the stuff's not getting to the site, we're not looking forward. So we're going to go ahead. Tools reimagined. I couldn't let this one go, because when this opportunity to talk to CURT came to me, I was actually sitting with the Milwaukee Tool Company and discussing some of this integrated tool technology with them and where they were going with it. And they were one of the first ones to put Bluetooth inside of a tool. They had no freaking clue why they did it. They just did it. They didn't ask them. They'll tell you. They were like, we don't know. We just thought it was probably a good idea. We pretty much thought we had a lost problem and maybe we could save some contractors some money, and guess what? They did. Like, I can now see my tools leave the job site. And by the way, I'm going to get in trouble for this. This is why I'm going to... Oh, no, I love them. Dude, this... No. I love this. Don't worry. I talk to your team a lot. I love them. They had no idea where they were going to go completely with it. Like they had to, let's be honest, they had some idea where they were going to go with it. But so I'm going to tell you something here. And I'm going to release a little secret. And it's not about Milwaukee. Good call, just in case. Thank you. I mean, see, this room has my back. That's really fun. It's usually they're like, hey, he's out over his skis. Watch him crash. Right? Most of your jobs that we bid as construction companies, we added a whole new set of tools in it because we can't find our stuff. Every time you guys were paying for us to replace a certain percentage of our tools because we knew we couldn't find them. It's true, right? It was one of those other costs. And Milwaukee said, maybe we can help them find it. And by the way, they did. And oh, by the way, then they went, hey, wait, we put this cool thing in there. Now we can just shut them off. And then what do? They take them to the Milwaukee Service Center and they go, my tool doesn't work. That's because it's not your tool. You stole it. Boop, it's going back where it came from. But again, they were ahead of it. They didn't know what they had. So they created this one key, right? So we can track some tools. We're going to create some software. Whoa, we're sitting on some data. What can this data tell us? Right? And they started to figure out, hey, I talked to you about the materials making it on site. I talked about somebody telling you where we are when it comes to progress tracking. And what if the tools started to tell me where we were working? So if I'm 50% complete on a certain cost code or a certain bit of labor, and I'm supposed to be 65% at the end of the week, I don't have a whole lot of ways. Yeah, I could have somebody run around with a 360 camera like every day trying to figure it out, but that's pretty active. It's just losing the margin I had. But passively, I can start to take the data from the tools. So if I'm expecting in this area to be 65% complete, and I don't see any tools running in that area, I'm not going to be 65% complete. That's connected tools. That's creating predictability where there wasn't predictability, and I'm not adding anything for you to worry about. And they're not done with it. And no, I don't make any money off of them. I probably should. They got torque wrenches now. The torque wrenches are smart. You talk about QA, QC, you can over torque something. So they're now actually going to send, and they do a lot of this work. By the way, if you haven't seen what the Oracle Innovation Lab is doing with a lot of people, they do a lot of work with Manny, they do a lot of work with Milwaukee. They're allowing a lot of us into their innovation lab. Burkin Kapalanolu, if you haven't tracked him at all or haven't connected with, you gotta follow what they're doing there. You know, what they've done at Oracle is originally they built a construction site that they put some innovation on. Now they just said, wait, we have this huge conglomerate of different areas. We're going to put them all in an innovation space. And we're just going to let them cross-pollinate and see what happens. And if you have a construction technology, you can actually send it down there and go and meet with them and use it and see how it impacts construction. So what they figured out from the torque wrenches is they can use QA/QC to make sure they've been torqued correctly, throw that back to the model in BIM 360. Well, that made me think, wait a minute. They're in BIM 360. We've just made that data accessible, right? This is, ooh, I'm starting to see some secret sauce of things coming together. We have digital tolerance tools. We have real content in our models. We know where our fabrication is. We know what our tools are doing. We're really starting to put some things together in some data clouds that might give us the reality of progress, right? So QA/QC, we talked about this. You guys were talking about virtual reality and mixed reality earlier. Greatest use case that I've seen right now for virtual reality, or for augmented reality, which is in the field. But you see the guy in the middle of the HoloLens, but if you're watching Trimble recently, they just released that entire thing for your iPhone. So like, you can now use Trimble Connect, so you can just hold up your iPhone and walk around. We do hangars, right? We do all of this stuff before we pour concrete. But how do we check it? Walk around and look? No, we load the model into the HoloLens or into an augmented reality system, and we walk around and we check it. We look, because the problem we fix before we pour is a lot cheaper, and we can quantify that, right? The mistake we don't make is hard to quantify in some respects, but that one's pretty easy to quantify. So what do we do now? So we have that QA/QC. That's the reality of where it is. Where do I think it'll go? I think we'll be able to build from it. I really do. Things like Argyle are starting to get there. You know, we saw the original Visual Live and some of those. Argyle is a new platform that's built itself off of the Forge platform, away from others. Took them a while to get there, but their anchor points, their waypoints, the things that they're using are far better. I think they're going to push us forward. I don't think we're ready to build from it yet. So I will always tell you where I think reality is. I think reality for augmented reality is in QA/QC, and I think that's its money right there. $3,500 for a HoloLens. How much does it cost to send a crew back to re-drill a bunch of holes and rehang things? So quite more than that. So what else do we got? Then reality. So 360 cameras, right? Pretty cool. You know, pretty good technology. Todd showed a little bit of this. It's good stuff. But it's a basis, too, for us. We have things like Smart Track, and there's a war in this area right now that I love. So Smart Track and ClearSight. Smart Track comes from Struction Site. ClearSight comes from Open Space. They are both 360 capture platforms that all do things a little bit differently, a little bit of flavor on either side. But what they're actually starting to do is take your takeoffs and use their artificial intelligence to monitor the progress. So no more of this. What does that mean? How far are we done? 65%. 35%. How do I really do that? I go, how far am I supposed to be? Well, if I tell them I'm supposed to be 35 and I tell them I'm 35, they're going to know I'm lying. Do I want to be an overachiever or an underachiever? Actually, I just want to be predictable. I want it to be radically transparent. So Smart Track, Clear Insights, they're actually taking our progress and tracking it. So now you layer what they're doing on top of what the tools are telling you are doing. Oh, and by the way, I didn't even give you this. The tools can now tell you if they're going clockwise or counterclockwise. What might that tell you? Rework. If I'm going clockwise, I'm putting the screws in. If I'm going the other way, I'm taking work out for some reason. The tool is telling me what's up. Now, that goes to you all on what do you do with that. You can continually beat them with a stick like we have. I don't think that's a good idea. Or, like Nathan was showing, you can incentivize a different way. You can incentivize them to come up and present the problems and stop documenting and start pulling the levers. Start actually adjusting the plane mid-flight. Start taking those dials and those things and trusting them and tweaking and working together, because construction will never be perfect. We can model all of it to the detail, but as soon as we hit the field, it's always going to be different, right? But if we automate more of it and allow them and you to do what humans are way better at than machines can ever be, it's making decisions, thinking, problem solving. True AI is 50 to 100 years out. You cannot teach a machine to think like we do, to make rational decisions like we do, to weigh those things. But let the machines do all the low value work. I heard this before, and we hear this over and over in the industry. We don't have enough people in construction. It's because we show really cool things, and then as soon as the PE hits the job site, we're like, here's your clipboard, here's your pencil, and go whip some things. Oh wait, no, we upgraded that. Here's your iPhone, make a bunch of digital paper for me, and track a bunch of things that are going. No, that's not how we bring them here. But we can bring them here if we allow them to use their minds, if we allow them to use the tools that they have and to implement that technology and teach us how it can move forward. And we teach them how to build. We've taken order and chaos, we've combined it, we've made something very different. This world will change. The convergence is happening right now. I will bet money on it at this point. 5 years ago, I wouldn't have bet that money. I'm still thinking, I don't know, this construction thing, it's a crapshoot. No, it's here. The tools, the technology are here. You'll hear about cybersecurity later. I don't get involved in that. I'm just kidding. Actually, I believe the security is here. Where are we in these slides? This is fun. Convergence. So where people, process, and technology all come together is really, really important. I was asked to talk about IoT, and a lot of the problem with getting things to be, it's a really tough one. I asked them, this is a company called Join Digital, not to be confused with Join where I work, but Join Digital, which I actually know we're going to be hearing from another platform later on that does a little bit of this, but basically what it is taking all of those divergent IoT things, all of these smart things we're putting in, right? We're putting in all these HVACs, we're equipping everything, our light bulbs. But how do you secure it? How do you make it accessible without making it a honeypot for somebody to come and steal? Use things like zero trust networking. You use new technologies to then port it off into other places so that we can report from it, so that we can do things with it. So we've done all this with our jobs, we've done all this with our tools, we've done all this with our reality capture. Why should we do it? Because this building, this thing we build should be better. You can do things for your tenants. You can do things for you. This is something really interesting they figured out. The world just went through this whole mask thing and the whole virus thing and the lockdown thing, and then everybody's like, we're open. Go back to work. And companies were looking at some of their systems and going like, whoa, I got 40% of my people are coming back to work. You know what happened when Join Digital looked into the sensors? On average, they were coming back to work for 11 minutes a day. We weren't as good as we thought because this technology that we were using was not there. It was not convergent in such a way. And the reason I really brought this one in is I want you to look at the bottom two there, Procore and Autodesk Construction Cloud. So they're putting their data there. Milwaukee's putting its data there. Construction Site is putting its data there. Open Space is putting its data there. They're all connected. We're starting to build something that can teach us to the future, that can inform the decisions. You asked me earlier about how do we get where we want to be? Well, we have to inform our decisions. We have to create the loop. And we're finally starting to have the technology that can do that for us, these platforms that can do that. And in fact, I don't think they know. Honestly, I think Procore and others right now are in the phase, right? We all go through phases, right? There's a growth. Everybody goes through a progression. Like if you're an electrician, you're an apprentice, and then you're a journeyman, and then you're a master, right? in the phases of technology, they go through some of the same ones. We're at the growth and the acquisition phase. At some point, they're going to realize, okay, we're done acquiring. We have as many customers as we want. How do we grow again? We leverage the asset that we created that we didn't know we had. We created a connected job site because we wanted you to use our product. We connected a connected platform because we wanted you to use it more. How are we going to get you to use it more? We're going to turn around, we're going to use the data. We're going to take the insights. So I think, sorry, every time they go to this, we go, where was I? Let's see. So we got this. Anybody familiar with Dado? Dado's an interesting one. So across the construction continuum, we talked about the problems that exist. Right? We have silos, and we all keep our data in different places, but we all need access to that information in some way, shape, or form, and how do you get access to it, and how is it secure, et cetera, et cetera. Those are difficult. But ultimately, what is the goal of all of that? The goal is so that someone who needs the information does not have to spend hours of time trying to find that information to make a decision, to do something with it. Right? If I have an HVAC installer out and they need to know something, I want them to have that. Because the studies say construction sites, construction workers spend 30% of their time trying to find stuff. Just a little thing, 5 minutes per person per day on every job site is 1% back on the bottom line. Think about saving 30 minutes. And some of you, Todd, I'm going to pick on you because I saw Bluebeam earlier, are like, well, I have Bluebeam Studio. Well, I have OneDrive. Well, it's like, yeah, you all got all of it. And I don't know where the hell it is, and I just need it. So what Dado did is they utilized something that I want you to understand from a search technology perspective. They used Amazon Elasticsearch. And here's the other reason why I think things are coming along. It's because people like Azure and Microsoft and Amazon are making these little services that we all used to try to make in-house, and we can just consume them. They're being done on the open source market as well, but I use those because I have a lot of experience with them. So Amazon made its Elasticsearch available. What does Elasticsearch do? It goes out to all the repositories that you give it access to, critical, and it searches them, it indexes them. It creates its own set of them and it understands them. What does that do for anyone on the project that has the access to this information? I believe in the future. You just ask it. Everybody remember Ask Jeeves? Yeah, versus Google. Like the more words you type into Google, the worse off your search is. The more you just ask Jeeves what it is. I loved that, man. Ask Jeeves, I just want to know this. Okay, give me the answer. Well, what Dado has done is make that available for show me the mechanical drawings. And not only does it go get me the mechanical drawings, it gets me anything else that was related to those mechanical drawings, whether those come out in an RFI or a change order or any other spec change, anything. Makes it available to me. Why? Because I'm standing in front of the unit and I need to do something with it and now I can have it. That's awesome in construction because it keeps me constructing. But how many of your facilities people can find anything about your buildings, about your projects? Most of them can't. Imagine at turnover, this is now your asset. You can now have your own copy of it, so your facilities management people, or the people who are doing a tenant improvement, or who are doing a remodel, or doing, redoing your manufacturing floor, can ask it a question, and it can give them the answer. And we didn't have to recreate that data all the time, and we didn't have to go looking for it. Now we have not saved 5 minutes, or we've saved 5 minutes, but we've saved 5 minutes exponentially more. Because this technology is converging. Speaking in tongues. This is the part that makes people really uncomfortable. So I started talking about Amazon Elasticsearch, and I started talking about providing value add. It's really difficult because if I'm a mechanical and I open up those specs, I understand what I'm reading. This is the wrong room to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How many of you in here understand contracts and contract language? I'm going to say I get a few more hands than I normally would. I had to be like, whoa, you didn't help me there, George. I was out on my skis. I had to see what was going to happen. Right? There's very few people still in this room that understand contract language. right? I think, Ryan, you said it earlier. I need to look at the contract and see who's carrying more of the risk, right? And some of that I can bury in really good legal terms. Yeah, well, I just drew the sword that says this game will change now. Document crunch is out, and they've used the same Elasticsearch capabilities to index, but what they figured out was how to create an algorithm that can read your construction documents and translate it into English. So that I can ask it a question, am I carrying risk? Hey, it can call out clauses that have caused me to lose money before. Right? We are leveling and changing the game in a way you never thought possible. And we're reusing it. Because in Document Crunch, the whole reason Josh Levy built the system is because he worked for a large contractor and he said, I have a law degree and my entire job is I'm freaking Siri for contracts. Seriously, project managers would call him up and go, we have rain, what do I do? Let me look through the contract. Let me find it for you. Here's what you do. Here's your options. He didn't say, here's what you do. In fact, that's what Josh said. That was the light bulb moment. He said, I never freaking told them what to do. I gave them their options in English, and they used their years of construction experience to make the right decision. Same thing in the beginning of the contract negotiation. They see it and it goes, ooh, if you take on this risk, that's what this means. I think we should change that. I think we should make this more even. The playing field is changing. The game is changing. And we want that, right? We're not going to change this thing if we don't put the swords away, go into projects collaboratively as a culture, and figure out how we can make a difference. Because we've analyzed the data over and over again. You can have process efficiencies, and those are good. If you're a company, you should be looking at process efficiencies. You should be looking where to save dollars. But do you know where this industry leaves the most amount of money on the table? Preventable mistakes. It's the largest pot of money. And guess what? You can all share in it. But you all have to put down the swords and realize that there is not a silo or a stakeholder in this sucker that isn't in this business to make money. This is where the evangelist thing comes in. We are all here to make money. I don't think you come to a CURT conference. I don't think you get involved in business if you're not there to make money. And you're all thinking, well, yeah, but I got to make my money, and sometimes I got to push them around so they don't make all their money. Let me ask you a question. Do you like the general contractors you work with? Some of you? Yeah. You find the good ones, right? And you're like, I like them. If you push them all the way down so they're not profitable, they're not going to be there anymore. Same thing for them to their trade contractors. Same thing for them to their building product manufacturers. We can only squeeze so much out of this. Right? We're actually all here to make money. And guess what? I'm in software, and I'm here to make money off of you. At your success. The more you're successful, the more I'm successful. The more your projects reach their goals, and the more Owens Corning is successful and others are successful, so are their contractors, so are their trade contractors, so is everybody in this. But not if we keep doing it the same way over and over. The technology is leveling the playing field and changing it. And this is where I get to have a lot of fun. If you don't think that someone will come along and disrupt you, you are wrong. Dead wrong. Katera rang that bell. They're trying. People will do it. So, before I open it up to questions, I want to finish with one little thing. This is an infinite game. Does everybody know the difference between an infinite game and a finite game? I know a few of them do. Finite game, soccer. We agree on the rules. We enter in a time frame. We decide how we're going to win or lose and how we're going to judge that. And we go into the game. And we play, and at the end, somebody wins and somebody loses. We are in an infinite game. An infinite game is life. I would love to say I get to slide in at some point and say, winner, I won, game of life. It's not how it works. The only way I win is keep living. Business is an infinite game. The rules can change at any time, and nobody has to clear it with you. Nobody has to ask. You might be the leader in your market today, but that only lasts for a short period of time until somebody comes and knocks you off or changes how we judge that. So realize you can't win. You just have to be prepared to adapt and change, and to create cultures and companies that can live on for long past you. And with that, I'm going to open it up for questions. Go ahead, grill me. I got lots more slides in there.
Yeah, I agree. Nathan's good at that. I like that. That's why he's over there on right hand. Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy.
Anybody have any questions? Challenges, I love them. Ideas.
Questions from the virtual team.
Everybody wants lunch.
Is everybody awake there? Yeah, we're counting down.
Or did we just, are you all just like shocked?
I was waiting for that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
We got one on
Hey,
that out of the
evangelist,
group.
right? Like, at least they got the title right, I guess. I was hoping Ryan would come up. Oh, he's going to challenge me, I'm sure.
No, I've got a question. I mean, just yesterday I pitched this idea of having a repository of contracts linked up with construction risk, such that real time when you're selling something, you're back to back owner and contractor saying this particular contract represents a certain amount of risk distribution for each party.
Mm-hmm.
The challenges of doing that are many, and I'm just curious if you have any recommendations for how to aggregate that data. My sense is that the insurance folks have some, whether it's bonding or various things. Construction companies have some. Everybody has some they're not willing to share. Any ideas on how you can sort of gather that in a preserve privacy, but still?
It's a fundamental question in the industry, because most people in the industry think their data is their IP. It's like their strategic advantage. I'm here to tell you right now that's not the case. And in fact, your data only tells you about yourself. So it tells you how much you suck or how much you're good, but it doesn't tell you actually comparatively against everybody else in all different areas and in all different situations. So Ryan, the key here is to get those construction companies and risk companies and insurance companies to understand that by aggregating the data and creating an area in which, yes, it's got to be anonymized, in which we've proven this can all be done, anonymized and not pointing any finger, but create a set that we can truly manage and understand that risk and then make a decision. I think Josh in Document Crunch is showing us that if we just put this in English and we have a group of people and we talk it out, we have an opportunity to act differently. The problem is we're all holding the card, and it's actually screwing all of us, right? Nobody's actually winning at that game, right? That game doesn't work. We do have to get them to understand that by aggregating data and presenting true opportunity, then we can sit down and we can mitigate and share that risk, right? Shared risk, shared reward, shared pains, shared gains. We all got to win. It's a little bit of contractual, a little bit of cultural, but ultimately, too, it's going to be the groups, in my opinion, owners like you, who sit with contractors that can to have that conversation and trade contractors that can have that conversation and win. Be more profitable. I'm sorry to say, disrupt some of the others. And I think that's the future, man. I really do. And I think now is the time because the data repositories, the capabilities are there. We've seen them in other industries. We have unique problems. that makes for unique solutions.
So as we keep thinking about this, I can't get off this certainty thing and the challenge with it, because part of this building trust, especially for our architects or whatever in the room, is that they have to let people in when they are less certain.
Yeah.
Because it's always been, no, wait until you're certain and then tell me what it's going to be. And then I'm going to hold your feet to the fire and screw you. We're never going to get anywhere with that attitude, right?
Nope.
And so it's, you need to open up the door. Let's all open up our kimonos and have this uncomfortable conversation. But like, that's a really, really hard thing to do. And it has to be owner led.
Yes, it does. That's why I'm here. I think y'all are the most important group. I'll be flat honest with you. I do. You were most important when it came to safety. Don't deny yourselves that. If you hadn't said what you said and did what you did, this industry wouldn't be as safe as it is. We'd still be building and wondering how many people we're going to kill each time. Y'all said, no, can't have it. Now's your opportunity to say, no, this isn't the way we do it. We're radically transparent, but you also have to understand that they all need to make their money, that they all need to exist. It ain't easy. If it was easy, you wouldn't ask me to come here and talk to you about it. I wouldn't have to preach and get you going and excited and thinking about it. It's scary. It's dangerous. It's risky.
We have one last question.
Sure.
You had earlier in your talk talked about architecture and about, I used the word, the minutia of detail that they have to around every aspect of it, and they're not focusing, or they should be focusing on the imaginative part of their work.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree. I think that's utopia.
Mm-hmm.
The concern I have is that the minutia of detail is relevant because we live in a litigious country.
Yes.
And so everything goes fine until the building falls down.
Mm-hmm.
And now all of a sudden the witch hunt is on, and all that minutia of detail that was done earlier becomes prevalent. And so far, I mean, architects, they have to carry now insurance into their estate after they die for the building because of you know, the life of the building, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
And so how do you propose or profess to go and take that? I'd love to say just, you know, we don't have to worry about that, but that is part of the reality.
No, you have to worry about it, but you're worrying about it now, right? You're worrying about it now in a 2D flat world, in a world that's not empowered, that's not data rich, that's not providing anything. And that's, to me, where where modeling needs to come. Now, there's also, and I'm, you know, a little self-sell to CURT here, design for manufacturing assembly we can go a lot farther on, and I can talk a lot more about the productization of this industry and how to understand that we are going to be productized, but that's actually not a bad thing, and it's a really good thing. And that allows architects to then consume things earlier on in the process instead of creating them, that they can just consume and then focus on the others. And, oh, by the way, it doesn't completely get rid of the details, but it takes care of a lot of the details, takes care of a lot of the engineering of record, takes care of a lot of these things as we start to bring these things together in a digitally enhanced manufacturing and assembly environment. So that's the future. That's a totally different talk, and you like just got it in like 8 seconds. It takes me like an hour and a half to get most people to that point, but that's the future of this digitally enabled construction that moves from a stick build to a manufacturing and an assembly environment in which we can trust what it is we're building. And everybody, yeah, you're still going to take on some risk. Everybody's going to take on some risk. That ain't going away. But we're already taking it on with 2D, and now we're just kicking things over, and we're not getting anything out of it. So I know I've hit
Let's
my
give
time.
it to Jeff Sample.
Hold on, let me say
Andrew.
one thing before we go. If we got this up here, are we done with that already, or did I lose it? We're done off that. You can kill it. If anything I said today connected with you, connect with me. And if I ask every one of my crowds to do this, right? You won't change the world tomorrow. But when you wake up every day, if this made a difference, take one step forward, right? Create the snowball. It will eventually become an avalanche, and you will be a part of that change. And thanks to all of you for having me here today.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Jeff. Excellent. Logistics. It's 12 sharp, Eastern Standard Time, lunchtime. For those that are virtual, we're going to go on break for an hour. We'll start back at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. For those here having lunch, it's going to be where we had breakfast this morning. There's a door right here. You go diagonally across. Watch when you're crossing the drive, and it is in the room where we had breakfast the last 2 days. And if not, if anybody's new, just go ahead and follow the group. 1 o'clock back here, sharp to get started. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. Again, if you can take the moment to go into the CURT app and provide any feedback to any of the speakers that spoke, and then continue on through the afternoon, that would be greatly appreciated. The speakers would like to have any feedback or ideas or thoughts where it allows you to input into there. So without further ado, I'd like to go into the afternoon session. I'd like to turn it over to Kelly Doyle, Project Ready Chief Operating Officer, and his team of Tom Myers from Duke, Matthew Nanny, who's online from AECom, and who am I missing? And
Todd's here.
Todd Sutton.
And Todd from Zachary. I didn't look over. I should have just looked over. Todd Sutton. Excellent.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We'll try to keep it lively so the corn chowder doesn't sit too heavy in your stomach and put everybody to sleep. But so we had some opportunity earlier today to talk about business cases, talk about use cases, and the why of doing this stuff. This session really is to talk more about, all right, yeah, we tried it. And here's some stuff that went well, some stuff that didn't go so well. All right, so we'll get some perspectives from folks that have actually tried something, and look forward to getting some input from folks out here in the audience as well, if there's something that strikes a nerve. But just like to have Tom and Todd just do a quick introduction of themselves and the things that they're working on. And then we'll have Matthew do that. I know he has some slides to show, just to give a different perspective from AECom, to show some of the things that they do on behalf of owners that might get some juices flowing. So, Tom, over to you.
Tom Myers, Duke Energy, 3D metrology services and virtual design and construction. We support our entire internal enterprise, be it hydro, nuclear, wind, fossil, solar, transmission, as well as our natural gas distribution side of the business, as well as an unregulated side of the business where we do this commercially external to our business unit.
Todd Sutton with Zachary Corporation. I'm Senior Manager of Construction Technology. Primarily, I support the whole company with the focus currently with the construction portion of the company. And a lot of things that we're doing from on the for the hospitality side is we work with our the sureties, but also with our with the banks, and using some of the reality capture for kind of coming up with I guess to show the progress of the project, so which really helped during the last 2 years almost during COVID, because they wasn't coming out to the site and they needed a way to be able to see how the project was progressing. So,
Excellent, thank you, gentlemen. Matthew, you there?
I sure am. Can you hear me, Kelly?
We can hear you. So how about
I'm not too much of a floating head.
Quick intro, and then maybe you can head into some of those slides just to kind of give us some perspective on what you're doing there at AECom and how that might be of interest to the folks here, and we'll tie that into the lessons learned as well from some of your projects.
Okay, and I don't need to get to this whole slide deck if it doesn't meet the spirit of the room here, but so let me introduce myself. My name is Matt Nanny. I'm the mobile technology, or the GIS mobile technology and remote sensing manager for AECom. As part of that. So a lot of what I deal with is data, and a wide variety of data from different sources. And how do we work with the different data? How do we get the data to connect to one another, talk to one another, and make meaningful decisions based on that data? And that's part of that.
Excellent. So just figured it'd be a good transition now if you could just take us through some of the slides that you had prepared to kind of set the stage on what kind of data you're collecting, how you're collecting it, see how that aligns with the experience of folks here in the room.
Sure. So I'm fortunate or unfortunate enough to get to wear a couple different hats at AECOM as part of, as I just described. One of the biggest things is it's thinking about data coming from the GIS perspective, coming from the remote sensing and earth sciences side of the equation. And kind of bridging those two worlds together is essentially what I've been doing or trying to do more and more as time is going on there for that. But a couple, for the intro slide, just a couple of challenge questions for this. Thinking about data, what kind of data you're collecting, what are your business's best practices, what are the methods by which you're collecting data? A lot of what I'll focus on or talk briefly about here is mobile data collection in general. There's a need to fill out a form, to generate GIS data in the field, and how do you get that connectivity in the field, get it back, make meaningful decisions of it, follow a regulatory process with that information. That's a majority of the problems we try to solve on the mobile data side. On the UAS front, drones, another data collection device, if you think of it as such. And I asked this challenge question, when does a project become a drone project? And when does it become a remote sensing project? And it really has to go with the outcome of what the data analysis and what the end product results need to be as part of that. So you can go down to the third slide there, Kelly. I think it's a good overview. And there we go. So talk a lot about some of these different types of forms, data collection efforts that we do as part of that, but really an idea of this diagram showing pen and paper, evolving past pen and paper, much like we evolve past, and then you see a picture of a cave person, as well as a lunar, the Mars lander and a subsequent drone associated with the Mars lander as part of that. And getting into a digital age and really challenging folks to adapt their workflows. So something we run into clients on occasion is that we can build a perfect system. We can train everyone how to use it competently. And it can be very simple to implement, but that reinforcement of adopting the system as a whole, the concept, why are we collecting data like this? What's the value to the field user? What's the value to the person in the back end reviewing that data as part of this? In this case, we'll keep it to example of simple forms. And you see a number of examples there on the right-hand side of the screen for that. And you can go to the next slide. We talk about the benefits of a digital management system to streamline the communication, promote efficient communication, and really to manage the process through several different aspects, as well as document with photos and photo logs as part of that. That's a big selling point that part of the mobile data collection, we're used to a front-end process of collecting the photos and a back-end process in the office of taking those photos, putting into a report, giving it a template. Well, streamlining that process from field data collection back to back-end review and making it more efficient, getting that data out there in real time, even in a preliminary fashion that requires further QA/QC, but getting it through the cycle of that QA/QC process in an automated fashion for that. Let's see. I know speaking a bit to this, if we go through a couple slides, I think I covered that area pretty good. I can speak to drones real quick if it still meets the temperature of the room here as well. See architectural workflow. I think it's 2 or 3 more slides and it transitions into, okay, one more. Okay, this is a good one to talk about. So talking about the way in which we report data. So everybody's seen at this point a dashboard and know the metrics of the dashboard and understand the value potentially of the dashboard. But getting it into more meaningful metrics and taking that data, not just to convert it to something that is colorful, somewhat meaningful, but getting it into a view where you're making decisions based on the way that the information is reported. The data science side of the equation with analytics there is part of that. So in this example, you see compliance management, where we're tracking compliance. It has one of a few statuses, and we're able to see, well, how many of each status, what is the report of a current status, and it moving out of non-compliance back into compliance as part of that process there. In the example of the upper right-hand corner, you see a lot of diffuse data, a lot of different sampling points. And what are the main themes between those different sampling points as part of that, and that represented as a pie chart as one of the many means to display that information. You can go, I believe it's 1 or 2 more slides down. Yeah, we can go, we talk about some of the automation. This is a good one. So that the hybridization, and as I transition to talking more about drones in general for that, just a current baseline of how you have the GIS, you have the data collection. Well, how do we incorporate another tool in the toolbox? And how do we incorporate drones and drone technology? There's several different layers to drones, to entry being, a simple quad, as you see an example of here, and how I'm taking great photos from above, I'm getting recon information, I'm able to map my site every day or month or week or whatever that frequency is. But how am I getting that information back to the users for the field? And that's where it comes into a larger mobile data collection system. But thinking as a drone as another tool in the toolbox as part of that. There's an example here of augmented reality and using drone-based augmented reality to overlay GIS information to make real-time assessment and inspection decisions based on assets for that. It's another more interesting aspect of mobile data collection and how it hybridizes with UAS in general, or drones. Let's see. I can talk to a couple different things here. I feel like I might be preaching a little bit much at this point. But are there any particulars about drones? I go into the further slides, go into types of drone data, the value of that drone data, and how the data is processed and the capacity to create meaningful insight to that. Would you like me to continue?
I actually think this might actually be a good point to take that data stream as a point of pivot and say, everybody here, think about a project where, whether it's a mobile tool, like a handheld device, you talked about some of that earlier, Todd, or it's a scanner, you talked about that earlier, Tom. You're talking about drones here, Matt. Let's talk about a couple of projects that the data stream, the value of the data that came out was really, it was a successful project, right? We got somewhere with it. And then I'd like to talk more about what kind of planning went into getting there, because we all want to see examples of success, but what did it mean to achieve success? So Tom, why don't you kick off with that?
Yeah, so I'll start off. We actually have a UAS group within our company. It's under our, basically our group that has our corporate jet as well as our helicopters for line inspection. And the UAS group falls within that because they fall under the same FAA regulations and requirements. So we've gone out and done projects where we've incorporated the UAS Pix4D data as well as our terrestrial laser scan data. And we've also as well incorporated underwater laser scanning. So using the best tool for the job, we could have used terrestrial scanning for capturing large areas as well as the plant facility, and then into underwater environments. Well, not the terrestrial scanner, but UAS is obviously the best, the drone is the best tool for capturing large land-based area, but using our terrestrial scanner as well as a total station for tying into survey control, maintaining that accuracy is really, really important. And we were able to also incorporate the underwater laser scanning. And we needed something of that complexity because we were trying to tie systems that started above ground, went underground, came out into portions of the plant and into an underwater environment. It was a real complex project, but being able to tie that data together was definitely challenging because they're working with different software packages. A lot of them have interoperable data sets, but it's not always guaranteed that the data will work right, and the accuracy may not be the same between them. So being able to try and validate that, because this one was basically a pilot project for doing that. You're also having to utilize other tools to validate that data. We also use laser trackers to get really high accuracy to make sure when we tied all that together, it maintained the accuracy data set.
Yeah, that's a good point. I want to add to that. One of the things that kind of, we're talking about how we can create these, the different data sets from the reality capture, but we had a job that we just started this year. And one of the reasons why we won that job is we were able to provide basically LiDAR information that was just about 3 months old that was publicly available, right? So using the USGS National Map Viewer is another source that a lot of people don't even know is there. And in some cases, you can get very recent data sets that you can incorporate for your own projects. And because we did that, we was able to tie that in, and we did a 4D schedule. And then we were able to show not only the owner, but also the construction management team, Viking Beach, that we were the best team to choose for that job. And now we're doing data captures where we're flying over on a regular basis. We just had a flood event about 2 weeks ago where one of the dams upstream from ours basically they had 9 inches of rainfall. They had to do a release, which caused a lot of debris and stuff to come and hit the dam that we were working on. We had a coffer dam put in place that caught most of the debris, but that became a claim. And the first thing they did was call me out to have my team go out and fly that job and do a data capture from that standpoint. And then we used the handheld scanners. We also did some scans with the iPhone with the LiDAR built into it, using Sitescape, and we was able to generate a model file that we could also add to that process. So it's not always having to create all the information yourself, but it's knowing where to go look to get the data, because a lot of times the data exists, but if you don't know it, you're not going to use it.
So it sounds like the quality of the data stream is always important, right? Because we were talking earlier about that dashboard, those dials on the dashboard, the monitor in the hospital. You got to trust the data coming into it, right? But we don't always know what we want on the dashboard. So Matt, can you give us an idea or some examples of projects that you've done with AECOM where you now know the value of that information, but going into it, you or the owner or both didn't really know it, but it was a successful project because that's what you figured out. Do we have Matt?
There you go. No, and then not to go too far afield, but this also goes into example of data bottlenecking and planning for data processing accurately as well, or appropriately. In particular, there was a disaster recovery project. Drones were implemented to map the roofs, thinking that we would create discrete, photogrammetric models of each, bring that into CAD, do the measurements manually within CAD, and then produce, redesign of the roof based on those measurements. In this case, we ended up doing, at the time, the scale was 400 roofs. We're going to do it within about a month. And have that workflow happen. What the project scaled to was several months, 1,600 roofs, and very quickly realized the amount of time it would take to process each of those data sets accurately. In this case, with survey control and things of that nature, versus using an automated method, in which case we had partnered with Drone Deploy for part of the mission planning software to use as part of that roof survey using drones. But they also had a means to automated process to build a plan of metrics based on that high relative accuracy data as part of that. So we were able to provide the needs of the client for those roof redesigns in a different capacity that we didn't really see walking into the door. But because we use a solid cloud-based data management system, i.e. we were uploading all that imagery daily per flight to be able to add for archive for QA purposes, we got a secondary product out of that, even though that was not the original intention of that data collection.
Interesting. So I open it up to anybody for the response. How much have, using that as a lesson learned, right? We didn't know these things going into a particular project. how much has that become part of the regular process now? Is there a sense of continuous improvement on, driving value for the owner and for potential future jobs by learning from these projects?
Yeah, I think on our projects, one thing that we're doing is, when we started doing the data captures, we kind of was replacing the aerial photography that we were doing before for the progression of the projects.
Sure.
And with the UAS, because then we can get 3D meshes from it, we can get additional products, results from it.
Right.
But then it started increasing to where we're doing it weekly and daily, or as work is performed, we're going back and capturing that day those scans, which caused us to have to scale up the program that we had. So I think.
Interesting.
So yeah, in our instance, we were basically a last resort. I tend to be the guy they come to, like, look,
Tom to the rescue.
we're kind of stuck here. We have a real big problem. We can't rely on the data that we have. Our drawings are from the 60s. I'm not gonna bet this project on that data. We need to kind of come up with a solution. I'm constantly coming to conferences like this, learning about new technologies, new methodologies, just like I'm sure we all are. So when that issue does come up, we know that person to call that does keep on the front edge of what the best solutions might be. For that project, that was the instance. On another hydro project we had, we were wanting to utilize our terrestrial data, but also make it more efficient. So using a spot with the Faro for doing basically robotic data captures to be able to scan efficiently. But we also weren't certain that as we build up this dam surface, basically it's an existing earth dam that for requirements we're needing to build up off of it. We're wanting to come back out, start at a set point and do scans, but the whole earth topography is going to be changing. So does the path that's already pre-generated for it, will it still work? Because you're going to be at a whole new elevation each time you come out.
Sure.
So that's something that we go out and we test and make sure it actually works and functions, and we're actually in the middle of that process right now that we'll utilize for our next major project that will start right from inception.
Okay.
But
Matt, has that continuous improvement cycle helped drive value to owners when AECOM learns on one job and applies to the next?
Oh, absolutely. I think, especially in, not to dote on the drones too much, early on in the process where, every industry was kind of figuring out the best way to implement this technology. That was certainly a larger lessons learned as part of it. As time goes on, also setting more realistic expectations for what we could do versus something that may come in to be more cost competitive for that. Say, well, there are 3 ways to do this. I don't necessarily want to present this as an a la carte ABC, but let me just show you what we know what works best in the scenario. We tried this. It works okay. This works better. And if you explain that nuance, I think it really helps to show the value of a particular methodology with a client.
Good point.
so yeah, to kind of key off of that comment, kind of how we got to some of the scale of some aspects of projects we've done. We've scanned for certain portions of the plant and perform modeling, perform the precision alignment, and we maintain that data. And you do another section of a facility years down the line, and as you start building all this data within your facilities, you may not be initially going into it with the mindset that we're going to capture all of it, because maybe for your company, we're still getting into it. We just want to do it on a specific scope of a project to maintain your cost effectiveness in case it doesn't work for you. But as we've captured that data, other projects came up and were like, they scanned in that area. Do we already have that data? So we try to make it as well known as possible. It's a big company. It's hard to let everyone know that might ever need to access the data. And that's something we're still working on as well. But as we build that data set, it ended up turning into, you know what? We're utilizing this data all the time. We're using it for virtual walkdowns. We're using it for planning. We're using it for safety briefings. Training's now using it for new operators. So it ended up being, you know what, scan the whole facility. That we're just using this too often to not go whole hog onto the whole thing. And as those sites show the proof and benefit of it, now other facilities are catching on and incorporating that into their project plans.
Excellent. So I'm going to make a shift over to planning for these projects, because you've just described some successful projects, projects that you've all learned from, right? Let's be honest. How much planning actually goes into it versus give me an MVP and we'll figure it out in the field, right? Because if you think about the general building process, part of the things we're so critical about is that everybody's in a rush to get going and we'll figure it out in the field, but that's where all our RFIs and change orders come from. So we're trying to take that out of the process. So let's apply this to reality capture and connected job site. Are you winging it or are you planning it?
We plan it 100%. So
Okay.
yeah, we have to, because anything we do, we take it, we see all the, not just the UAS, but any of the reality capture tool sets that we're using. We're operating under, like the UAS side, we're operating under FAA regulations for UAS, SUAS operations, as well as state. So like TxDOT has a requirement. A lot of contractors don't even know it because they haven't officially, enforced it. But we abide by it, where we actually have to do we have to map out using the TxDOT flight operation manual and do a risk assessment and submit that to the aviation department of TxDOT. So, and then they have to review their UAS coordinator, which they have 3 of them. One of them will review it and then give us feedback whether it's approved or not. We also have to supply traffic control plans with that, with it, depending on the risk assessment associated with it. And then North Carolina DOT also has a new requirement that they started enforcing that too. Right. So there is a lot of planning that's going involved in it. And the first thing I asked is for the project to give me a KMZ file, because that's just real easy for them to plot out. This is the area that we need you to capture. And then I make the assessment what tool to use, because it's not always a UAS. In some cases, we're using 360 cameras. We may be doing mobile data mapping. So we got LiDAR, on a vehicle mounted system, doing mobile mapping that way. So it depends on what the need is and and then we determine the tool and then the amount of planning that we need to do. But yes, there's definitely planning involved.
We have to be flexible.
That's what I thought I was
We have plenty of projects where we're planned, but we're also basically in an emergent issues response team.
Okay.
So I'm expecting my phone to blow up probably as early as this weekend. One of our plants is going into a planned outage, and as they go in to do maintenance, inevitably something will come up that isn't expected, and we'll be called. Tom, we need you up at this plant.
Right.
We need you to help us with this, and I don't know what it could be.
Okay.
So I have to make sure all my equipment's calibrated, it's all ready, it's all prepared, ready to be hauled off to that plant.
Jump at a moment's notice.
And yeah, I've gotten calls 2 in the morning. Who is calling me now? And there's a couple names that when I see them, like, oh gosh, I know what this call is going to be about. It's going to be interesting for sure, because when they call, it's typically a really challenging issue.
Right.
But I also enjoy that. I kind of thrive in that kind of environment.
How much flexibility do you have in the field to do what you need to do based upon, there's a certain amount of rigidity and planning that has to go into where does all this stuff go? The stuff that you're gathering, you have some constraints there. I mean, how do you overcome that dynamical environment?
Yeah, that definitely gets challenging. Safety's always the number one priority for us. And then once you work out the safety issues, you have to come up with creative solutions. We've got a little PackBot, like military grade little throwable robot that for a planned project, we came up with basically a little 3D printed trailer that we put our scanner on for a high radiation environment. Well, for that planned project, worked great. Now we've had numerous emergent issues to where we go into high radiation, confined space, or just not necessarily the best or safest condition to send a worker into ergonomically. We're able to use that tool to drive that scanner in there, remote operate, scan, and so.
Interesting. So Matt, you talked about having folks collecting data mobile. I imagine that requires some planning, but you have the ability to be flexible.
Sure.
Tell us about how you manage that changing environment all the time.
I would say the number one thing is, despite one's best planning, of course, something will go awry, but just instilling a sense of confidence with multiple field teams. So letting them know you're there, call me if there's an issue, because for whatever reason, that's not always intuitive to everyone for that. And then making sure you do proper training ahead of time. There's not always time for that, like Tom was attesting to be able to get everything ready ahead of time. However, going in there with at least a sense of a good sense of the software, a good sense of what the data collection goals are going to be for that, it really helps to have that to instill confidence in the field user as part. Now, inevitably something will go different. There will be a different type of data that will need to be collected, so on and so forth for that. And we were able to pivot on that, get that feedback from the field. Well, what can I do for you here? Do you need access to this type of data? And then be able to say, update parcel access, update other types of linear infrastructure or survey data that are associated with it. And sometimes we can do that within seconds. We're going to connect an environment. Other times we say, okay, well, at the end of the day, we'll add this. Call me when you're done. I'll update it. And then afterwards, download it again, and you'll have what you need for tomorrow. And just make sure you have that open communication with field staff as part of that.
Great point. So we've been talking about some successful opportunities here. Best laid plans. Tell me about some things you came across that you weren't, you're hour one into project one and the bomb goes off, virtually, obviously. How do you deal with that, on one of these projects that really has so broad a scope here, and the data stream is so important? How do you guys handle that? Have you encountered those before?
Yeah.
Ones that you can talk about.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm trying to think.
I know we have to be sensitive to that.
Well, not to the scope of what you're talking about,
Right.
but I can talk to the fact that there's times when you do plan and you get out to the location,
Sure.
and then sometimes you have to replan, right? Because everything's changed or whatever, something's happened. But to that extent, I think the worst thing that's really happened, sometimes, depends on which devices that you use. You could be, geo-locked where you can't fly in a certain area. So then you gotta go unlock it and get and do automated notifications for low altitude notifications,
Sure.
and then unlock the device and make sure it's usable. So that's happened to us at our cement plant because it's right next to the San Antonio International Airport. So and we have to do I can't do a low altitude notification, but I have to submit FAA waiver for that area, and manually. There's no automation for that one because it is so close to the airport. And so that's something we got to consider when we have to plan it out, and that's why we have to plan those out, because we have to get those authorizations. But even then, I have to still go into that device and unlock it, have it unlocked. And then it only gives me like 72 hours at a time that it's unlocked. So.
Okay.
I was going to add to that. I would say I have learned to plan to replan once I get in the field, and that just is another literal step, check mark in the process to as part of that.
Do you have something, Tom? Not putting you on the spot. So want to make a little shift here. We're talking about a data stream that obviously we're trying to leverage for a multitude of different internal departments and organizations. You just talked about all those benefits, even ones that you didn't know about going into it. You got to be able to count on the data. What about KPIs? How the frequency with which you're looking at the data stream as it's coming in, and then having to make continuous improvements on the way? Do you have any processes or procedures or ways that folks can learn to make sure they can count on, trust that data that's coming in?
We're actually trying to work on ways that we can utilize our systems, like in our ERP system, for example, SAP, leverage data that's coming into that system. We have a mobility app system that we're capturing data from the field, and then leveraging that with our mapping solutions too. So overlaying that data with the model captures that we have, so for the as-builts. And so and honestly, I think our we've been our schedulers on the projects, they really like going back and looking at that data because they can see where we're at and verify with the schedule. I mean, ultimately, I want to automate the whole process though, and have the system report the schedule completion too. So.
By having calibrated equipment, it definitely depends on what the ultimate use for the data is. When he was talking about being able to use the iPhone LiDAR, we've had groups in like our transmission group that they're like, yeah, we got a scanner. We were just wanting to scan our switch yards, and we figure we get a scanner and we go out and scan it. And well, what standards are you maintaining? Right. Because sure, anybody can go out and scan stuff. An iPhone is not equal to to a total station, is not equal to a Faro or Leica scanner, is not equal to a laser tracker. You have to understand the tool that you're using and what you really need to get out of it, especially accuracy wise, and what you're going to do with it. Making sure that data is qualified. So when we use our scanners, we go above and beyond in our normal process in having validation equipment to make sure those accuracies are maintained consistently.
How about you, Matt?
To play off the LiDAR part, but talking about resolution in the data and then the accuracy of the data too. One thing we're looking at right now is, or I guess, let me rephrase it. One thing I'm becoming more open to is the concept of looking at different types of technology, and then how, while it doesn't meet the immediate need, how can I use this for a different purpose? So case in point, UAS-based LiDAR. So you typically fly at 150 to 200 feet. You would get X number of returns per square meter for that. But let's say we want to implement that on a fixed wing drone flying at 350 feet in the air, and now we have 27 returns per square meter. Well, one is not comparable to the other. The between the resolution, accuracy, detail, and it all depends on a wide variety of factors, right? But let's think about, well, what could I use that data for? What would be valuable? Well, certainly the benefit is I can collect a lot of data over a large area. But is it useful data? And then making those decisions accordingly and exploring. And that's a very much real example of something I'm exploring now currently. What can you do with that type of data and to provide meaningful information and accurate information?
Interesting. So we were talking earlier about, management, support, budgeting, and who has control of what, right? And how much has management been involved in this process? Like, is there a push for it, or are they just saying, here's some money, or do you have to prove the value before they'll give you the money? What have you found in projects for reality capture?
I can touch on that real quick. So I kind of alluded to it earlier, was the fact that when I mentioned that we replaced our aerial photography with this system. So on a typical project, say a 24-month project, for example, we would spend anywhere like $1,000 a month to go out and fly out the project, okay? And that's just once each month. When we first adopted these systems, we were spending probably with all-in accessories and everything and certifications for at least 2 pilots. We were, on an average, we would spend maybe no more than $4,000 for everything. So, and that's depending on the device that you're using too. So it could be more, sometimes it's 10,000 or 20,000. So for that device, but on that typical project that I mentioned that we spending $1,000 for a 2-year project, then that's 24,000. And on that first project, we had 20,000 net savings that went back to our margin for that project. So that's what kind of management did get on board at that point and say that we're going to do this for all the projects.
So I'm envious of the setup that you have, your company, how it was basically kind of mandated and managed from the top down. Ours was kind of grown from the bottom up. So, and especially being the fact that there's multiple different unique business units within our company, and they fall under different regulation requirements. It definitely makes it hard to procure the budgetary allocation for the equipment and utilize them. For our commercial side, external for our services external to company, I've got the top-down support, so that's been great and very helpful. Internally, it's more pushing a rope uphill kind of thing, trying to get the money, but that's all right. Give me a lot of good experience in negotiating.
I just want to add to that real quick. Was the initial was from the because I realized early on to get something new implemented on a project, I only need to go convince the project manager, right, that on that project that let me do this, and then if I have trust with that project manager, he's like, oh yeah, do it. So I have a couple of project managers that anything I want to try, they're willing to try out.
Right.
Once we prove it, then we say go from the top, and then it gets distributed throughout our projects. So yeah.
So
Yeah,
Matt,
Randy Paulson's my
he's
my guy,
your champion,
my
right?
that champion.
So Matt, you're coming at it from a little different perspective, where folks are hiring you, AECOM, to do something, right? So your management is your customer, right? Because otherwise, you've got the existing business unit. How much is management from your customer perspective involved, or is it, as Todd is describing, someone at the project level trying to drive something?
It's a mixture of both. It's a grassroots movement, as Tom described, and to get where you have the proof of concept, and of course, inevitably, so I'll call myself out. I'm in consulting. You go, well, where do you have $2 million worth of this project to justify the $100,000 that you're asking for? And you go, well, I'm going to build critical mass towards that. And so making those incremental steps, especially when it comes to technology, is very valuable. I can say where I'm at now versus back in 2015 when we started talking about what this program would look like, especially for UAS. It was tougher then to prove the concept. People hadn't quite warmed up to the idea of that particular technology. But I would say now technology in general, whether it be UAS, terrestrial lidar, all these different facets of it, the company as a whole sees the need to be ahead of the curve as opposed to be responsive to the client. So it's simply waiting to say, can you do this? And the answer typically is yes. However, can we do this efficiently, cost effectively? And do we have a level of expertise and confidence in that particular aspect of some type of data collection using, in this case, perhaps it's a sensor that we've never worked with. Perhaps we're talking about magnetometry, something like that. Having the hardware to implement the project and being able to get access through leasing and things of that nature through certain aspects of the technology certainly is approachable, cost effective to the client to be able to respond to a need. But then doing that in a way that shows to the companies like, there's more to grow here, and having that level of trust and confidence. And I feel that is growing exponentially, at least from my own purview for that. Being ahead of the curve, thinking about that and understanding the value thereof. And I hate to go back to this wheelhouse, but I think COVID changed a lot of that. People thinking about how to invest in technology more strategically.
Interesting. So when you're approaching the appropriate stakeholders for budgeting, right, you're hitting it from the ground up, you're coming at it from the top down, Matt's got his own perspective. How much are those folks really involved in the success criteria? Or are they just saying, I trust you?
Most cases for me, it's that they're a part of it's the project managers, it's the project director that's helping procure the funding. For emerging issues type things, it's our engineering director that helps, and basically the success of his projects or applications we're supporting are directly related to the funds that we're gonna purchase equipment to support.
Yeah, for us, it's initially it's coming out of my research budget to implement the new technologies, to try out the different technologies and come up with which works. But ultimately, it's the project teams, it's even our area managers and project engineers within the area, because they're the ones that have to pick it up and run with it, because it doesn't make sense for me having a team that only does this by myself. So,
right.
And it makes more sense to release that back to the projects or to at least the area managers to operate. So,
got to write that one down. Research budget.
Yeah, go ahead.
I like that R&D. Yeah.
You got something on that topic, Matt?
No, I would back to the budgeting for that. Setting an expectation that this is the path forward, and being sometimes with managers or upper management, project managers, almost being a little slightly forceful at times. Like, well, you can say, and you can answer the question, well, I can answer the question 3 different ways. The best answer is B. And in allowing them to make the decision and hoping that you will coax them by presenting a logical argument, that gets you to a certain point. Going and saying that the answer is B, you should do this. Yeah, there's some other options, but like, no, really, this is the best option and you should go with this over your current method. I find that's a pivot too, to implement technology. People are naturally a little skeptical over that, depending on the type of technology you're implementing. But getting people on board with the idea of, come to me, we're going to figure this out together. Mm-hmm. This is a little bit more prescriptive than it is suggestive at times for that. So that's something I know personally I'm implementing more and more over the course of the last year is, what is your problem? Let me assess. This is the method forward for that. And if they, project manager might disagree, they might like a traditional method for that. And you go, okay. And then stand your ground sometimes. Because if you're confident you're right, then you're right.
It's an important point. So think about this for a second. Could you share with everybody here examples of some projects where you had to say to someone, trust me, and then you did it, and then that caused a ripple effect for additional projects that had not been that available before, right? It's not creating a new business line for you, right? Because you're an owner, right? But it's, oh, wait, we can do that now, and that was because you stood your ground and you drove a project. So I'll turn it over to each one of you to describe that.
Not exactly to that effect. So we were reverse engineering a component that was to be manufactured, but the pump that it went with, they were the implementer and they were also the owner of the design. So it also incorporated, that piece of equipment was seismically qualified, QA1. In our evaluation of the piece of equipment, and we had to reverse engineer in place. It wasn't going to be removed in any aspect. So, like, basically the big conflict was an area where it was bolted down, and you had the studs with the nuts on it, so you couldn't see the actual hole pattern for where it was to be mounted. And we identified through our analysis that the original design was wrong. The holes had to have been oversized at some point from what the design says. The owner of the design and the implementers, and their own metrology group said, no, we say it's this. And we're like, we're willing to show you the data. Let's compare data. And no, it's proprietary. We're not showing you. We're the implementer, so we're going with this. Well, came to the field when you're dealing with nuclear outages, you're talking about like $1 million a shift in lost generation revenue. It ended up being that we were exactly right. Holes needed to be oversized 1/8 of an inch, and we're talking about a flange that's about 6 inches thick and a hole diameter of about, I think it was 12 or 14 inches. It was a lot of machining that needed to be done in place and cost a lot of money. But yeah, so our own site trusted us and stood behind us, but the way the contract was set up, we didn't have the power or the authority to do so. But in the end instance, that gained us an immense amount of trust going forward, that this massive company that our little organization was competing
internal
against.
credibility.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Before we jump over, Todd, looks like Nathan's got.
Well,
a
I
question.
did, as you were saying that, Tom, I couldn't help but think about, well, it brought up a lot of pain points, so shared pains. But besides that point, this dilemma almost, or this frustration that even when you are right, you're still wrong, right? Because like you brought up something that is an issue, so people are mad at you for bringing up a problem that was not your fault.
Oh yeah.
But because you discovered it before others, now all of a sudden it is your fault. And you're like, that's bullshit. Like that's not actually my fault.
And even when I was shown the data, I was like, okay, handed it to two of my other guys and say, independently come up with this same answer, or come up with your own answer and validate this. So take the original data set and build this out, because I know when I bring this up, this is not going to go over well. This is going to be an ugly discussion, and I just want to make sure, absolutely 100% positive, that the data we're bringing to them is 100% correct. And in the end, I brought it forward very confidently, and it was not a very popular, I don't know, situation to be in.
there weren't many people envious of my situation.
Back to our doctor analogy, it's like the doctor that falsely tells someone they have cancer, right? Like you don't want to be that doctor that
Right.
you know gives a false
Yeah.
positive, but
Right.
you also don't want to give a false negative either. Like you want to make sure if you're going to deliver that news that
Yeah.
you're right, and there's an importance in that and
Yeah.
a cost to that too.
Absolutely, yeah. I did, yeah. Mike.
I'm trying, man.
All right, I'll tell you. No, but you had the accurate data.
Yes.
And you had it, I mean, it was, facts spoke for themselves. Why wasn't there consensus at that point rather than they proceeding to prove themselves wrong?
It was proprietary data that is their stance. And
They could have looked at yours, and they did look at yours, and they could have compared it to theirs even outside of your presence, correct?
I have that same frustration. That was where I was at. Just let's look at the data. Let me show you. You know, I don't care. Our data is right, is what they're saying, and it was just extremely frustrating situation because we showed it to our own organization, but they didn't even want to come to the table to see it. They didn't have the respect for us and our data because they just felt they were so right. They didn't even say, we'll go back and double check our data. It was just, no, you're wrong.
Right. I've been in those situations. I've had one where it was an international organization that we all know, and they were doing SAP implementation, trying to establish standards, and one operating unit that I was familiar with, they weren't going to implement it. And I said, well, why are you proceeding with this when this one operating unit is generating a significant amount of, revenue and profits for the whole corporation? And interesting enough, about 3 months later, there was basically a takeover to C-suite, and the new executives just dumped the whole multi-million-dollar, it was well into 10 figures, of this SAP implementation. But to speak to what you said, Tom, they didn't take my recommendation too well in that meeting. I mean,
No, those are the hard conversations to have.
Yeah.
And that's where sometimes in some of the industries, I mean, people may not trust the digital data. They trust their original design. They said this couldn't have been manufactured and then modified in the field. That's blasphemy. Like, this is what it was designed as. This was calculated as. There were QA1 seismic. How could it be any different?
I mean, Stevie Wonder could have seen it, right? Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yes.
Good.
Appreciate that insight, Tom. Todd, do you have any examples for that?
No, just to the point, a little bit similar, but for our in-house like verification of the data sets that we're collecting, depending on the equipment that we're using, and how so we work with our surveying team quite a bit as well to set the our GCPs, our ground control points, as well as and we tie everything back to our project system, GIS system. So it's all geolocated within the project. So and that's one thing that initially what we struggled with because of the different systems that we were doing for the processing used, different types of standards, and we couldn't get the accuracy that we was needing from those systems. So, and that's kind of what led to us creating our own system. Using some of the open source, because we can actually tweak it to where it works with our project GIS data sets. So.
Okay.
We have our first question. It's from Randy Paulson. Isn't it true? You're on Mark, Tom. Let's see. Isn't it true that changes in business ultimately changes how work is performed? In other words, can we leverage business environmental changes for an opportunity to institute new technologies? And I can repeat it if you like.
No, absolutely. So really how we kind of grew to where we are is because our company wanted to hear ideas and be innovative, become a really innovative company. Basically, there was a industry initiative called Deliver to Nuclear Promise, and Duke had kind of turned that into their own internal version of it called their DNA, Duke Nuclear Advantage. And basically they wanted to take internal ideas and ways we can save money. When we're doing this, instead of printing out a paper version of it, let's use it electronically, and it could save us this much money because we print out this many times a day or week and across all the units. In our instance, what we were doing on a much smaller scale at the initial time, it was just some small scale scanning and small scale precision alignment applications for equipment, big equipment, but small number of projects. And I had brought forth for us to do this across the entire enterprise. We were just doing this at a specific site because it was formed for an initial mega project. But I said, this just makes absolute sense to do throughout the entire company. Initially, I had just put it forward just for our nuclear fleet. But yeah, absolutely to Randy's question. And from there, it kind of further spurred in other avenues. That's how we got into XR, mixed reality, VR, AR, kind of spurred from that, and the UAS drone group, not directly from us, but that's kind of how we all started working together to build one whole integrated solution company-wide.
Tom, thank you. Randy, thank you for the question online. Great.
Fantastic. So Matt, Tom just talked about how finding this opportunity to prove right created credibility for his organization. And there are some other examples where it helped expand the whole program. From AECOM's perspective, can you give us an example of a project or two where the things that you learned from that have led to other business offerings that have driven value to other clients?
Oh, sure. I can cite specifically a mobile data one, and then as well as a UAS one. On the mobile data side, starting from a program where we're doing some simple data collection for field wetland delineations, for pipeline projects, and mainly to support those, but then evolving that towards branching it towards a much more wider spectrum of what we're supporting there. So incrementally saying, hey, can you collect this type of data? And can you ask this type of form? And can you put a graphic in there? And by the way, when it says yes to number 2, can you make it do these other things for 5, 6, and 7? And us going wide-eyed, we'll figure it out. And then being able to incrementally respond to that, grow the service office. Inevitably, growing skill sets in this case will lead to that growing of the service offerings and just pushing that envelope. If anything I have as a mantra is, let's just keep pushing the envelope. Something interesting will happen. Someone will need this as part of it, especially when it comes to mobile technologies and data collection. And that's a huge sphere. I won't try to unpack that too much. Specifically for UAS, I would say the idea of we have this need. We have this annual need. In this case, is a specific site example from a project that I'll generalize here for our purposes. We have to go inspect these parcels every year as part of this. And the way we do it now is we kind of go look at the muddy gate, go, you're good. Taking a step back, how can we do this more efficiently? So we started a program of mapping the parcels. Well, as anyone knows, if it's a 50-acre parcel, not so bad. 80, 100, 300, 900, 12,000 acre parcel. And then each of these really came with different incremental steps in how we approach the technology. So going from quads to fixed wings, and going from fixed wings into more elaborate VTOL fixed wings as part of that. And that directly was a response both to the increasing demand back from what the need was for that, but then just evolving and pivoting based on what we've learned from each incremental step.
So is that demand building because they're coming to you for it, or because you've proven that you can do it, and now it's an offering that people are what's driving the train there? You know, what's the catalyst?
It's a bit of both. So to the point of like looking at something by scale, size and scale of a project, mapping large areas, and for the instance, both knowing that 200 acres versus 12,000 acres are two very different degrees of data processing, time constraints, possibilities, and we respond to that with both acquiring appropriate technology for in this case, we partnered with Census to purchase a Centera V2 BV loss. And as of today, found out we have our BV loss waiver awarded for that for a particular project. And pushing that envelope to say, okay, well, now we've done this. Awesome, great. Let me pat myself on the back for half a second. What do we do now? Well, guess what? These longer linear projects now are not so unapproachable. We've developed and we've acquired the technology incrementally over time. We're finding new ways to implement it. And it kind of goes back to that whole thing where, well, now we have this tool, right? We have this drone, it's whatever it is, it's collecting some site kind of data. Well, what other kinds of data can we collect with that? All right, well, let's think a little bit more broadly about this. What does this capacity give us? So if someone came to you and said, there's something that needs to be done, and once again, kind of a linear, kind of a narrow point of size of the project, we're going to do map, data collection, detection, some sort of remote sensing exercise as part of that. Well, now it seems a lot more approachable than it did, even a year ago. And we can say, yeah, we can do that with confidence. Not only that, but we've had a roadmap of success leading to those decisions. And whether it be internal to the company or outwardly to clients, essentially developing new service offerings by pushing the technology forward.
Makes sense. I think, Tom, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, so for one of our commercial customers, we actually helped kind of enhance adoption of scanning, modeling, and then precision alignment. The engineering director of the company used to work for another company, and they utilized scanning and BIM very, very often. When he came to this company, they were still kind of set in their original ways, that they just take the original designs from their customer, come up with the design of their system to go into the facility, and he believed that they needed to adopt scan and BIM technology, and he had a lot of resistance. Brought us in to support them on a project that they already had a design for. Right. We went and scanned, identified numerous issues, interferences. They had planned on mounting things where there was already an existing electrical panel. Things that seemed like they should have been an easy catch. Sure. They had basically a column that was oriented to where it elbowed out and right into an I-beam. Just for them, after seeing all the interferences we were able to identify with the as-built data, they're like, well, this wasn't on their drawing, and just, yeah, people's drawings are not accurate. Right. And it definitely helped encourage the leadership within that company to relook at utilizing 3D data going forward.
Yeah.
Rob Wagner, P&G. I think you're addressing it right now. We're talking about the points that I wanted to ask, and the one is, as an owner, we P&G have embraced sensing. It sounds like from the group here that you're all aligned, and I want to know if other owner companies, every single one of my plants owns sensing equipment. They have Oculus, they have VR tools, they have everything, and we use them, and we have on-site engineering firms so we're not relying upon a subcontractor to come in and supply those services whatsoever. We have our own drones, we have our own pilots for the drones because they have to be FAA approved. As you're aware, if you want to do it as a business, you have to be FAA approved. So the question is are other owners, I mean, are we that progressive at P&G, or Is that something, I mean, you're Duke, so do you have all the equipment or you're scanning and stuff? And
Yeah, we own all the equipment. And the only thing I would encourage you to do is to get into the implementation phase aspect as well.
Well, so my question that adds to that, or when you talked on it just a second ago, is as-built. I have in the past been a project manager for over 30 years at P&G, and we go back vehemently and do as-built construction. And as you point out, 5 years later, pull a drawing out and it's not valid anymore per se. So I'm of the lineage now that screw it, no as-built, don't care whatsoever until I want to do work in that area again. I will then pull out my scanning equipment, scan the area, and get the latest generation of document created. Because why put that money into a tech doc system? Why have another engineering company managing the tech doc and all of this? That's a perspective, if you have an opinion on it or not, or if that's something.
Well, one thing I would recommend is incorporating post-implementation scanning. Have that a part of that project life cycle. Is after implementation, scan it so you don't have to worry about, okay, before the next one, scan it. You have it at the end. And
I think what I'm hearing though, Rob, is there's a difference between as built and as it's become, right? So if I put on the last phase of construction hat is litigation. We talked about that earlier. So you take that scan immediately after everybody puts their tools away. So then we're covered from the legal standpoint. Everybody can point fingers at each other and then go, yeah, but the scan says that, right? But 6 years later, 6 months later, how many things have changed? So it sounds like it's a mix of both, and I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, I was going to say what we ended up doing is in the past with the tech doc system, you'd have drawings and you would cloud them, put a yellow cloud around and say, so the technicians on the plant, if they made any changes in the area, they were supposed to, so when we went back with the next project, you'd pull the drawings up, everything is clouded, has to get added, et cetera. But I think with the technology, it makes, why get into this again? We talked earlier about a whole stack of EIs, and we only use 10 pages of it.
Mhm.
Same thing, why do I need all these as-built and keeping them in a tech doc, even though, get what you need, like you said, a final scan, and then close the project, and you're good to go.
yeah, and if you have the as left scan, you take your original model, overlay the two, and you could do your design the as left any in field changes. You could do those updates before you close out the project, and now you've got true, accurate documentation.
The adage I want to put on that would be is that because our operations use those drawings for maintenance or use them for checking or parts and all the other into the whole tech doc system. So I think it is important as well, but that would be looking at what aspect of that they need in order to maintain, do their maintenance plan and all the other aspects of that equipment.
Yeah, absolutely.
More process related than maybe infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
So a follow-up to what Rob was asking is, show of hands, how many people are as progressive as Duke and P&G, and how many people are reality what? So how many reality whats do we have? We're not doing anything at this point.
Here to learn.
How many people are as far along as Tom sitting next to me? So there's a whole lot of in between. So I think we can spend the last few minutes here talking about how do you get a good program set up to get to the level where you're at, get to the level that we're seeing at other progressive organizations. Are there any keys to success, Todd, Tom, that have helped you set up a good team? Matt, take a minute to think about that as well. What could you suggest to owners in the room to work on that? Sure. So think about that since I put you on the spot. Let's hit the questions.
Yeah, Jay McGill with Stunt Construction. How would you compare the value of scanning on a retrofit or rebuild project versus a greenfield or new project? I mean, what's the benefits or How would you compare the two types of projects for the, as far as scanning?
For mods for mod projects, I find it to be significantly more important because you are real. There's a lot of uncertainty as to what the environment you're going into. You have a lot more control of the environment that you're building if you're starting with greenfield. So I personally feel you'd be crazy not to not to use scanning on an as-built environment, depending on the scale and scope. I mean, if you're putting something in here in this kind of environment and you're putting in something that's 5 by 5, sure, you got plenty of space. But if there's potential for interferences and rework is an issue, absolutely invest in it.
Yeah, I think it's more important at that if it's a retrofit, especially if you're tying into existing popping systems too. So,
Is there another question?
Ted Weitzman with Worley, and I think this kind of feeds in a little bit into the question you were asked to think about. But if there's a theme that sort of has dominated, for me anyway, that's resonated, it's trust, right? And this is more of an innovation thing than it is directly related to reality capture. But this idea of trust is important, but also in my experience, it's trust me, but also know that I'm going to fail and let me fail forward. And I think I want to ask your perspective as implementers, right, of new technologies. How much leeway have you been given, and do you feel you need to fail forward? If that makes sense as a question.
Yeah, I look forward to opportunities to fail. I really do, because you don't really know what the limit is or what your full capabilities are unless you really try pushing boundaries. I mean, if you're doing what's safe and just what you know will work, you're not gonna innovate. You're not really moving forward. Everyone else is moving ahead of you. As a service provider, there's somebody else that'll push and drive that innovation and come up with the more challenging and more cost beneficial solutions for you. So I push.
I definitely agree. Is that, one thing, there's no success without failure. So like you said, failing forward is very important to, create that change, that innovation that you're trying to invoke within the company. So.
I think so many times too, we get so wrapped up in just, okay, this didn't work, let's move on to the next thing. But taking the time, even if it's retrospectively weeks, days later, to stop and think about those times that something didn't quite work out, not necessarily to improve upon it, but to take the time to properly reflect on that. As I think it was echoed here, failure is awesome. Like, not doing something correctly lets you know that that was not the way to do something. And having that level of really internal bravery to say, well, this might not work, let's move forward with that. But back to the spirit of the question too, having that level of confidence and that support around you to be able to allow you to try to implement something that can fail as part of it and say, well, we tried this, I had reasonable confidence, let's move forward what we learned from this, rather than treat it as just a completely dead pathway.
And also just letting you know as the customer where that risk area is. Like, I've got confidence in all of these aspects, but this part, this is a challenging aspect, and I'm willing to do this to try and get that and to this level of accuracy or to.
Setting expectations.
Yeah, it's exactly. Set the expectations, make you aware that this is definitely going to be difficult and it's not guaranteed to get to. And I always make sure on the front end that's the case.
And I think that should be a cultural norm. And that's the
Yeah.
question about driving technology innovation
Lunch is digested. People are waking up and asking questions. It's great to see. We're about 7 minutes till
Okay.
wrap up. Rob had a question. And then
Yeah, it's really not a question. It's more, I think, I'll use it, not a watch out, but a good practice. When you're installing pipes and they're behind walls and stuff, so in the interim, while the wall is still open, get your scanner out and scan the wall so that you know where the pipes are, because they'll be buried behind the wall later on. And so you'll have then the as installed, so you can find that pipe much easier later. If you haven't been doing that, that's just something I would.
Yeah, we'll use.
I would recommend that because.
Yeah, we'll use
in
a
other words, trying to
GPR
find
type
that pipe
device,
later.
rebar scanner for scanning into the walls,
but
or scanning all the way around. Well, if it's running through the wall, that's one thing. Running around.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
you can,
absolutely.
You can't see through the wall later on, but you can see it right then when you're putting.
Yeah,
it.
I'm very much looking for deep penetrating, ground penetrating radar devices to, that'll be the big game changer for me. I'm already able to scan underwater. I'm able to capture aerial imaging, terrestrial. What I want next is really solid ground scanning devices.
So you had a minute to think about it, all three of you. Folks in the room want to set up a successful reality capture internal practice, an internal innovation lab, if you will. Any key things to think about for the folks in the room?
Well, like I mentioned, I think the key part is to look at it from a corporate standpoint, not a per project standpoint, and to fund it as a company initiative.
Get an SME. Get that you don't. I mean, I've come across numerous times where we're called to help a company kind of get off the ground, their own product or service internally off the ground, because they thought they could just. They talked to the sales rep and they're like, oh yeah, I can get a scanner and get some training, and we've got some guys that know how to model, and so we should be good to go. It is not that easy.
No.
So yeah, get an SME, get someone like our. I mean, we do that type of service, but I mean, get someone in the industry, hire someone to be a lead on champion on that team that helps develop that product and service for you guys.
Any recommendations, Matt?
I would pair one thing is getting buy-in at a higher level within the organization, especially when it comes to implementing the technology. That is, I will call it a personal lessons learned. It's worth taking the time to do that. And also, for those of you who work at other large companies, there's always going to be certain, binning or silos, whatever, how you describe them. But then taking the time to kind of reach over and say, this is the value to everyone, and looking at a higher level of investment when it comes to implementing any technology and showing that value across an organization rather than per organization.
Excellent. Appreciate the feedback. Joe, over to you.
Nathan, what do we do? Clap.
Oh yeah.
Excellent. Kelly, Tom, Todd, Matthew, and the team, thank you very much. And the audience is woken up at the perfect time, so this is great. Really appreciate it. What we're going to do is go ahead and take 15. Restrooms out the door. 15 for those that are virtual, stretch. And then we're going to come back, do the proof of concept with Zurich, with Sharini and James. Then we'll move into Nikki with cyber, and then we'll bring the closing to the end of the day. So thank you very much. Great attendance. Great presentation discussions. Thank you. Thanks, Tom. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Okay. Boy, that was good. I guess I'm getting pretty much like E.F. Hutton when he speaks. Everybody listens. All right. We're getting down to the final stretch. And I'd like to turn it over to one of our co-chairs, James Boyu, and Srini. I'll get it right. Get it right. Samadrala. Did I do all right?
Very good.
And I apologize if I didn't. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. So I'm going to start actually with a little history lesson to start with. A lot of people have asked me about the poppy, so I thought it'd be appropriate. Today is November 10th. Tomorrow being November 11th is Remembrance Day to Commonwealth. So being from Canada, it was a very big thing for us in our family to remember our veterans who have passed in wars, of course in the U.S., Veterans Day. Wear this poppy to remember those, my brother, my father, and many uncles that fought in the wars. So tomorrow, wherever you are, just take a moment of silence at 11 o'clock. It's 11:11:11. Easy to remember. So my name is James Boileau. I am with Zurich. So we have this thing that we started up a few years ago, an innovation lab. And we had a company come in and they said, we've got this idea for the insurance market. And it was really interesting listening through the day at the different technologies, the implementation things, what worked, what didn't. And so they came to us and they said, we have this idea. We can tell you about helmets that aren't being worn out on a job site. I don't care. Doesn't matter. So we went back to him. I said, but what if you tied in the safety side? Safety absolutely is important. I don't think helmets or hard hats, and what I corrected them quickly on, is important. But when we started talking through the process of what is the return on investment, right? A question that came up today, how do you measure what doesn't happen? Well, we do it all the time. We're an insurance company. That's what we measure. We measure, and because we have a boatload of data about when it did happen. We know when this happens that it's going to result in this amount, the average amount, right? I actually did this for myself to prove it out, right? Almost had a car accident. My brakes failed, believe it or not. But because of something somebody had told me, I had avoided the loss because of some risk mitigation strategies I had used. Went back to our team, said, okay, what's the average cost of a rear end collision at this speed? They were able to push it off, $78,000. Okay, great. So you can measure those things. I would encourage you to go to your brokers, your insurance companies, and ask for data. Look at your own data to see what have you done over the years and what were you able to reduce. So this project normally takes this much time. We have this many losses, claims. Here's what we did afterwards. So I saw a note that I was going to say something about, but I'll save this for later because it's very interesting to me at least, so I'll save that. So if we could pull up the slide there. So the connected work site. So Zyder came to us and they had this idea about the connected work site. They said, we don't care where the data comes from. If you need data, we have partners. We'll go out, we'll find somebody that collects this, whether it's a sensor, whether it's LiDAR, whether it's data that you're inputting through a mobile device, whatever it is, we'll pull it in and we'll tie it all together. I'm like, okay, that sounds interesting. It's way more than just looking at what is the safety of is happening on site with just, is somebody missing a hard hat? But it's the concept of how do you measure whether they're doing that? And of course, we talked earlier today about using artificial intelligence, using computer vision, and be able to find these things out, right? So, push the right button. There we go. So, I love the fact that Nathan starts with why through Simon Sinek. And yesterday when he said, has anyone seen this? The Simon Sinek why, how, what? Because I always use that in mind. So why would we even think about going through this, right? It's all about risk management. It's about figuring out how do we, understand it? What is the risk? How do we avoid it? And of course, how do you mitigate it? There's some things you just can't mitigate. And so you have to accept those. And you need to plan for those and the what if scenarios, right? So I can plan to drive safer, but sometimes those things are still going to happen where you're in a situation where you can't get over that accident, right? So then what happens next? Well, you wear your seatbelt. So it's beyond just a complete avoidance, but it's how do you reduce when it does happen. So then once we started going through about, why is this important? Why would Zurich even care about, what you guys are doing out there? And why would our clients be interested? So then we started looking at, how do we do this? Well, one of the biggest challenges we actually had was finding a partner. One of our clients that would be interested. We spent actually months going, presenting, talking about what we were doing, seeing if you'd be interested. And luckily, Rudolph Libby Group, which everyone here probably knows about because they're a strong member of CURT, went to them and they said, hey, I think we can do some of this. But there's still skepticism. I mean, have you ever tried to implement something new and then it's kind of a good idea, but how is that really going to work, right? So when we first met, it's like, sounds like a good idea. We'll take a look at, but we're not real sure. And as we started moving through, and I think what was really important about this process is that we didn't come to them with, here's all the answers. We came to them with the idea of connecting the worksite and being able to develop things, but quickly being able to change. So if partway through we found out that something wasn't working, we stopped doing that. And if partway through they saw something that's like, hey, it would be really good if we could capture this. Okay, what do we need to do to capture it? What kind of sensor? What kind of tool do we need? So Rudolph Libby came to us and said, okay, tell us more. So we started meeting with them and we started having conversations with the field staff. That was another thing, a common thing I heard today was it's not just about meeting with the senior leadership, which is a key part, obviously the starting part, but to make it successful, you have to be able to implement and have the buy-in from the field. So we started meeting with the superintendents, we started meeting with the project manager, and we're starting to be on site and having discussions with the workers on site to give them feedback. So when a company is implementing some sort of tool, be able to get the buy-in quickly is critical. And be able to articulate that correctly is sometimes a challenge, right? Because I got it in my mind about what's going to happen and they've got it in their mind. So being able to be open about it and very receptive to the feedback. So what does Zyder do? Zyder is the connector. That's the best way I can describe. They're taking data from all these different sources. They have different partners and they pull it all in together to be able to provide dashboards and alerts and trend, artificial intelligence, things like that. And Srini is going to talk more about that. So then what did we need to do? We needed to pull in some other partners. I just wanted to recognize a few of those. Everguard was our partner who is supplying the camera vision and some of the safety AI that goes along with it, Tag and Track, and Navis for some of the LiDAR. And we're completely open. If something happens partway through this project where it's like, we'd really like to test this out. How does it fit in? What's the cost? So to Rudolph Libby, their cost is their time and providing us with the project. Whereas, for these other companies coming in, they're being part of it. We are paying them for it. It's an investment, right? I think I really liked what you were saying earlier about how Zachary invests in it, and you have you have a budget, and you have ways of procuring money through, whether it's grants or through the universities or CII or tax credits. I wrote that one down. I was like, that's a fabulous way of doing it. So be able to find these technology partners to be able to provide us with the information or with the data that we can combine. So no one of them is something that just jumps off the screen at me that says, wow, this is amazing. But when we combine it all together, we really have something unique. So then what was the next step in the process was having the meetings with Rudolph Libby and with our partners. Actually, at this point, some of the partners weren't even on board. What would be beneficial to you? What would be beneficial to you on this job? We set a parameter of, we're going to be on there for 3 months. We're going to start here. We're going to end there. The question came up of, well, what if this just is getting in our way and you're causing us to delay? We shut it down. We shut it down. We're out of there. We'll be out of your hair. But our plan, or what we promise to them is, we're going to give you something that's going to convince you on the next job that this is the right direction to go. Are all these the right answers? No. I'm a very proud father of 2 daughters and one who just is a nurse right now. And she said to me literally 2 weeks ago, she had been out with a friend of the family, 16-year-old. She failed her driver's test, the young 16-year-old. And my daughter came home and she says, Dad, best advice you ever gave me was, if I fail, you get up and you do something to fix it. What are you going to do now? I failed. It's okay to fail. As a matter of fact, I heard that actually earlier, is failure. I think, Tom, you mentioned failure is actually a great promoter of how do you move forward. You can't test your limits without failing. So very proud that one of my takeaways was, it's okay to fail. I'm not sure if that was something about me as well, that I fail a lot, but that it's okay, but to get up and go back and get at it and figure out, okay, what do I do next? So a key component of this proof of concept was, I want to fail, and if I'm going to fail fast, move on, figure out what we're going to do next. Okay? So now the what. What are we trying to do? It's connectivity. It's between, whether it's workers, worker safety, between people and equipment. So just interesting facts from an insurance perspective, that injuries, or actually it's usually fatalities, that when somebody gets hit by a piece of equipment, which is one of the focus 4, right? Struck by is usually by a piece of equipment, and it usually never works out well. Analytics, how do we track whether it's the people, where they're moving, how they're congregating, and not so much from, well, not at all actually from a COVID perspective. What we're looking at is stacking of trades, and how do we manage the project to the most efficient way. In one of the earlier presentations, it's talking about, okay, this was designed for 4 people to go in, but only 2 can actually fit, right? So through monitoring what people are doing and where they're at and where the different trades are, we can see workflows. We can see, stacking where we know there's going to be problems. I mean, what causes an accident? It's usually it's never one thing. It's someone's having a bad day, they took a shortcut, or they didn't follow a process that was best practice, or they, some outside condition has come in that they had not planned for. Equipment utilization. Okay, so when we're talking about the safety aspect, I said, well, a huge component of incidents, work comp claims, is actually caused by rework. I don't remember the exact statistic, but it's like a factor of 3 or 4, something like that rework is more likely to cause an incident than the initial. for every hour of rework, you're 3 times more likely than you are in doing the job the first time. First of all, you've just increased the number of hours, right? But second, have you ever been at home and you're doing a project and then it's like, oh, that's not how I want it. And you go to redo it? What's your mood? What you're kind of like, oh, I don't know about you guys. I'm like, oh, pulling it off and I'm putting it back up, and that's usually when I hit my hand with the hammer. And so preventing rework is a huge component of safety, but from an insurance perspective, that's also called construction defect. And by far, it is much more significant from a dollars perspective than any work comp. Now, I'm not saying that work comp's not important. I'm saying that cost perspective, millions and millions of dollars on a single event for a construction defect versus a work comp claim where somebody's gonna get hurt and all the costs that go along with that, right? So now we're tying in the safety, we're tying in quality, and the 3-legged stool, productivity. How does the client do their job more efficiently? How do they make more money? I love the fact when during an earlier one, somebody said that I want my contractors to make money. When I was an owner, when I was worked for Boise Cascade, and I was an owner's rep, I told all my contractors, I want you to make money on this job. Because if you don't make money, I've done something wrong, and you're either not gonna come back, because I wanted repeat contractors, I wanted the relationship, because you're gonna do a better job for me, and we'll work this out. So I need my contractors to be successful. The GC needs the subs to be successful. So now we're tying in things like, how much are you using a piece of equipment? Do we have pieces of equipment that are just sitting there and you don't actually need them? There's a cost thing. You reduce your cost on the project. Makes you more successful. It makes everyone more successful. And of course, pulling all this data together to be able to analyze it, to create dashboards, to create alerts, and manage what's happening from a day-to-day with a long-term look at what's happening, right? So you can see the progress. We know we're actually at this % complete. We know that this piece of equipment that's supposed to be delivered from, Toledo, Ohio to here is not on the truck yet. Things like that. How do we tie not only within the job site, but how do we connect to the bigger scale of what's coming into the job site, whether it's material or critical, one of the first questions we talked about was, what's on the critical path that you're worried about, Rudolph Libby? And they said, okay, here's 3 things. This one is absolutely critical. We're gonna watch that from the moment as it starts to be manufactured all the way through to shipping, so that we know it's gonna show up on time. I have the right crews to do the right job. Also prevents accidents, right? Because that's usually when the accidents happen, when you have an unplanned event. Piece of equipment showed up earlier. We don't have the right crew that was going to unload that. We didn't have the right crane. We didn't have the right tools. And all of a sudden we're scrambling, and that's when things start happening. And finally, the life cycle of this is to bring it all back around to, how do I be more successful in the future? Now, of course, being that co-chairing this with Ryan, and we've been talking about digital twin for the last year, I said, this is a critical piece. This is a critical piece of not only being able to turn it over to the owner for all the reasons that we've talked about, and like in this last session on the whole reality capture, is being able to turn over a piece of equipment or a project where now the client not only has all that information, but they can have all of their preventative maintenance. When they need to do rework, they know what's behind the wall, so doing the scanning, things like that. And of course, we actually, surprisingly, insurance company. We were into 4D modeling 10 years ago. Anyway, why would an insurance company ever get into 4D modeling? Well, we would have claims that would cause delays, and if we could reduce and when I'm talking delays, I'm talking multi-million-dollar delays. We can spend a lot of money to, once that claim happens and a subcontractor goes under or whatever's happened, to get the project back on staff. It was a 7-fold return on the investment. If we spent $1 million on building a model and putting it into 4D so that we could track all the way through, prevent trades from stacking, be the most efficient we absolutely could, we could reduce that claim by a factor of 7. And we've proven it over and over and over again. Now, could I say the same thing for, would 4D modeling would there be a payback of 7 times more on a project that doesn't have a claim? It wouldn't. But just to give you an idea of what that could do when you're really under the gun, and I think I'm preaching to the choir here. This is not the group that I really need to re-emphasize that with, but there is still a significant amount of contractors that are not even doing BIM. They're still doing things on paper. All of their data capture is on paper. Their quality control is on paper. So this is kind of the flow of, the why, the how, and the what. In the end, a common question that comes up to me, because we've developed some tools that our clients have that captures data, right? It doesn't matter what that is. And this is an example, but what's Zurich going to do with that data? Well, to be honest, this is, insurance secret, is we care more that you're doing something than what your data is telling us that you're not doing. Let me say that again. We care more that you're working towards continuous improvement and you're trying to put tools in place than that we have your data to say, oh, we saw 4 instances of people not wearing hard hats, or we saw 5 near misses on a job site. Because I've been in the industry for 30 years. I can pretty much tell you on every one of your projects the things I'm going to see. I'm going to see cords. I'm going to see fall protection issues. I'm going to see near misses that aren't reported because of equipment and people. So there's really no surprises for us. But when we know that you're doing these things and you're working towards these improvements, that gives us that sense of, all right, yes, they're doing all the right things. They're doing the things that are going to propel them forward. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to my friend Srini. We're almost like brothers. We were talking the other day about how similar our personalities and how much fun it is to work on this project together. So I'm going to let you take over. You got your...
Is that okay? All right. Oh, so everyone, my name is Srinivasa Samudrala, but everyone calls me Srini because that's easier. I'm the chief architect at Zyter. I'm primarily responsible for digital transformation. Essentially, that's how we came into this whole let's do safety, let's do security, let's do smart construction work sites. And James has been a huge supporter, and thank you, really appreciate that. I mean, this was an area where we were like, okay, let's look at it from a construction safety perspective. Let's use computer vision and cameras that have AI to determine if somebody's wearing a hard hat, if they're wearing their PPE equipment, if they're harnessed correctly in specific areas, and so on and so forth. And then it quickly snowballed into, oh, there's a lot we can do here from a digitalization of the construction site perspective. So I'm going to walk you all through the four pieces that James talked about and how we went about doing this. And we also have kind of a show and tell. We have some samples here of devices we are using. We'll show you the project that we are working on and so on and so forth. So hopefully it'll be a fun session. Can you, oh, there you go. So the connected work site, and again, it can get complicated very, very quickly. So I'm just starting with construction worker. Front end loader. The helmets. I call it an earth mover because that's what my son calls his toys, right? So I'm like, yeah, that's an earth mover. Yeah, that's the so the and the crane, I know that one, and your material, right? So these are really the four components or three components for any construction site. You have people, workers, equipment, and material, right? So the idea was how do we track what's happening in the construction site from a safety perspective, and also from a perspective of being able to understand what's happening. So video cameras that have AI inbuilt in them that do computer vision and detect, okay, if you're wearing a helmet or not, and so on and so forth. They're huge from that perspective. The other things we were using were tags, and I have some samples of these here, right? So these are like literally shipping label size flexible tags. If you can see, the electronics is just here. That's the battery, and it's completely flexible. You can pretty much attach it to anything. We have these tags. These are cellular tags, so you don't.
We can't hear the speaker, those of us that are on Zoom.
Oh. No? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah.
I'm on Zoom and I can hear.
Yeah, we can hear now.
I can hear.
We can hear now.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. So these are cellular tags, so they don't need like a Bluetooth receiver and all of that. And we have some more. And I mean, the key is that they're really, really small. Some of them are rechargeable. They have if the ones that are not have a battery life about a year or so. So can be used in construction sites and all of that. And very rigid. I mean, they're pretty good. So the idea is, how do we use these devices? If you can go back to the slide. Sure. Yeah. These devices, and the reason we're using these is to get real-time information about the location of people. Right? I mean, and understanding if someone has fallen down, for example, these have an accelerometer in them that tells you, oh, worker's fallen down, and raises an alert immediately. And then the key was, how do we connect all of this from a wireless perspective to a cloud or a platform that could be in a cloud, or it could be on the construction site itself. So one of the key aspects of what we do from a platform perspective or from a digitization perspective is the software can be deployed anywhere. It could be deployed on a cloud. It could be deployed on an edge compute box, a ruggedized box at the construction site, so that you get that low latency advantage as well. So if there's an emergency, you can respond to that. And then being able to, again, use different types of tags. It really doesn't matter what you use from a tracking perspective or from a sensing perspective. We are able to pull data from all of that, right? And we have integrated about 200 odd devices into everything from like air quality sensors to LiDAR cameras to the AI-based cameras and so on and so forth. And all of that comes on a nice dashboard for you to look at in terms of, this is what's happening on my construction site. And you also get the alerts and notifications on your mobile devices, on your tablets, and all of that. Again, if something happens, the supervisor is informed, the security can be informed. And the key is, it's not meant to penalize the workers or the construction crew and all of that. The whole idea behind collecting all of this data is to give the feedback back, right? So we calculate something like a productivity score and a safety score as well. And the idea, again, is to not penalize the workers, but to understand what kind of training is required to make sure that they have a better score from a safety perspective. What training is required to make sure that they're doing the tasks right. The whole thing over here, this feedback loop, is to make sure there's continuous improvement in your construction process, right? And that's what we are enabling here. So this is an example of that, and I'll show you some of the demos. But this is an example of like, exposure to falling from height. For example, the worker is not wearing a harness at that height. That could be a problem, and we can raise that as an alert. So this is one of the visualizations we've done for some of the projects, but I'll show you another one. This one here, for example, now the key here is again data and the analytics and the history of all the data. Now, for example, William here, his productivity score is pretty good, but safety score, not very good, right? And these are all the past violations, related to him. And we can also track what jobs he's been at using these real-time location sensors and the combination of cameras. So we have this concept called sensor fusion, where we actually pull data from all different types of sensors about events that are happening and make the best judgment using our AI to determine what exactly has happened. So for example, if your camera is saying William's here and your sensor is saying, no, he's somewhere else, it could be that the sensor was just left at that place because the camera is more precise. So we'll decide where to pick and choose that information from.
And think about, from a concept of one of the things we're not actually doing yet, where we're heading with this, is you do a JSA, a job safety analysis or pre-task plan, whatever you want to call it, and we enter that in, right, before the day starts. This is our plan, and then partway through the day, we can use this computer vision to say, they're not actually, something changed. There's a new piece of equipment, a new, something else is in their work area that they had not planned for, and it automatically sends an alert to say, hey, you need to rethink what you're doing because you're not doing. So it's not, it's way more powerful to prevent things before they happen than even before the violation, right? So just being able to model that.
Exactly. And one of the other aspects, and I know I'm talking about this a lot, but from an analytics perspective, it also lets you understand if there's a new worker coming into the construction site or there's an experienced worker come to what kind of training do you need to give them, right? Based on the past data you accumulated and so on and so forth. Oops, sorry. Yeah. So benefits, again, ensure worker safety via multiple sensors. Again, we can do all of that. And the feedback can be visual, can be haptic, like something that vibrates in your wrist. It could be an auditory feedback. Normally, construction zones are very loud, so auditory feedback doesn't work very well. But we could do visual and haptic feedback. Track the safety incidents that have happened and provide the feedback in terms of how can that be, how can you stop that? Fail fast, fail early. We apply the same concept here. And ensure that the necessary training is provided, track what training has been provided, and make sure that the safety is improved in the construction site, and of course the on-site connectivity, minimal latency, and so on and so forth as well. I'll start. Okay, so any questions on this? And I call myself an interrupt-driven system, so feel free to interrupt me, ask questions. I'd rather y'all ask questions than not ask. So, all right, let's.
It's amazing with the training that the number of our clients that are using Excel sheets or paper in a file about what's happening. So do you really know what they're doing? I think this group is probably at a higher level, but your subs, are they at that level? Are they tracking? And now can we pull this data all together to be able to know? We are much more likely, of course, of having an incident with a worker that does not have as much training or does not have as much experience. And what state are we going into right now of workforce? We have a much higher percentage of workers coming in with much less experience.
Yeah, that's true. So again, on the connected work side, and I'll walk you through a story, right? So this is William, and he's like, okay, I need to go to the earth mover. No, the front end loader and operate that. But he doesn't know that's not the equipment he's supposed to be working on. So when he goes out there, it doesn't let him operate that equipment. Why? Because it's connected to the same Bluetooth tags that we have here that prevents him from operating the equipment. It's connected into the PLC of that device itself. And now his phone goes on vibrating, and they're like, okay, you're doing the wrong thing here. You need to go to this other one. And this is where, having that location services and being able to tell a construction worker, hey, where you should be going and what you should be doing especially for people who are not well trained or new to the business and so on and so forth. It becomes really useful. And then he goes to the right equipment, everything works out, and he's like, okay, now I can operate this. Now, this is a very, very simple use case, right? I mean, just making sure you're matching the worker and the equipment, and you can make all of that. But then the advantage of being able to connect this again to the platform and the cloud ecosystem is now you know how long William has been operating that equipment for. Right? You know what is happening on the construction site. The supervisor can say, hey, William, you need to do this. Let's put this into your training plan for next time so you know how to make sure you go into the right equipment. But after that, you like as William is using this equipment more and more, he gets more expertise, more points, you level up, you add gamification into it, and then that goes back into the system where, okay, now we know that William is a level 5 expert in operating this equipment, and that improves his safety, improves his productivity, improves how much the construction company can charge their customers as well. Like this is going to be a more safer construction zone and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of advantages to this, and you can see that on a single pane of glass. You can see that on a dashboard. Get that data available to you. Right? Additionally, you can also monitor how long these equipments have been used for. You can monitor whether they're not being used and whether you're paying for that equipment that is just sitting around. You can monitor what's happening with that. You can do the predictive maintenance on that equipment. So there's a whole slew of use cases that comes together just by the fact that you're monitoring what is going on the construction site. So again, the advantages or the benefits ensure that the equipment is not operated by the wrong person. Log hours for operating the equipment, no more paper, it's just automatic, right? Log hours for equipment utilization, and also now this can be combined into creating work schedules for teams, and that's the next use case, and I'll get into that. I'm guessing no questions there. All right. Okay. So from a task management, analytics, and planning perspective, right? Again, this is a supervisor. He has to schedule a job in the construction site, right? He starts with, okay, I'll get this team of workers, I'll get this equipment, I'll assign a foreman to it, and let's get this material, the steel, and start the work, right? And then, he gets an alert saying that, the material that you're looking for is not here. And he knows that because there's a tag like this connected to that equipment that's telling you, it's in a truck, and that's going to be here in 4 hours. It's not here yet, right? And now that messes up your planning and so on and so forth, but that's okay, right? Now you've learned that if I have to schedule a job for tomorrow, for example, I can track where all my material is, and when that material does get to the construction site, that's when they all get an alert saying, okay, now you have everything in here, and then you can start the process. Now, the system is smart enough to know that if you schedule a job and then you put all of the people and material and all of that in there, if something is not where it should be, not at the construction site, just based on the location data, then it would raise an alert saying, hey, you have this job scheduled for tomorrow, but the material is not likely going to be there. And that information is really valuable. And then, of course, we get walking directions to where it's at, pull that data in. Again, having the checklist of everything that you need to do or need to have to make sure that happens is already there. And again, connecting to the cloud, being able to pull that, analyze that information, and say, okay, next time, how do we add more improvement to the process, right? And so on and so forth. So the other aspect of this is it also would help you plan your construction work better for the next time, right? So if you've already executed this task or this job, and it took a group of or a team of 4 people 5 days to execute, now you know that this is what it's going to take on the next round, right? And then you can plan that activity better. Now you have all that information, not on paper, in a digital way, and think of it like we use Teams or the Scrum process, right, or Lean essentially, and make sure that planning gets in a much better fashion, right? So you have all the analytics to back it up. You have all the information you need to plan better for your next construction projects. So this is an example of the analytics, like literally just tracking the amount of time the workers and the equipment the workers have spent on a site with the equipment. We can track the completion of the job. So the foreman doesn't have to, at the end of the day, go back and say, okay, this part is completed, and I estimate it's going to take 4 more days. right? You know exactly how much is completed, and you know whether it's going to be delayed or not. And it's more automated than manual, essentially, right? So, and that's what we are aiming for, to get to a complete automation of looking at the schedule, looking at the phases, looking at resource allocation, seeing the equipment utilization, and so on and so forth. This is another example. This is more around the resource and the equipment utilization of different teams to see how long they worked at specific jobs and how much time those jobs have taken to get completed. Again, benefits, material, equipment tracking, managing the tasks in the current project, the automation of the work, automation of the job tracking itself is really key here. Now, the fourth aspect of this is the 4D visualization and quality. Again, we do this using LiDAR-based geoslam technology. So basically, it's a LiDAR device, right? It's a very high-end LiDAR device that you can literally wear it, right? And it's got LiDAR and cameras on it, and just walk through a construction site.
And we're actually looking at multiple LiDAR devices and figuring out, okay, this one can do this and can get to this level. This one can do this. It costs this much more, but what's the benefit of it? So we're actually looking at both what they have in-house as well as, hey, let's bring in someone to see what this can do.
Yeah, that's right. And again, there are pros and cons, advantages of both types. But the demo that I'm going to show you on the LiDAR device, we actually did a scan of the Qualcomm headquarters. They're a partner of ours, and this is what it looks like. Like, this is a real cloud point image, colorized cloud point image of the campus. And then what you were someone was mentioning earlier, I think you were mentioning that in terms of, do the scans when you have things inside, like the pipes, the electric, the duct work, and all of that, because then you can see it after the construction is completed. And that's one of the key use cases here for the visualization aspect of it, because you not only see the progression of the construction site, but then after construction is over, you can look at repairability, better maintainability, like literally peeling off layers and saying, okay, I want to know what's behind that wall, and if I have to make a repair, where is the right location to go to and cut? And these are pretty precise. These are very, very precise. I think the accuracy is like 0.5 meter or something, and they're really good from that perspective.
Oh.
This is Navis. Yes, that's right. That's right. They're a wonderful partner.
Actually, I believe it was 1/2 inch, not 1/2 meter.
Was it?
Yeah, 1/2 inch.
Oh,
half
yeah.
an inch, not 1/2 meter.
Yeah. So they're on drones, and we use them for mapping mining sites, not so much construction sites, because I mean those drones are big, because on a robot. Yeah. So that's the problem with that is the navigation aspect of it, right? And it's kind of funny because it's chicken and egg problem. In order to enable navigation inside a construction site, I need to do a scan of the construction site so I know where I can go, right? So the autonomous robots are not there yet, but at some time
they will be. That's the thing. What's the future of this bring?
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah. Absolutely. So again, these are some of the benefits and the precise 3D modeling and all of that. Again, so I talked about this, but from a contractor's perspective, better planning, better safety, better inspections. And then that's what the LiDAR scans enable as well, the inspections. So I want to get to a point where this automated robot with the LiDAR device is just walking through, and it's also doing an inspection and saying that, okay, this is not up to code, right? So that's really the holy grail, if you may, right? And then from an owner's perspective, being able to get a predictable model in terms of when my construction will be completed, when I can get occupancy, and so on and so forth, better tools to manage the facility from a LiDAR perspective, and then improve quality of construction, because now your crew is so much better, your contractors are so much better, they have these things like safety scores and productivity scores and all of that, and you can trust that and say, okay, this is good, I know this is going to happen on time, right? So that's a very important feature. So
we're gonna transition here. So, and we're almost done. We're coming up to the end here. But the last component of this is to show you what it looks like right now. So, Srini is going to hop on the computer there. He's going to show you this is real time of what's happening, some of the events that are happening, and then how we can look on site and see something. So I want to qualify this, that we're not, the events that we're going to show are made up events. We actually have somebody out on site right now that did some of the things. So this has nothing to do with Rudolph Libby workers. This was one of our workers that went out there and to do some things like take a hard hat off, walk by. But some of the use cases that they talked about that Rudolph Libby brought up was falls. Are they wearing fall protection? Are they in equipment without fall protection? Our rebar caps was a concern for them. So how can we through the AI recognize this and be able to send an alert to say, hey, this is a problem here. All right, so this is our live event or live dashboard of this project, and we can see over on the notifications, these are some of the things that are missing. So at 2:54, just a little bit ago, there was a harness problem. So if we look at this, and part of this too is going in and looking to see, when you zoom in on it, it'll actually highlight the area. So we can see that somebody, now this one is a false positive, right? So we just had this, actually somebody walked by the camera, which we weren't quite intending, because it looks like the person's in the man basket, but we've actually got some real elements in here where Ollie, our friend out on the site, is out walking around doing some of the things, and we're getting live feedback. So here he's without a harness or without a safety vest. We can now, there's a video feed, so we can, not only does it capture it right then, but it captures a short video feed so we can see what's going on a little bit before, a little bit after, because that tells a bigger story. Now, from another perspective, as we all have been working remotely, well, what's going on the job site? Maybe I need to go and take, the project manager is on another project. I just want to take a look, see, they were supposed to be working in this area. Let's go to this camera, take a look at this area, see what they're doing. The tools that are being implemented on this, and if you wouldn't go to the device, yeah, the cameras, there you go. So these will give us live feeds of the cameras. Now, what time is it there? Oh, it's not, it's an hour earlier. Or no, it's the same time, 3:30, so it should be fine. But be able to go on and take a look at what's happening right now on the project. Are they actually doing the work? The live feed, there we go. So be able to see what's happening at this project right now. Are they working in the area they're supposed to be? Is the material happening there? So be able to tie this from a remote aspect. So Zurich started using this with our clients, not this specific thing, but be able to do remote inspections, be able to take a look. We've heard over and over again from project managers of, hey, this is saving me a lot of time. I don't need to go out. Even the superintendents who are in a job trailer, and all of a sudden they get an event, instead of having to run out there, they can take a quick look and go, okay, do I need to run out there, or is this something that's going on? And they can get this on their phone, right? So they can take a look. So, perfect. Thank you, Srini. So with that, questions, comments. And a lot of the stuff that we're doing here, it's like the concept that we're proving, it's not important that it's not totally not important, but somebody not wearing a hard hat, but the concept that learned that somebody's not wearing a hard hat. So what else could you apply that to?
Nick Randalls with BMWC Constructors. So I had a couple of questions. One, I saw earlier a slide where you were measuring a specific employee's safety and productivity level. Are you currently censoring individual employees on this example?
So we're looking at both ways. So we've considered that for the proof of concept. We want to be able to build a profile for the employees, and knowing that now we could put, oh, this person is not only trained on all these things, but they also have this experience with this, and we've had no safety incidents. I work with several vendors that that provide feedback of, we're not there to penalize whatever's going on. It's to make corrective actions, or, hey, this is the person I have. How do I make it so this person is the most effective with their tools in the belt, right? Or their experience.
The second question I have, and it may be too early to tell, do you see a safety performance improvement or a productivity improvement?
Yeah, so we've been on site for 3 weeks, and we're still training the AI. Well, actually, some of the AI is already trained, and we're working on new things for it to recognize. So at this point, no. But do I expect to? Yeah, I think we're going to see some changes in the way people do work. We're going to see improvements in productivity. I think we're going to see improvements in quality, or we're going to be able to capture the quality and thus improve the quality as well.
I got another one. So I know it's kind of learning, and so a lot of your safety items are more observational.
Yep.
Is he wearing a hard hat? Is he got a high vis? Do you see it getting to a little bit more finite, like he made the wrong decision at this point? Or...
Absolutely, absolutely. As a matter of fact, that's a key part of where we're going with this is, let's tie in the pre-task plan of what they're supposed to be doing, and are they doing what they're supposed to be doing? So, you know, if it's a regular type of effort, or, you know, looking at whether, you know, like you were showing earlier with somebody poor ergonomics. I see from a fire safety perspective, hot work. You know, was a permit issued? Is the hot work happening there? Or why is that hot work happening when there's no permit for that area? Be able to track, you know, they're done the hot work and something's still smoldering, be able to pick up on that smoke. So between whether it's the computer vision or different sensors, whether it's smoke or motion or whatever we have, yeah, I absolutely, like, you're spot on. And I had the same attitude, I think Zyder could attest to, of who cares about a hard hat, until I started seeing the bigger picture of that's just to learn. That's like teaching someone the alphabet before you teach them to read.
Less a question and more of a comment, and it's saying the advanced work packaging community would be very interested in this application of reality capture.
The what?
And the advanced work packaging at
Advanced
WP.
work packaging.
Yeah. Community would be very interested in this application of reality capture technology, and in a future proof of concept, being able to couple it with that best practice.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Could bear tremendous fruit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Other questions?
Sorry, I have a tougher one here. Well, I want to know, I mean, because obviously we have to talk about closed shop versus open shop.
Yeah.
And how that might impact what you guys are doing. And if you, what? Yeah, that's an open shop, not a closed shop. They're a union contractor?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was brought in. How'd you manage that part then? Because I know there's some, it doesn't end it, right? It's a matter of a conversation.
No, it's the start of the conversation. You're absolutely right. Now, have we, I think that's going to even vary from project to project based on the workers that are there. One way of dealing with that would be making it anonymous, be able to blur people out, and just know that we had this many events by this many people, and certain people had a lot more, but we don't know who that person is, right? Whether we do that through the system. Of course, there's going to be the cynicism of, yeah, sure, you're actually capturing that. That's just like me and Alexa. I know she's listening to everything I say, and she's got a list on me.
I have a comment on your comment. So I'm a union contractor, and I would say the way to get away from that stigma that the unions resist everything, and non-unions, you get to do whatever you want, is stop believing that, and don't give them that benefit of resistance. Don't ask them to push back onto you. Kind of say, this is what we're going to do, and ignore your perceived response that's going to come from them. We recently implemented a COVID item, but similar proximity reporting. So we do a lot of outage work. we have hundreds of workers in a very small chemical plant. We did that in the middle of COVID, like early COVID, where everybody wasn't doing anything. We had this outage. We had to do it, and so we made everyone wear a proximity meter, and it was a little bit pushback, but we eventually got there, and it would tell you if you were within 6 feet for longer than 15 minutes. And we ended up doing with no names. It was all numbers. I had the secret Annie decoder ring that we could tell what number was who. And if we had an incident where someone was quarantined, we'd then run the report, and we'd kick out all the names to do it. I salivated at the idea of using that same item for other things. I resisted, but we got them to do it. And that was the first step. So they're literally walking around, everyone, with the device that could do what they're saying. It just, we used it for COVID.
Right.
And you take a little step, and then you take a little bit more, and eventually they're accepting it. But you also don't make it punitive.
Yes.
You make it, hey, let's make ourselves better. Obviously, at some point, it can be punitive, but you fight that. Well, a good example was we have, and a lot of you actually do this, your safety observations, where they report on each other, but they don't report. They're reporting their observations, but they don't report names, and it's no blame. It's just to improve the safety of the project, and they do it, and they do it gladly. Well, most of them do, but we got them to do that. Like they're telling on each other in a way, or promoting
to raise
each other,
the level
but to
up.
make the job site safer. And I ultimately give them more credit, and you can probably get them to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're out of time. Any last comments? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Nikki, come on down. Nikki Ingram, Cybersecurity, Zurich. Nikki, your floor.
Yeah, no one wants the bio from me, and everyone can hear okay?
Yes.
Make this as interactive. Interrupt, ask questions. You guys will all get the slides, so if we don't get to all of them, it's all right. You're not missing anything, because I can tell you right now, there are no silver bullets in here. I'm not going to prevent the next hack. If that's the case, I would own Florida. So I always like to start with a couple terminology, a few words. You know, cyber having to do with computer. Basically, if it has a battery, it falls into it. So digital, all of that. So when I talk cyber, it's a very broad term. Fun little antecedent, all your paper records that you conveniently lose off the back of a truck with people's social security numbers and all that somehow ends up on your cyber policy. Don't know why. Internet of Things, IoT, you'll sometimes hear the term OT or operational technology. Basically, we figured out that we can now make things talk that didn't originally talk to the computer world. And so that's all of the things that aren't your standard devices like servers, laptops, desktops, printers. That's all the, your equipment. We talked about, Milwaukee's got equipment now that has some Bluetooth capabilities in there. Threat, any circumstance or event with the potential cause harm to an information system, related terms, the threat actor, the bad individual. Threat vector, the modus operandi. This is essentially how when we sit there and say, well, we think the attackers came from this country or that country, or we think it's this particular group, it's because just like with regular crime, threat actors have particular areas and skill sets and specialties. They have little signatures that they put into the bad things that they're doing. Vulnerability is any condition that leaves an information system open to a threat. A known vulnerability in Windows XP is that if when you turn off the computer and turn it back on and you know all that stuff that only techies are going to listen and look at, and you hit one of the F keys during that stage, it boots it up into a safe mode. And then in that mode, I can tell it to forget all passwords it's ever been programmed with. It's a known vulnerability. I can get rid of your password. The exploitation would be me having a successful execution of that threat via a vulnerability. So me walking up to it and doing that bad thing of make it forget all the passwords. The risk is the relative measure based on the likelihood of an exploitation and the resulting impact or adverse event to the organization. Ergo, I have that Windows XP, it sits at, you know, the bowels of my building that only the rats have seen in the past 3 years. Odds of me having anyone walk up to it, pretty low, probably a low risk issue. Now, that same XP sitting on the shop, or maybe on my trailer on a project site, you've got tons of people coming and going all the time. Now all of a sudden, yeah, you may have locked your computer, but if I know that that exploit exists, I can walk up while everyone else is out dealing with whatever, and now I had a very different kind of risk profile for that same scenario. Oops, I managed to find the back button. So a few statistics. I like numbers. I have to throw a few statistics in here. Congratulations, construction. You don't usually get hit on the statistics that are coming out. You have started to creep in a little bit. $1 trillion cost of cybercrime globally. It's pretty much creeps up every year. 200% attack on IoT devices have tripled in the first half of 2019. Most cyber statistics are 1 to 2 years because, behind, just to wait for the data to come in. And greater than 90% of cyber breaches rely on phishing and social engineering. I have a military law enforcement background. Truth is, the weakest link in anything is the human element. Why do they still send out the email going, I am royalty from a country on the African Peninsula or wherever? It's because it works. People still fall for it. Honestly, if I really wanted to catch it, I would just say, hey, check out this cute cat video, and the odds of me getting a success is like way higher. It works. 87% of small businesses believe they are vulnerable to cyber attack. You know, the definition of small business, now World Economic Forum a couple years ago had done their looking at what was the 4 things that would take a business offline. What would end that company? And one of those was, within the top 4 was cyber. So over 50% likelihood if you have a cyber event as a small business, you're not in business the next day.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
You asked for a reference.
Yes.
What about big business?
They did not include those in the statistics. However, I can say that the big businesses, depending on type of cyber event that occurred, example, a manufacturer got hit at only a few sites, and anything I say, you can go Google and find it online. So sorry, you're not going to get any secret stories. But they had interruption, they got hit on a Friday, they were back fully operational, it was not ransomware, and they saw 3% quarters earning loss. And that was not across all of their site. Now you start tacking into you know, construction, the delay, did you have missed bids, that kind of quantification on a large business. They may survive through it, but it may be a very punitive, it may make it very difficult for them to, if they were like in a sales process, they may not be very appetizing to another business, or in some cases, this is where you see they shut doors one night, named something, and then the next day they change their name and open up as something else. So a couple of these were just to show that cyber attacks have been changing from stealing your credit card information, stealing your health information, and particularly with the construction industry, when we start thinking about all this new technology we're bringing on site, is when cyber events are impacting the real world. I'm pretty sure we can all guess where the pipeline was and who that was. Sorry guys on that. The DDoS, distributed denial of service attack, for those of you on the East Coast, I'm sure you were familiar when all of a sudden you couldn't get on the internet for a little bit. Fun, that also highlighted some supply chain issues, because you may realize, okay, I don't have a project on the East Coast, my project sits in the Midwest. but your sensors or maybe the data that you're using is going through an East Coast based website. That's unavailable. Now you're having a downtime. So how do you look at the scope of your quote project site? All of a sudden got a lot bigger or changed a little bit in a way that you didn't necessarily think about at the start of your project. Again, safety is a huge thing with this industry. It's great. We are starting to see cases where human life has been impacted or where we're starting to contribute into that. The couple with the patient cases, I have only heard partly on one of the one in 2020 that it's, they're blaming it, but it's kind of, I'm just throwing every term out there. The second one, I have not heard any final verdict as far as that occurred. That second one here in the US, I'm sure is going to get a lot more scrutiny and will hit the news a lot louder when they do come up with it. The chemicals, I thought that was only here in Florida. There's actually quite a few of those cases this year. So again, when you start thinking of mixing concrete, you know, is somebody intentionally or unintentionally, because they don't know what they're doing, suddenly going to change the quality of your materials? So that data that you're collecting could be very helpful in saying, you know what, that's not the right mix. Like I had this kind of combination and I can prove it. So sometimes that data can be very concerning, but it can be very helpful in managing through these kind of events. So emerging threats, business interruptions, we start talking about the digitalization on project sites. Now I have to worry about, you know, does it have battery? Is it working? Can I remotely shut it off? You know, it might be great for me preventing somebody from using it that's not supposed to, but if they are supposed to be using it, that's kind of a problem. Ransomware typically is not targeted. It just goes for whoever has a known vulnerability or a weakness that we can exploit, and it's great return on investment for the bad guys. Supply chain interruptions, we're all seeing that. I don't need to beat that one up. Espionage, state-sponsored, corporate, old threats still exist. Great thing is whatever you put out there, good or bad, will stay out there on the internet. So if you don't update your antivirus for the next 20 years, guess what? You're going to get hit with 20-year-old viruses, and it's happened, unfortunately. Big industry trends that I see is a lot around fake invoicing. Again, social engineering. I can sit there and throw through, hey, you know, here's my thing, here, pay this bill. I can look on Google Earth and see, you know, what trucks I saw rolling through your gate, so I can mimic exactly which subs I think that I can try and get a fake invoice from. Business email compromise. One thing to note is that a company is not necessarily the final target in some of these attacks. In some cases, a construction company would be a prime example. And I think it was kind of alluded to in one of the earlier topics about protecting information. If I impact a construction company, I then can sit there and send my phishing email to those really sophisticated customers of yours, and then I'm into a much bigger, you know, and then maybe from there I'm on to the next one. So when you start thinking about, it could be, I'm going to go after a particular, and that's where you get some of these state-sponsored corporate espionage, and just, hey, I'll have anything of value for you, but if I go to, you know, one of your big customers, they have something of value to me. I'm after health records, so I'm going to go for who's doing construction on a hospital system. I alluded to the missed bids. At the end of the day, imagination is the limit. If you have seen it, thought it, heard it, there is probably a way to YouTube how you do it. It's amateur. Could be a lot of fun. You know, the automatic doors were considered futuristic. Thank you, Star Trek, for that one. Now it's second nature to sit there and see automatic doors of all sorts where, you know, pretty much everywhere we go. So what are attackers going after? What is it that they're, you know, there's the drive for them to go after, you know, the sources of your threats. This is a little bit hard to see on the big screen. Sorry, the colors never come out well. But, you know, the consequences, a lot of it has to do with what is of value to your organization. What can I, as an attacker, monetize and make use out of? human error, lost mobile devices, phishing emails, downloads, connecting to open Wi-Fi. We've all done that. Weak or repeated passwords. So you cycle through 10 passwords, you're really good, but guess what? You cycle through those same 10 passwords. You can Google like every password out there, and I think like most Alexas or some of these home systems, their default password is like 6 ones in a row. And if you were to ask any country in the world, I've presented in several countries, I try to look like, okay, in this language, what's the most common passwords? They're still English because all of the devices ship with default passwords in English. Although if you want to know how to say password in Spanish, it's constraña. Targets, again, what is it that the particular attack group is going after? Are they going after data? Are they going after your operations? Do they want to get quick payout right away? Ransomware tends to be that. That's why we know real quickly when there's a bad guy in, because as soon as they get in, they're going to encrypt stuff and then get you to pay it right away, because generally speaking, that's what they're after. Data, that could be a much slower process. They don't want to necessarily trip you off that they're there, because as soon as you do, you start changing your credit card numbers and that following on process. The business consequences, loss of revenue, loss of customers, property damage, faulty products or services. A lot of this sounds simple, very similar to the concerns that we have already in the industry. Cyber is really not that special. It's all just causing bad things, and it's what is of specific value to you and your organization. Yeah, and cyber is really expensive on the forensics piece. So I like to break this up a little bit. And how many people in here can call 5 individuals, and 911 and 411 do not count, can call 5 numbers without looking at their cell phone? You're like, maybe. I was like, I'm 5, yes. How many people, if I said, hey, get in the car and go drive to the airport, could actually drive to RSW Southwest Airport here?
Kind of stop and get a map first?
Yes, you may stop and get a map. Yeah. Hey, I have given people maps and they're like, what? What is this thing? Thinking on our project sites. Without the cell phone on a project site, how can we alert to our workers of safety issues? Foul weather events coming up. How do we call for help or say, hey, there's been a change, stuff like that. So very basic fundamental technology has already got such a huge play in our life. So when you start thinking of how you bring technology, digitization to projects, to construction, I'm all for it. I was looking at all this stuff and I'm like, yes, I could do this with it and I could do that with it. And I'm like, but take it away and run a scenario without it, because that might be what your day requires sometimes. So having backup plans. The potential, event scenarios, impacts, this pretty much, it doesn't matter which industry class I talk to, it applies the same. Physical damage, business interruption are the huge players when it comes to construction. But as you get more data, the element that you have to consider is who does that data belong to? So when you're collecting data on a project site, is that your data because it's your project, or is that your customer's data? And then what types of information do you store versus, yeah, I'm using this for building, but it's staying here on the project. It doesn't leave to the cloud. And then at the end of it, delete, it's gone. Or I turn it over to the customer because there may be some value in that. So, data is now becoming an element that I'm going to have to make a permanent column for you guys, but I don't really have to ask, is there a risk of cyber? But I call out the frequency, severity, industry, and type. No industry is immune. Type, systemic, not all attacks are targeted. There are targeted attacks. There are attacks that started off not targeted, you blocked it, and then they're going to intentionally come back because now it's a pride thing. Again, it's bad people doing bad things. They've been doing it for a very long time. They're going to continue to do it. Severity, I liken it a lot to weather events. frequency and severity, I know you're going to get hit with cyber events. Now, how bad that is to any one organization is reflective of, you know, how well did they plan, how many controls did they have, how much were they mitigating the damage that could be done. And then on the backside, how resilient were they? Are they able to come up and recover in a timely fashion? So the better prepared you are, the less likely it's going to be a catastrophic level cyber event in many cases. And that's kind of where the small business number highlights, is because most small businesses don't feel that they are prepared. So cybersecurity, I can ask you all sorts of big, fun, technical questions. I mean, even I get some stumper ones sometimes, but I like to think in these basic 3 questions when I'm talking cybersecurity and I'm asking about cyber and risk, especially on a project site and with somebody who really doesn't want me to go speaking a bunch of geekanese. Would an interruption to a system have the potential of triggering damage? So if I take control of a piece of equipment and you don't have control of it, is it going to cause a problem? Would a manipulation of the system have the potential of causing or triggering tangible loss? So when we were talking about some of this prefab and creating, so if I'm doing that rebar tying, very cool. I was like, oh, that looks like a lot of fun. But if all of a sudden it's not going to spec and it's only doing a quarter turn versus a full turn, is that going to cause a problem? And then can I operate without this system or device? One of the best questions I got asked very early on in coming to Zurich was by our mining group. And they're like, how do you teach somebody to operate some piece of equipment manually when the only individuals who've operated that equipment manually are my retiring workforce? So you're talking about, you know, the 40-year-old individual trying to teach the 20-year-old just fresh out of, you know, wet behind the ears, that knowledge gap in there. You know, how do I get that transfer of knowledge? I can't plug a cord between our 2 brains and share. From a owner standpoint, what is your risk appetite? There is no way to 100% get rid of cyber risk. Everyone's like, well, bury the computer in a concrete box. And actually, it doesn't work because one of the 3 tenets to cybersecurity is availability, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So burying a computer in concrete does not actually let me do good cybersecurity. So what is your risk appetite? Can you do prevention? You know, what does your preparation look like? What is your risk transfer? That's where the insurance comes in. Fun fact, nobody in cybersecurity actually likes insurance. We don't get taught it in school. We don't get told anything about it. So I'm like, no, this is actually a thing. And we're in a hard market when it comes to cyber insurance. So it's sort of like getting a gold star if you were to go do good cybersecurity for an insurance company to be like, yeah, you're doing a good job. We will take a risk on you. So the risk transfer piece is quite interesting because while in other areas we're very familiar with insurance, cyber is one of those where it's a bit tricky. So now that everyone's traumatized and realizes that technology is a terrible thing, we should never do anything with it, back to hammers with no batteries in it. Reality is, you know, how do I assess my risk? What is my next steps? Like I said, I really like technology. It's immensely fun. Give me a tool and I'll figure out how to break it, but then I'll be able to make it do all sorts of things that it's not supposed to. I'll hack the darn thing. So when assessing risk, we follow the Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. If you guys have to do any work with the government and CMMC requirements, it's NIST-based. It's very easy. Identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. What do you have? Identify. How are you going to protect it? If you do the simple concept of, you know, what are your crown jewels? You know, do I know where my data sits? Do I have a data mapping? Protect it. You're going to protect what's most important, the best, and then do concentric circles, concentric layers of protection out from there. Detect, again, where's my little alarm that's going to go off because someday something's going to go wrong? How am I going to respond? Do I have a, you know, here's my cyber fire plan, and then recover. How, you know, and right back to the beginning again. Here's another example. I thought this was a theoretical in my brain. It's not. There were 5 different ways that they were able to do this, and they did it from a Volvo out in the street. The individual who was helping to set up this proof of concept was actively talking with the soup there, and he was like, "What's going on with that tower crane?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, that's us. So your tower cranes," and there was actually a fair number of other heavy equipment, your dirt movers or dirt mowers, as I heard earlier, they're remotely hackable. So when you start thinking, okay, I'm going to shut down, and so this is where that data piece might come in, very helpful of, yes, you hacked the tower crane, but do I also have a sensor unrelated that says, hey, it's about to be a hurricane, and why is the crane locked into position so it can't turn with the wind? Now I say that may have been a good indication of something's not going, could be preventative maintenance and, you know, just catches a oversight, but it could also be an indication of, well, there's something going on that shouldn't be going on, let's go investigate. So yeah, tower crane, the cost of a collapse, if you were to sit there and manipulate it in such a way that it's not intended to, or the damage of you have a load and all of a sudden, you know, the operator is not the one, in fact, operating it. The hypothetical here, cloud outage impacts, everyone's very quick to say the cloud is a great idea. The cloud is a really good resiliency tool. It's a really good way of coordinating a lot of information, offloading some responsibilities, but ultimately it is your data that's up there. So if you ever actually go looking at like Azure, AWS, doesn't matter, all of them are the same. They're only responsible up to a certain point. The data itself is still yours. So when you say, well, I don't know how we're protecting it, it's in the cloud. I'm like, yeah, that's your problem. It's still yours. So if you were to get hit with a DDoS, the distributed denial of service, like that Dyn attack, well, if your data's all in the cloud and you have no way of getting to the cloud, what does that do to your work project? Maybe on the project, say, and this could also go to weather events and all the other fun things that take out our cell service and from any one particular time of, do I keep a certain, you know, part of my data there on site stored locally, and then when there's communication, it updates back and forth. So how do I think through the resiliency aspect, the different scenarios? I don't have to have it on paper. I could still have it, you know, digitized, but, you know, when you're starting to look at some of these solutions, you just have to start planning through additional methods of mitigating the risks that come with them. So cyber events, insurance overlaps and gaps. Here's my only insurance-y slide on here. Cyber insurance is quite challenging only because the ways of what could trigger. So example be, you know, fraud. That could be, or the ransomware. Is it crimeware? Is it going to go on your kidnap and ransomware product? Is it going on, you know, business interruption? Is that a general liability, or is that a property policy? Is that a cyber policies? Try to keep all of your cyber-related coverage clearly defined. And if you look at most of your other policies, they're starting to explicitly say cyber events are excluded. And there's a couple where they get a little bit fun. Again, talk to your broker and really articulate, and that goes back to the risk appetite piece of what is it that you're tolerant of and what is the risk that you're trying to transfer. This is the only insurance-y slide over here. So the one question I get asked the most is, what are some key takeaways? What are something that I can go back and do now that I know I've got, you know, to be concerned with cyber? Except that you have something that somebody wants, and if nothing else, they just want to get you to pay them so that they will leave you alone. The hackers have a very good business model. They are no longer your sophisticated kind of individuals that we associated with your typical hackers. There are hackers that are very good at finding vulnerabilities. There's other hackers that are very good about finding ways to exploit those vulnerabilities. There's hackers whose whole job is basically marketing and figures out how to package those things together and then sell it on the black market, i.e. dark web. And now I can be, just somebody who's like, I just want to go do basic crime. Let me go buy ransomware 101, change the bank account to mine, and now I can do ransomware. And I don't have to know anything more than here's where I go to get it, and here's my bank account. Like, make the two talk. So you got to figure that they are definitely going to be coming. This is why it continues to increase, because I don't have to be sophisticated. Promote a cyber risk management culture and thoughtfulness. See something, say something. Awareness training is so heavily highlighted that I had one of my colleagues ask me, is awareness training really important? Think about it. We do phishing exercises. I'm sure we've all at least gone through one phishing exercise, and if you haven't, don't tell me. But we do phishing exercises all the time, yet we still have people that fall to phishing. Why are we seeing those phishing emails all the time? Like, the truth is that attackers know how to do really good social engineering. It is not going to be necessarily the big obvious ones. And when you do these phishing training, you can make it really obvious it's a fake email, or you can make it very difficult. And I don't have to be right 100% of the time as an attacker. I just have to be right once. I just need one person to click. I don't need every employee in your company to click. So that idea of awareness training does really help, because usually it's going to be your workers, it's going to be the guys out on the project site going, that looks weird. That 40 years of experience saying, well, I hate this stupid thing, that's not reading right, might be showing you, no, it's a cyber event, go say something. Don't get frustrated with it, but that's the going and getting the whole culture, not only driving from above, but your workers being like, oh, this is great for efficiency. Now instead of a 12-hour day, I've got a 10-hour day. This is amazing, and I get paid the same. Oh, well, it's not working right. There's something there. Know what you're protecting. You can't protect everything to the same degree, but you need to know what you have. Also, a little bit on the side is it also helps save you money, because if I don't have to replace something, if I don't have laptops getting walked out of the car because everyone leaving their laptop in the car, it's saving me money, but it's also helping me protect my security and my assets. Keep up with patching. Patching, updating, do that. Your security tools need love and attention. Segmenting project sites should hopefully stay talking only to that project site. Don't have multiple project sites talking back and forth, because now I can take one hit on one project site and it hits multiple. So segmentation has been proven to be very helpful. Think of it like a hotel. Your outer building is maybe your quote network, and then within there I may have individual rooms or segments, and I'm challenged each time I go through a firewall or a door, so that I may only be able to get to certain areas, somebody else may go to other areas, and then your admin users, your privileged users, have the keys that can go to everything. Encrypt wherever possible. Again, your data, your problem. Control access, especially privileged, multi-factor authentication, very helpful in that. And expect and prepare for cyber events. Have a response plan. Have a disaster recovery business continuity plan. If your server is unavailable because of a cyber attack, or your server is unavailable, your piece of equipment is unavailable because of a fire, end of the day, your equipment's unavailable. So how are you going to recover that and bring it back online? I'm a keep it simple kind of fan, so I mean, if you want your DR plan to be a cyber DR plan, slap the word cyber on it in front. Any other questions? Any from online? And I know I went through those slides fast, but I know I'm the last one and everyone wants to get home.
Question related to distributed ledger or blockchain technology. We had a little discussion about the concept of immutable data and how everything seems pretty mutable, if you will. So just curious from a cyber risk perspective how you view that type of technology.
So it's funny that you mentioned those two phrases, immutable data and blockchain. So the idea of blockchain is that, and we usually hear this with Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin uses blockchain, which is an algorithm mathematically that theoretically cannot be manipulated. That's my shortest answer to it. Google it if you want the long version. It's not part of this question. But what that blockchain technology is really helpful for is, say, for example, GPS data. I can get, I can be tracking that equipment, and somebody can't go in and manipulate and say, hey, they're over in Indiana, and oh no, really, they're over in Ohio. No, that theoretically, the blockchain would protect the integrity of that information. Immutable, I haven't heard it crossed over with blockchain specifically. You'll hear a lot of immutable for backups lately. That's become a big concept, is for immutable or unchangeable backups as a defense against ransomware. The fun fact is that deletion is not something that is prevented by immutable data. The idea is that you have to, like if I carved something out and I stored data on a backup, that if it's immutable, I can't go overwrite or change it from spelling. Like if I put a typo in, it's stuck with that typo henceforth until you go through the process to unlock and rewrite over top of it, or you completely wipe it and then put down the new data over top of it. So the idea is that as a ransomware, you can't just come in and all of a sudden change out the spelling. You can't autocorrect it. It's a good technology, the immutable data. I am of the opinion that nothing is foolproof. So again, if the data is in the cloud or on premise, there are ways to manipulate it. You're starting to see immutable backup strategies also overlaying with how the access control. One of the strategies is a two-key principle. So instead of one user being able to pull down the backups or access the backups, they're now going and saying, no, I have to have two people. And it gets even tougher and stricter from there. So the idea of immutable backups or immutable data is really helpful. That's not exactly the newest concept, because if you think about CDs, that circular thing we used to put in the little pizza drive that came out, you had the read-write version, or R/W, so you could actively put different information, and then inevitably you always grab the CD that was read-only. You could write information to it, and then you couldn't change it or do anything. You were stuck with whatever you'd put it at first. That's the user-friendly version of how that data protection is going. So it's not a new concept, it's a strategy for trying to help give different solutions. There's lots of different strategies that you could take. There's no one right or wrong answer. It's a very long thing to say. Interesting two concepts. I haven't seen either of them take the industry over by storm. Immutable backups is quite popular right now. I just give it, a couple years, and the bad guys will figure out a way around it.
Yeah, I guess that's really what I was trying to lead into, is the concept of smart contracts. And if those are on the blockchain doing automatic payments, how worried are you about that?
The idea of the smart contract using the blockchain kind of concept is so far has proven to be very helpful because you have that data integrity. The biggest roundabout and biggest concern for what will cause that to not be as secure will be the increase in the power of technology. So the quicker, like encryption is not foolproof. If state colleagues can attest to this. Encryption has a lifespan. It's that if I use X amount of computer power for X amount of time, I will be able to decrypt whatever that encryption is. But by the time I do that, the data will no longer have value. So similar with the blockchain and stuff like that is, as we get into quantum computing and some of these things, can it then, in its head-and-head race, can it get above it? And then that's where that will become a problem. But to that point, similar with how we treat encryption of, if I'm doing that sort of technology and I'm showing good due diligence, then I would just be constantly reviewing and checking, yep, it's still sound. And then when it starts to change, security colleagues in the space are going to be right there going, okay, how do I keep layering on that protection? What is the next stage? Do I go quantum or whatever other new technology emerges? So I think it's a really great use for what we have now, and there's not too many areas where it can be as easily manipulated. All of the things where blockchain has been compromised have all come from humans putting weak passwords. So great, you have your contract, nobody can change it, paying's great. And the person who's doing the payments has password 123 as the password to get into doing that change.
Other questions?
Is that good?
Well, you're supposed to clap. Nikki, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And you met my commitment, so that's very good. You kept us right in line. Someone's sunglasses up front? Okay. I just want to make sure we don't lose them. Okay. Final stage. What's CURT going to ask me for you to do? Thank you. So I don't have to say it. So very good. Okay, real quick. We're in the last 2 minutes, and then we're all bringing the closing. Recap. The commitment when we started today was we were going to focus on reality capture and the connected job site. Did it. Share use cases from several owner companies from different industries. Did it. We tapped the CII knowledge base. Did it. Future viewpoints of equipment and material tracking from selection of it. Did it. We shared proof of concept, studies, and lessons learned in the works of today. We saw it real time. We saw the different areas. We just heard cybersecurity. Did it, done it, done. I want to thank all of you. You make it important for CURT. You make the network. You bring the industry forward. So thank you very much. This applause goes out to all of you. I have to recognize we had an outstanding lineup of speakers all day today. Great stories, great testimonials, great everything, and cybersecurity just shut me down quick early. There you go. And so I would like to thank all of the speakers and all the time that you spent in coming out here. I want to recognize our two co-chairs, James and Ryan. You're driving the change of technology with the new innovations and things that we're thinking. You're bringing CURT into that area and moving the industry forward. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the people behind the scenes, Greg Palmer, Rana. This is the CURT team. This is how big the CURT team is. When you talk about CURT and the staff, and these are the two that make it happen. So let's recognize what they're doing. Greg's upstairs, I'm downstairs, and Rana's still, she was just texting me earlier back there, but she's wrapping up with the other thing, getting ready for CII tomorrow. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you at a future thing. This is our next event in February. This is the national conference. It's February 7th to 9th. It's in Florida, Hilton Buena Vista Palace on Buena Vista Drive. If you haven't been there, it's a great hotel and venue as well. Hopefully you can build it into your schedule, and if you can participate, great. Love to have it. And I saw a hand with James, I think. You're blinded by my light there. Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. James, thanks for doing that. That's important. He just widened the lens for you. Guys, thank you very much back there. You made it easy for me because we really needed to have you here with Greg upstairs. So thank you very much. Okay. That's all, folks. Thanks, James. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. Thank you all for making it a great day. Appreciate it. That's all. Safe travels home. If you're staying, have a great rest of your week. There's some meetings going on still tomorrow. And enjoyed meeting you all, and take care.